Sure. So I have a question. So from America First perspective, why do we give $3.8 billion to Israel, which is more aid than we've given to Africa, more aid than we've given to South America, and more aid than we've given to the Caribbean combined, which is home to 1 billion poor people, especially when they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty in the 1970s?
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event. That is not acceptable. Do not say that.
Okay, Dean Rusk disagrees with you, and he was the Secretary of State at the time, but that's fine. And then the second part is also, you have the Apollo incident in which they illegally stole weapons-grade uranium. The CIA has reports on this.
Anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic
No, I'm not
rhetoric.
anti-Israel. I'm just asking from America First perspective because it's not in our interest. They act against our interest.
Remember the short question part?
Sure. I mean, how is it in our interest that we give this money to Israel?
All right, so it's required that they have to buy American weaponry. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where all three monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully practice. It's the only country in the Middle East where all three monotheistic religions are represented in their government. It's the only place in the Middle East that has any appreciation for LGBT rights whatsoever. It's the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw homosexuals off the top of buildings when they find them. It is the only partner that we have in the fight against radical Islamic terrorism. And the subtext of your narrative could be extrapolated to say, well, why on earth would we have a partner like Israel? Guess what? The world's a better place because of Israel. The medical patents, the technological innovation, the human rights. The one common denominator of Israel since its founding, since Israel was legally founded in the 1940s, Israel has been under attack from every direction you can point a compass at. From the north, from the south, from the east, and the west. And guess what? They have water to the west, and that was even at war with them. And Israel has rightfully defended its borders time and time again. It's an unbelievably complex issue. So you say, how could you possibly believe in an America First policy? Well, I'll tell you what. It's important to have partners in fights against mutual enemies. And guess what? It's Israel that time and time again has stood with America against the mutual enemies and will continue to do so. Thank you for your question.
Yes, and thank you, President Trump, for moving the embassy to Jerusalem, right? President Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
That's right. All right, we'll do one or two more. I think we're running two.
2 more questions.
I don't know. Okay.
Maybe 3, maybe. Well, that was bashful. Charlie, I speak for a not insignificant coalition of students in your organization that believes that your movement is utterly toothless. There was a young man, I think a week or two ago, that slapped you around pretty good on immigration. And so I guess my perspective is this. When we look at somewhere like Texas where immigrants are coming in and they are voting something like 70-30 for Democrats, they're utterly anti-gun. This is Pew Research, and utterly against free speech. I don't really think it matters how many young leadership, whatever conferences you hold. Demographics are going to catch up to you and you're going to lose. This is a culture where you're going to get routed in.
It doesn't look like it.
Wait, you talk super fast. I think what you were saying is I'm wrong about immigration, basically, is what you're saying. So, okay, effectively. Okay, so I'll make my stance perfectly clear. We should build a wall. I've said that time and time again. We should restrict illegal immigration. I don't even describe illegal border crossing as immigration because it cheapens people like Kimberly's family. That is border jumping and line cutting. Immigration is applying at your embassy and getting peaceful entry into the country. I said something so explicitly clear. There should be no limitation on EB-5 visas. You know what an EB-5 visa is? No, you don't. EB-5 visa means that you come with $1 million cash and you have to create 10 jobs. Right now, we limit the amount of EB-5 visas in our country, which is one of the most backwards, stupid things we could possibly do. If you have money and you want to do good, you should be given entry into the United States and saying, welcome to our country.
And that's a merit-based system.
And this is what the president has fought for. Some people have intentionally misrepresented my comments by saying that somehow I don't understand the threat of border jumping or line crossing into line cutting into this country, which is just not true whatsoever. I will say this though, that I don't believe the conservative movement, and some people believe this, should become an anti-legal immigration posture. And I'm afraid you hold that position. I'm sorry? Pick you? That's fine. Happy to. You're wrong. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Because if you believe in market economics, you want as many ambitious, aspirational, ethical, and entrepreneurial people to come into your country as possible. That's the position I hold. Thank you for your question.
People want to contribute, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Charlie, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate you opening the dialogue and everything. So I'm of the right. And my biggest thing with the right is I know that there's a debate going on in the right, and I'm sure you're aware of this, with immigration. And I think that this is really why Trump got elected. And I think at the heart of it, it goes to the DQ, the demographics question. And I think at the end of the day, you could debate about numbers, you could bring up GDP, But do you think, and could you give me an example of another nation where the native demographic has been replaced and put into a minority, and the nation has retained its ethos, retains its nation state status?
So, thank you for being here. Let me just tell you what I believe on immigration, first and foremost. I believe we should get rid of chain migration. I think we should get rid of the visa lottery. I think that we need to have a super secure southern border, and we have a zero tolerance policy of any sort of illegal crossings coming into our country. I also believe that, we have to get, thank you, I believe that we have to start to get tough about visa overstays, and also people that have been allowed to break the law and come into our country and disenfranchise other people that come here legally. And with that being said, I think that the current numbers that we have with spike in legal immigration, I think there's some very interesting statistical analysis that 1 million people a year might be too many people to actually be able to bring into our country effectively. I've said this, and some people have sent some feedback on it, and that's perfectly fine. I believe that there are people around the world that are entrepreneurial, that come with great ideas, a merit-based system that should be able to legally come into this country, that they are a benefit to our country. Now, to your question about the replacement of the nativists, I'll push back a little bit, and I'll push back respectfully, of course, because that's not what it means to be an American. And maybe you agree or not agree. I don't believe inherent in what it means to be an American is a race or an ethnicity or a religion. I believe it's a set of ideas. It's a set of ideas around the idea of e pluribus unum and liberty and in God we trust. Now, if people are coming into this country that are at odds with those ideas, that does not have anything to do with race or ethnicity. That's ideology, two totally, completely different things. I will say this, though, is that there's been an amazing track record for America in the sense that we have been able to show that people can come from all over the world and be able to basically get along the best possible way. We are the most diverse country in the world. Now, I think there's something to be said that, certain urban areas such as New York City and Los Angeles, they're busting at the seams. Real estate prices are going up at such a escalating rate, and I would attribute a lot of that to a uncontrolled, porous southern border, a lot of it. But also, you look at the 1 million legal people we let into our country. Look, I think the chain migration visa lottery, that's not what our immigration system should be based around. Our immigration system should be based around what is best for our country. Entrepreneurs, people that come with merit, good ideas, and I think that we should build our immigration system based around that. So I'll kind of maybe disagree based on the displacement of a native population, but I think we might be able to find some.
Do you think it was a good idea to change the 200-year precedent of European immigration in 1965?
I don't know enough about that. I do know that we spiked to 1 million in
We
early
changed
1990s.
it from mainly Europeans to whoever wanted to come in.
So
and they promised it wouldn't change.
So outside of
the
Europeans,
demographics.
I'm going to push back on this idea of European ethnicity. I will say, let's take a continent that has had a lot of legal immigration to this country, and I think has made America a better place. Vietnamese, South Koreans.
Could you name another country?
Japanese, Indonesians, Indians, Bangladeshis, Filipinos. Those are a couple of countries, right?
Could you name another country that's had an influx where the natives
No,
have been
and there's a
put in
reason for
minority?
that, because America is the only country that has this specific set of ideas, and that actually, I think, what makes us exceptional. And so if we want to be Japan, which is the furthest extrapolation of your argument, I'm not saying that's what you believe, and I'm going to have to get to the next question, but the furthest extrapolation of your argument is Japan, which takes in no immigration whatsoever. None. I don't think that's what is right for America. I don't. They have a declining aging population. They have a 327% debt to GDP ratio. I don't think that's what, in the American spirit, I don't think that's what makes us competitive. I don't think that's the right thing for the country. However, I do think that no uncontrolled, unlimited immigration with no barriers whatsoever on chain migration and visa lottery and a poor southern border, that does not make America a better or stronger country whatsoever. So thank you for your question. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you. And again, if you disagree, you guys can come to the front of the line. We want the disagreement. That's why we're here. We want to have the respectful sharing of ideas. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hey, Charlie. Thanks for coming out. I have a question. I'm going to try to make it as quick as I can. Establishment conservatives like yourself hold that national health care for Americans is too expensive, immoral, and doesn't work. Yet the U.S. gives Israel, Central America, Africa, and other regions billions in foreign aid. In particular, Israel received $3.8 billion to subsidize its immoral, expensive healthcare system, while Americans are made bankrupt by healthcare costs and pay a far higher effective tax rates than Israelis. My question, therefore, why would white Americans send their taxpayer dollars to fund Israel's healthcare while our mothers fight cancer, our brothers die of opioid overdoses, and the news of a coming baby brings not joy and happiness, but grave concern over thousands and thousands in future medical bills? How is that America first?
Thank you for being here tonight. So what is the foreign aid we give Israel spent on?
Bombs for blowing up children. But also their healthcare system, their wall, which we don't have.
That's quite a bold, inaccurate way to depict it.
I'm having a little fun.
So I'll answer the question for you. The foreign aid we give Israel is spent on American defense manufacturers that employ Americans and is built on a joint alliance. It's not built on their domestic welfare programs. Let me finish. So you believe that Israel is immorally existing in the Middle East, or you said something of the sort?
I don't believe I said that.
Okay, you said, well then...
I said that we're financing their healthcare system, their public healthcare system, which by your moral code is immoral.
So we're not. We're actually in a joint partnership where we give them certain amounts of money only if they spend it on U.S. defense manufacturers. So Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, millions of Americans are employed by the very countries that we have a joint partnership alliance with Israel. Let me say something else. I appreciate you being here tonight. I get a lot of questions about Israel. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud, freedom-loving patriot. I believe in America first. But I also believe in the sovereignty of Israel, and I also am so perplexed and puzzled by the amount of hatred that goes against the country that has half of the Jews in the entire world, the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where Muslims, Christians, and Jews all represent the same government in the Middle East, the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw gays off the top of buildings when they come in contact with them, the only country in the Middle East where all three monotheistic religions are able to actually visit their religious sites. Would you like to say something?
The Christians in Israel were actually Palestinians, and they've been displaced and kept in an
Palestinians
open-air
are
prison
Jordanian
for
refugees.
the last 20, 30 years.
Okay, so Christians in the Middle East have been...
open-air prison.
Okay, I'm not
They're
sure
not
what...
part of the government. Palestinians
All right,
aren't part of the
I got
government.
it. So I'm not sure what a Palestinian is, because Palestine is not a country. You might
don't
be
know what they
referring...
are, but
Thank
why
you.
are you comfortable talking about things that you don't recognize?
Well, Palestine's not a country. If you're talking about Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, which is rightfully Israel's land, then we can have a conversation about it. Let me finish.
Okay.
And then I have to continue to move on.
Sure.
So I believe in the sovereignty of Israel. Let's just be really quick. Israel was legally founded in the 1940s. Since its founding, they've been attacked from every single direction you can point a compass at, including the West. Let me finish. And guess what? There's no land to the West. They were attacked from every single direction. They were illegally attacked in the Yom Kippur War in the 1967
The
war.
West Bank is to the west, isn't it?
No, the West Bank is called the West because it's West Jordan. And if you knew the actual geography of why it's called the West Bank, then you would understand that that's why it's called the West Bank. So, and Israel should never have given up Gaza in 2005. The only common denominator of Israel over the last 30 or 40 years is that Israel gives up land in the pursuit of peace, and they get missiles and rockets and suicide bombers in return.
Where's the land they give up?
I'm sorry?
Where's the land that they give up?
Gaza. So 10,000 Jews were stormed out of their houses in 2005 in the pursuit of peace with a peace negotiation with the Palestinian Authority, and guess what they got in return? Rockets, missiles, and suicide bombers. In the 1970s, they gave up the entire Sinai Desert for a peace negotiation with Egypt. And guess what? That's one of the few ones that might have almost worked. Finally, Israel has given up land in the West Bank. The only time that Israel actually is able to defend their borders and defend their sovereignty is when America stands with this country, the country that has made the world a better place. And guess, I will say this, the world is a better place because of Israel. The medical patents, the technological breakthroughs, their respect for human rights, their humanitarian aid. Israel is a country that gets such unfair criticism and accusation from particularly academia. They are not a country without flaws. However, I am so fascinated that while they are surrounded by a sea of totalitarianism, when they're surrounded by countries like Saudi Arabia, that if a Christian or a Jew dared profess their faith in the streets of Riyadh, they won't be living much longer. If someone in the streets of Tehran, is a pastor, they'll get locked up indefinitely. The Middle East is the worst when it comes to human rights, and yet there's this jewel, this crown jewel, where you are allowed to practice any religion you see fit, where you have the freedom of movement, the freedom of commerce, the freedom of private property, and yet that country's under attack. And I'm going to say something that gets me a lot of blowback. I'm going to tell you why it gets it. Because it has half the world's Jews. Over 2,000 years, one thing that is common It is the common theme of anti-Semitism. There is an anti-Semitic nature to the critique of Israel. People disagree with me when I say with it, but why is it that the country that has half the world's Jews, there's only 13 million Jews in the world, and the singular country that does the most for humanitarian, the most for military and defense in the Middle East, that's the country that comes under harsh and total accusation. I appreciate you being here tonight. I'm not sure if we're going to find common ground, but I do appreciate you coming to the front of the line. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. Thanks so much for coming to the University of Iowa, my alma mater, and Iowa City being my hometown. There's plenty of leftism here that needs combating, so I'm thankful that you're helping do that. And also, as an entrepreneur, I admire what you've done in building this program up, Turning Point. My question is, you said our immigration should be based on what is best for our country. Should the U.S. continue its present immigration policy, which currently ensures, as you said, nearly 1 million new immigrants are allowed in each year, with the lion's share being leftists in their ideology and democratic in their voting patterns? And I think this question is different enough from the earlier immigration question to warrant a response, given that some elections are lost by 100,000 votes or less.
So I try not to look at immigration in terms of political. I'll look, because I think that would be very convoluted. I will say that 1 million people a year, the way we've been doing it, is not what's best for our country. I've been looking at the data. Senator Tom Cotton has a great bill that he introduced to bring it down to 500,000 based on merit. Again, I believe in ending chain migration and ending the visa lottery. That's hundreds of thousands of people in that million figure. I've also said that if you graduate from a United States university with a skill, upon graduation of your diploma, we should staple a green card behind your diploma. Okay, if you have a skill and you've been educated in our country, I don't think it makes sense to export that person to go back to Korea or Sudan or wherever. So then all of a sudden we export the intellectual investment that we made within our own university. That doesn't make logical sense to me. I do think, though, that we have to be for legal immigration, but we have to be very smart in the way that we do it. It can't be unlimited, it can't be unrestrained, and we cannot have a porous southern border. And guess what? I want to look at the data and analyze exactly what's best for our country, and I think you and I could probably agree on a lot of that. So thank you for your question, and thanks for being here tonight. So thank you.
I reject this idea of dual loyalty. I have loyalty to ideas. And of course I love the Grand Canyon, I love the Rocky Mountains, and I love Boston, and I love Chicago. But if all that disappeared and all I had was ideas, and we were on an island, that's America, that's Israel. And that's what people have to realize, that America's just a placeholder for timeless ideas. And if you fall too in love with, the specific place and all this, that's not what it is. Israel will be the exception because there is a holy connection to this land.
My question is for Charlie Kirk and is inspired by the work of YouTuber John Mark, who has a lot of great information and strategy on how to win the battle for America. My question is this. Charlie, you often express the view that America is a nation of ideas, not of blood and soil. But traditional American ideas have very little purchase these days in the state of California, which, due to immigration-induced demographic shift, has been irreversibly transformed from a reliably Republican state to a Democratic stronghold. Taking this in combination with the fact that the least desirable immigrants are also those who are most likely to lie about their beliefs in America, how can we prevent America from suffering California's fate without taking into consideration blood and soil in our immigration policy?
Thank you for being here tonight. So look, I think one of California's biggest issues is the fact that we have a porous southern border, and we've allowed 15 to 20 million people to border jump into our country and cut in line, essentially illegally enter into our country. That's number one. Number two, I think we should get rid of this ridiculous visa lottery and chain migration system that we have in our immigration. And kind of close the loop on that. I mean, I think currently you look at the trends. In the 1990s, the amount of legal immigrants that we brought into the country spiked dramatically. And the amount of low-skilled workers that we brought into America correlated with it. And I think that's pretty troubling, because if we look at our country, every country has capacity. We happen to be enormously wealthy and very, very generous. But we also have capacity. We have a capacity that we'll reach as well. And so I'm not sure if I, we have much to disagree with on this, except in the sense that our ideas are the greatest ideas ever to exist in the history of the world, and we've created that country around those core set of ideas. But a nation is defined by its borders, and if we have a porous southern border and we allow it to continue, then we'll have an uncontrolled problem of child sex trafficking, opioids coming into our country, and lawlessness. So I thank you for your question. Appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you. Want to comment on that?
Well, the only thing I would add is if we're building a wall in Colorado, we might as well do one between California and the United States, too. So, just saying. I was just joking there, so don't take everything I say literally.
Hello. My question is for Charlie Kirk. Why do you deny the attack on the USS Liberty, which is well documented by both U.S. and Israeli sources, in which resulted in the death and injuries of over 200 Americans?
I deny that it was a deliberate attack by the Israeli government. That's what I deny. Thank you for being here tonight. Is there another comment you'd like to make about that? Sure.
Some people would disagree. I would just like to ask one more quick thing. Would you be willing to debate somebody that is an actual America First conservative like Nick Fuentes?
No. Thank you.
How you guys doing? Thanks for coming to New Hampshire today. My question is for Mr. Kirk. I was just going to say, why are you so obsessed with pushing homosexuality into the conservative movement when America is a Christian country based on family values? Maybe Mr. Paul come in at the end of that, because he has said about the gay marriage question at the beginning.
Take exception with the word obsession. I'm not really sure where you would get that from, but I'm proud that I have some of the closest friends and some of our most productive and amazing spokespeople and employees for Turning Point USA are individuals that are gay, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with a conservative movement that embraces talented people that also happen to be gay.
I would just say it's none of my business, really, what you are, who you are. I don't care.
Thank you for your question.
Mr. Senator, Mr. Kirk, thank you both for coming up. When President Trump speaks, he mentions many of his successes in regards to specific races: unemployment rate among blacks, small business ownership among Hispanics and Asians. At the same time, he not only avoids mentioning the main demographic that voted for him, white America, but continues to promote a progressive post-racial politic that suggests white voters should be grouped only by their political beliefs. As a white man attempting to move past identity politics, much like yourselves, I am wondering how realistic it is to expect other racial groups to stop banding together based on ethnicity and move forward as we have, especially when there is no pressure to assimilate to an American identity beyond that of having access to and consuming the same products.
Well, I mean, I guess I kind of treat it the same. I kind of treat it the same as the last question a little bit, in that the best kind of justice, the best kind of government doesn't care what the color of your skin is, whether you're man, woman, black, white, and that's the direction we should go. Can I make you not think about identity, or can I make us? I can't do that. But I think we're heading in that direction, and I think there was a time, you know, look, my wife's dad's a Baptist, and my wife's mom is Catholic. It was a big deal. The Baptist wouldn't come to the wedding because he married a non-Christian, according to them, all right? Catholics and Protestants didn't get along. Now you'd almost never see that anymore. But you see people marrying across racial boundaries. You see, we are an amalgamation that all the bad stuff you can say about our country, about us not figuring out how to get along, is better than it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But some of it isn't my job either, because people come to me and they complain about cultural things. Like, you know what the biggest problem we have related to poverty in our country? It's having kids before you're married. I can't do anything about it. I can't make you not do whatever it takes to have children. That's your business. But preachers should talk about it, and your community should talk about it. I'm not saying it's not important. It probably might be one of the most important things that people know in high school and as they become an adult, is to try not to have kids until you're married, because you'll live in poverty. And yet, I can't do it. I can't make a law to tell people to do that. It doesn't mean I'm not for it, but it kind of means ministers will come to me and I say, well, that's your job. You've got to tell people to do that. So some of it's through exhortation, trying to get people to do what we think is the right thing, and then some of it's through law. And being more libertarian leaning, I'm for the law doing very little at the federal government other than defending the country is about it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Tonight, this is more directed at Charlie.
This means it's going to be an easy one then. You get the easy ones.
So I just have to take issue with the stance most right-wing pundits like yourself have, which I find hypocritical. Recently at a talk in Jerusalem, you made the claim that America isn't a people, it's just an idea. You also claimed that Israel isn't just an idea, it's a people. This had me thinking. You cherish Zionism and people like Bibi Netanyahu or Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism, people who are open ethnic nationalists, who care very deeply about maintaining a Jewish ethnic majority in Israel. How can you be that vocal? I mean, how can you be a vocal critic against any and all forms of European ethnic nationalism while holding them opinions?
Thank you for being here tonight. I expanded on those comments later in the video and beyond that, saying that America also has a beautiful history and is a place, and I expanded on that in a variety of ways. Not the first time I've gotten this question this week. It seems like it just keeps on coming back, and even tonight. Look, I'm a proud American, and I believe in the ideas that built America, and I'm also proud to stand with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, and I apologize for that. I want to apologize for their history and the unfair amount of persecution that they're under from every direction imaginable. I mean, Israel is not perfect. They have their fair share of mistakes. However, considering that they are in a sea of totalitarianism, a democratic state where Arabs, Muslims, and Christians can visit their holy sites, can vote in democratic elections, and can all cooperatively serve in the Knesset is something that deserves appreciation, especially when it's in a region where the other neighboring countries are 600, 700, 800 years behind them. And I just find it puzzling at times the amount of criticism that Israel gets, considering the amount of horror for human rights that actually happen in the Middle East. And so, to build upon your original thing that you said, that I said in Jerusalem, I even expanded upon America, that of course we should be proud of all the amazing sacrifice that our country, people before us in our country have went through to make us possible. But yes, the ideas behind America are ones that are based in Scottish Enlightenment ideas. The Constitution, which is one that rights come from God, not from government. And any country that has ever had any form of success has duplicated and replicated the American ideas and implemented them in their country. And I think that's something that we should be very proud of. So thank you for being here tonight. I very much appreciate it.
We need to make it so that these people cannot show their face at a public event without being asked a question like this. In other words, without being held accountable. Because how long have we seen this going on? Where people like Crowder and Shapiro and Kirk and all the rest can go out there and parade themselves like they're free speech icons. They are ideas warriors, they're fighting in the marketplace of ideas for conservatism. And they pretend like they'll answer anything, they'll take any challenge and so on. But how long have we seen over the past 2 or 3 years that they have participated in, they've at least been complicit, if not outright participated actively, in the censorship and the suppression of real America First right-wing ideas, real America First right-wing thought. For once, I think since this phenomenon has begun, we can really get them and call them on the carpet and demand an explanation for what they've been doing, which is not right and hypocritical. And so to me, I think that's probably the most white-pilling thing of all. To me, that is the most priceless thing about this, is that Charlie Kirk will be at Politicon this weekend, and who knows, maybe he'll get a question from a more high-profile knicker. I don't know. I don't know what he can expect at Politicon. We'll see. But at the very least, he'll be at Politicon tomorrow. He'll be back on the tour next week. And he will know every time as he's getting ready, as he's putting on his necktie and buttoning up his shirt and everything, and he's putting on his makeup and so on before he steps out, he will dread the question and answer portion because he will know that there will be at least 1, 2, 3, 4 Groypers out there ready to grill him about the USS Liberty incident in front of sitting senators or the president's son, that will grill him about the First Step Act, criminals that are killing people because of policies he supports, mass immigration, the hypocrisy on free speech. And this is very satisfying. The Knicker Nation, the Joker heads are rising. You know what? If being a campus conservative is a thought crime, lock me away. If being a Latino campus conservative is a crime, then lock me away. But if not, then the show must go on.
I can't go in this one. I'm a paying customer. I can't watch the event. Why? I won't be disrupted. Could you remove me if I am disrupted? What would be that I would be yelling or something? This is stuff from 2017. I'm a paying customer.
It's like when you go to Disneyland and that approves it, you know, you got to see everything else.
Because I didn't break it. I'm getting removed. It's just not being let in.
Like I said, it's like going to Disneyland and Matterhorn's closed.
It's not quite like that because I'm being singled out. It's not like it's closed for everybody. It's closed for me for no reason. Right there.
6, 7.
Thank you, everybody.
8. Thanks to our police here. All state.
Yeah, big clown.
Speak a little louder, please.
Charlie, welcome to the best state in the union, Ohio.
Hey. The Ohio State University.
So my question is, if the president were to enact a policy that would completely benefit the United States and her citizens, but to the detriment of Israel, would you support it, yes or no?
Well, that's a false choice. Thank you for being here. I get a lot of questions about Israel in the last week. I will not apologize for my defense of our greatest ally in the Middle East. I will not apologize for the fact that I defend Israel against its critics both domestically and abroad. And I'm always just very puzzled at times when I get the amount of attention that is on the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where all three monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully visit their religious sites, the place that has respect for human rights, the place that the Knesset has representation for all three monotheistic religions, something that does not exist all throughout the Middle East.
Not to mention the only pro-gay place in the Middle East, by the way.
Yeah, so Rob, let's talk about that. How would most Middle Eastern countries treat you if they found out you were gay?
Let's see. You know, they can be like Iran and they can force gay men to transition into women. They can be like other places in the Middle East where they stone gays to death in the streets and they throw us off rooftops. And these are very real things that continue to happen. And so when I hear those criticisms of being pro-Israel that are coming from the left, that's really shocking to me. And this is why I call it the intersectionality cult, and this is why I say that intersectionality makes zero sense, because you have so many criticisms coming to Israel from the left, and Israel is the most pro-gay place in the Middle East. It is the only place where gays can be, it is the only place where gays can be open to be who they are without fear of being murdered for their sexual orientation.
And then to just answer your hypothetical that has no concrete example to this day, if any country would ever support a position that would be against our own interest, I would not support that. However, time and time again, Israel, and Rob, can you second this? They helped you when you were a veteran in Iraq with intelligence, supply lines, medical assistance.
Absolutely.
You know, when you were there. And so they stood side by side our efforts. And look, I was against the Iraq War, but I am glad that they helped you, when our servicemen and women went overseas there. And so I'm answering your, unlikely hypothetical with that answer. And I'll say this as final. I wish that the amount of attention on college campuses, there was 0.1% of the attention on other countries in the Middle East that Israel seems to always get, the only democracy, the only free enterprise country, and the country that most supports values that are closest to America. So
yes.
Thank you so much for your question. We appreciate you being
Thanks.
here tonight. So thank you so much. Thank you. We'll go to the next question. Thank you.
Where
I
I
think
will
you
be
need to find
much,
one.
much
Be
more
quick,
than
straight
him.
to the
I will. Somebody outside a protester was asking about the term culture war. It's got a long history, started late 1800s, Otto von Bismarck, Kulturkampf. In the late 1990s, mid-1990s, it was reclaimed by conservatives. One of those being E. Michael Jones, who actually started this magazine, Culture Wars magazine, and because of his fantastic work, we now understand. Thank you. Give it up. Because of E. Michael Jones' groundbreaking work, we now understand that sexual liberation is political control. It's a form of political control. And you have multiple times advocated on behalf of accepting homosexuality, accepting homosexual acts as normative in the conservative movement. How does anal sex help us win the culture war?
I'm going to let the gay man answer
Wait a minute. So can I ask you a question? Can you have the balls to ask the gay man on the stage that question and don't defer to him? Ask me that question. I will answer you that question. I'm gonna answer you. You already asked the question, so I'm gonna answer that question. I'm gonna ask you that question. This is America. This is the greatest freaking nation in the world. We realize that America is great because we have Western values. We realize that, let me finish, dude. We realize that gays and lesbians are able to contribute to American society in the same way that everybody else is. And let me tell you, when you continue doing that, okay, you realize that we are here. We are able to do everything. And let me tell you something as well. I served in the military, right? I served 5 years. I did an Iraq tour. What's up?
How does homosexual sex help us win the culture war?
Who said homosexual sex helps you win the culture war?
That's the question that I'm asking. Why are you promoting it?
Well, it's a BS question, and you know it is. It's not. It's a question that is not being. It's not a good faith question.
So I'm
it's
going
not
to
a
be
good
honest,
faith question.
Rob, honestly, I don't care what two consenting adults do. So that's the
whole thing.
And your hyper focus on it is kind of weird. Thanks for being here.
You seem to be really interested in gay sex. I'm pretty sure if you're into that, you can go find somebody to do it with. I don't know, maybe. Next question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Kirk.
And wait a minute. Let me. This is my first culture war, so I want to say that I have to make a statement, and I'm not here to tell anybody what to think or what to believe, but for me, somebody like that doesn't really have any place in the conservative movement because it's something that is so behind the times. And you can boo and you can do whatever you want to, baby, because I'm going to be me, and I'm still here.
Next question.
What's the question?
My question is largely directed to Mr. Kirk because you were raised as a conservative. Part of the issue I see here is, what's your name, Rob?
Yeah.
So you're saying, you're behind the times, this isn't conservative. Well, we don't want centrists in the conservative movement. We want to retain our core values.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
We don't want drag
But here's the thing. It's not about what you want, because here's the thing. The beauty about social media is that I can be me and I can bring myself to the table. And it's not about what you want, it's about what the people want. And if there are enough people in this movement that say, hey, Rob is cool, he's gay, whatever, it really doesn't matter what you think. You can say whatever you want and you can believe whatever you want to believe. But it's not going to stop me from doing what I'm doing. And it's not going to deplatform me.
So my question is, again, it's directed to Mr. Kirk because he was raised as a conservative. As the guy before has said, you've advocated for homosexuality, said that there's a place for the gay agenda within the conservative movement. My question is, and you're also comfortable with transgenders and cross-dressers, I understand. So my question is there any point where conservatives should take a moral stance on Christian morality, or should we abandon it altogether? So in other words, what is TPUSA's, what is your brand of conservatism doing to actually conserve Christian morality? If we're ceding to the left on transgender, gay rights, gay marriage, we don't want that in conservatism.
So you don't want him in the conservative movement? I just want to be very clear. Let's just be... Rob.
So you don't want me in the movement?
No. Hold on a sec. I want to be very clear. Hold on a sec. You're bringing some very charged language. I'm going to try to calm down the temperature in the room, so I can try to rationally understand an irrational position.
Why should we
Let me finish.
compromise our fundamental beliefs?
Let me finish. So, I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible is the greatest book ever to exist in the history of the world. And I believe Rob Smith has decency and dignity as an individual in the United States of America. Hold on a second. We're not a theocracy. We never have been.
And you know what? And wait a minute. Let me hop in here. Hold on, because I'm in it. He's addressing me.
Yeah.
The thing that I don't understand. Well, I'm addressing you. How about that?
You don't even have the courage to address the gay man on stage.
So the problem that I have with as somebody that is a gay Christian, and this is the problem that I have, because my relationship with God and coming back into the church over the past year and a half is one of the greatest gifts that has been given to me in terms of being in this movement. So my question to everybody who tries to say that, oh, you shouldn't be, Christian because you're gay, why are you trying to turn people away from God? So if you love God and Christianity is so right, because I do love God, so why would you be trying to turn me away? Why would you be trying to turn me away from God?
So we're going to get
to another thing, and one thing that I don't do,
question.
And one thing that I don't do is that there is no man that is of this earth that is going to tell me what God has for me and how much God loves me. So goodbye. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Next question. Thank you.
Holy shit, that was homophobic. Sorry about that, Rob.
Don't ever apologize for ignorance, dude.
Well, I'm not a conservative, so this is probably something you're going to have to get used to.
Before you answer your question, this is the first time we've gotten that kind of flow of whatever the heck that was. So continue.
So my point's going to be centered around on capitalism and its relationship to immigration. I, for the record, am not a conservative. I'm a revolutionary socialist, anarchist communist, to be precise, which is much further left than Hillary Clinton. And if you ever want to debate with a real leftist, I'd be happy to debate anybody in Turning Point. But my point is, Venezuela, we don't consider communist. It's state capitalist. But
guys, stop interrupting the questioner.
So my point is, you sit there and you call al-Baghdadi the greatest terrorist or the greatest genocidal maniac in the world, right? While ignoring the United States' historical role in the exploitation and the genocide of the indigenous peoples that lived here and the conditions that we consistently subject African American communities to, which I know what you're going to do. You're going to point it to Democrats. Yeah, the Democrats suck, by the way. I don't like the Democrats either. Like if Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton is about as far left as you go, you need to keep going. Don't go the other way. But my point being is, how can you ignore the contradictions within capitalism and its exploitation of indigenous peoples and its exploitation of labor and its exploitation of its ecological dislocations, while at the same time criticizing religious fundamentalists who should be criticized, while ignoring the genocidal behavior of the United States, the largest empire to ever exist? And those relationships can be proven through our historical... My name is Jorge, so that can be proven through our relationships with South America via the way that we've developed South America through NAFTA and CAFTA.
I think I got where you're coming from. So there was a lot there. First of all, America's definitely made mistakes in our history. The Vietnam War was a mistake. The Iraq War was a mistake. But America is not a mistake. The world is a better place because of America. Allow me to finish. I allowed you to talk uninterrupted. South Korea exists because of America. America went into the Korean War for one reason only, to make sure that the Korean communists did not control the entire Korean peninsula. Tens of thousands of Americans died, so now that tens of millions South Koreans can live free. If we did not get involved in the Korean War, which people would say was empire building, but guess what? We gave the entire country back to the South Koreans, and they are a free, Western-centered neoliberal democracy that is an amazing, beautiful country thanks to American interventionism. Now, mind you, America has made plenty of mistakes. I am not an apologist for every decision that America has made in the history of our country. However, America is a country that has made the world a better place. The world is more generous, more fair, more benevolent, more creative because of the American experiment and because of our country. When people are in trouble, America steps up. When there's a humanitarian crisis, America steps up. The most valuable countries, the largest cultural influence, and here's the final way that we can prove that America is indeed the greatest country ever to exist. There's two ways. Number one, we're the only country in the world where even those people who say they hate it refuse to leave. I'm waiting for all these celebrities to leave America, and I haven't seen it. Because there is no better country to be in than America. And number two, there is a waiting list, 45 million people long, to get into this country legally. We let in 1 million people legally into this country every single year. There's only 2 million legal immigrants into America every single year. We let in 1 million of those immigrants. In fact, I think that's too many. I think we need to actually have the RAISE Act by Senator Tom Cotton and moderately lower that over time. So this insinuation that America is an evil country and that it's within our fabric, which you're nodding your head and you agree with, is insulting to our history. It's an incorrect analysis of the good that we have done with the world. And honestly, it is not looking at what's actually happening, the amount of people that want to come into this country to make their lives better. Rob, would you care?
And let me hop on to the fact, America isn't good for blacks, so what? What other countries in the world have as many black millionaires as America? Has as many black entrepreneurs as America? Has many black athletes as America? Has many black entertainers as America? Has as many black billionaires as America? Has as many black people that are in the middle class as America? Has as many homeowners as America? Has as many business owners as America? Has as many black business owners that are creating jobs as America? You can't answer that question because there are none. All right.
Thank you so much. We got a line very long. Thanks for being here tonight.
All right, so according to the U.S. Census Bureau population projections, in 2045, whites will account for less than 50% of the population in the United States. Given that the Democratic Party's policies do not point towards the maintaining of our American ideals, and given the most groups other than whites overwhelmingly vote Democrat, how can we be sure that said American ideals will be maintained when millions of immigrants come in with majority Democratic support? Can you prove that our white European ideals can be maintained if the country's majority is no longer made up of white European descendants? If
right.
not, should we support
I'm not
mass
applauding,
legal
but let me
immigration?
finish. Okay, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, let me answer, I guess, your question with my perspective. I've been asked this a couple times in the last week and a half. Let me tell you my stance on immigration, then I'm going to tell you where I think you go terribly wrong with your question, okay? I think that we should embrace Senator Tom Cotton's RAISE Act, which is to lower the amount of legal immigrants into our country, but increase the merit base that we let people to come into our country. End the visa lottery, end chain migration, make English the official language of the United States, build the southern border, and restrict the amount of flow of border jumping and line cutting to come into our country. But I'm always perplexed by this argument I'm always interested by this argument, like, oh, how are we going to maintain our white status? So let's play out that racist idea, and all of a sudden we let a bunch of French people in our country. No, let's play that idea. We let a bunch of German or French people who are all socialist and hate our values. The insinuation of your question is that somehow race and ideology are intertwined together. President Donald Trump has been wrongly accused of being a racist president. Do you know that President Donald Trump received more support in the Latino and the black community than John McCain and Mitt Romney?
Combined.
I will also say that it is a failure of the conservative movement to not be able to communicate to communities in the black community, which I believe the black community is an inherently conservative community, a community that is around the ideas of the Judeo-Christian tradition. It is a pro-life community. It's a hard-working community. And so to reject your premise that, oh, how are we going to keep the white status of this? I find that to be a racist question. I reject the idea behind it. I do not think America should become a white ethno-state as a country. In fact, I think that is a fringe perspective. I appreciate you being here, and I'm going to rationally push back against it every single time I come in contact with it. Thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
And can I just say, I'm always like cutting in. So there's this idea that with America and our history, and our history is America is an imperfect place that keeps on getting better, I think. But there's this idea that all of our values are inherently white, or there's this idea that the conservative movement right now, and the conservative movement that I'm a part of, is black, it's Latino, it's white. It's so many people that have the same inherent ideas, and we come together with these differences because we all believe in the power and beauty of America. We all believe that patriotism and nationalism is a good thing. These are not things that are specific to a skin color or an ethnicity or a nationality or a religion or a background or anything else. And that is the world that I'm trying to push forward. That is the world that I believe that we live in. That is the movement that we are living in right now. So the idea that if America somehow becomes less white, then we're going to lose our values is an inherently racist idea. And not only is it racist against the blacks, whites, whatever, it's racist against people who are white that reject that nonsense as well, period.
Next question.
What a racist question that was. So I got a quick and fun, lighthearted question for you, Charlie. So I know you gave a speech in Jerusalem earlier this year.
Yes, I did.
Were there any awesome, fun dance parties that you guys had afterwards? Because I heard that Israelis are some of the best dancers in the world. If you guys don't believe me, just Google dancing Israelis. It's insane how good their dance moves are. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Israel's a beautiful country, a great country too.
It is. They're our greatest ally.
Correct. Thanks for being here tonight. Next question. Thank you for being here tonight. Next question. Yeah, let's give it up for Rob Smith for being a veteran, right?
Thank you. That's why I don't get bothered by the trolls. Like, what? I got bullets whizzing by my face in Iraq, and you think a troll is gonna shake me? I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm a little sick, so I'm sorry about my voice. But I have two quick questions, very quick. Do you believe in free speech? Absolutely.
Well, look, I believe every individual has freedom of speech, but also part of freedom of speech is you have the freedom to associate with who you want to associate with. You can say, I want to listen to certain things, I don't want to listen to certain things, as an individual. And I believe the solution to hate speech is more speech. As we're demonstrating tonight, we literally say if you disagree, you're allowed to go to the front of the line. I think we're practicing what we preach. Well, if you disagree, then go to the front of the line. You all disagree, well then, fight over it. Next one. So that next question, thank you. You got one question. Thank you. Thanks. One question.
All right, so I've followed you for a while. I've listened to a lot of your talks. And my question is this. Given that your interpretation of traditional conservative values stems from 1965 on immigration and 2015 on race, I'd like to know, how long do we have to wait until child drag shows are pushed as American traditional conservatism?
Let me answer. I'm going to answer that question. So, I get a lot of crap, and I've been getting a lot of crap from people in this room about being a gay conservative. And let me be very clear right now. No, you're not. But okay, that's great. But let me
he
address
served in the United States military. That's what he conserved, my friend.
How about
he served in the military while you're a coward and you go to the front of the line.
How about
he
I
went to
conserve
Iraq
this country,
to protect
dude?
our freedoms
How about
while
I
you go
conserve
up
this
talking
country,
about
dude?
conserving our country.
Your freedoms when I was fighting in Iraq for you. How about that? Is that a good enough answer about what I conserve? So let me be clear, because I want to address what he's saying, because I think that there's a valid point in what he's saying, even though what he's saying is crap. So there's this idea that there's a lot of crap going on in the far, I call it the LGBT alphabet soup left, that myself as a gay conservative is pushing back on. The child drag queen stuff is garbage, okay? The drag kid stuff is garbage. Trans kids is garbage, okay? And so I get crap from the right for being a quote-unquote fake conservative, and I get crap from the left when I stand up against that stuff and say that we need to calm that stuff down because it is not doing anything for America. As a matter of fact, I think that child drag queens and I think that trans kids, quote-unquote, are destructive to the fabric of this country. I absolutely believe that. So not to address a troll, but I need to say, as a gay conservative, myself and the Ricky Rebels of the world and the Scott Pressers of the world, we're the only ones in that community that are standing up against that crap and calling it for what it is. So if you don't think that you need us in the movement, these people on the left, the alphabet soup is going to do a lot of crazy stuff, and we need to pull them back in line, period. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Next
Thanks
question.
so much. Next
Thank
question.
You.
Thanks for being here.
Hey, my question is for Charlie.
Okay.
So, in the wake of the student debt crisis, stagnant wage growth across all education levels in all fields, liberal arts, STEM, how is regurgitating this far-left talking point of stapling green cards to diplomas America first? How is this any different than chain migration funded by taxpayers through the NSF, DOE, DOD? Those funds go to...
Yeah, I'm happy to elaborate on it. So I said at a speech last week that if someone graduates from a four-year college, they should have a green card stapled to their diploma. Let me elaborate on that further. I don't think it makes sense as America First to invest our tax dollars in foreign nationals that come to our own publicly funded universities and then say go back and compete against us in Korea, Japan, or Southeast Asia. Well, so you just said they're competing against us here. Well, actually, if they're employed by American companies or they're entrepreneurs, there's evidence to show that they actually embrace our American cultural identity and they come and they immerse into our country. So I'll give you a great example. So I'll give you a great example. This same sort of skepticism, the same sort of hostility was given towards Asians in the 1940s and 50s. Asians have been one of the most productive, one of the most amazing communities, least likely to commit crimes, most contributing communities to our country, including Indian Americans, people from Southeast Asia. And so I will say this, look, I'll nuance it even further. And a green card is not citizenship. I did not say citizenship. There's a huge difference there. But if you graduate from Stanford, MIT, Yale, and you're able to find a job that needs to be filled by an American employer, then yes, I do believe you should be given temporary residency to be able to fill that job. And guess what? You pay taxes, you're within the system. I'll say this, I believe in lowering the amount of legal immigrants. I believe in eliminating chain migration. I believe in ending the visa lottery, making English the official language of the United States, building the wall, enforcing our laws, and also allowing ICE to go into our inner cities to go after lawbreakers, as well as ending sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are one of the worst things that we allow to happen in our country, where lawlessness happens every single day. Thank you for your question. I appreciate you being here.
Hi, Charlie. So I saw and enjoyed your debate at Politicon with Kyle Klinsky over the weekend. And you said during the debate that the free speech police are telling people that they can no longer say certain things. Yet, as you were saying that, you had actual police prevent someone from merely watching the debate. Nick Fuentes. And there was no evidence that he was going to be disruptive or break the rules. But now Nick has some pretty abhorrent views that I strongly disagree with. But you say socialism is the most evil and deadly ideology.
Somebody told me that the police did something. That wasn't my event this weekend. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I'm getting all these messages that said I kicked somebody out. What do you mean?
Well, he was so there were multiple times when he went up he was in a line to take a picture with you, and then he was barred from taking a picture with you. And then he was barred specifically from your event. He was told that he
Is
would
this
just
the internet troll? I'm confused who you're talking about.
Who are these people?
Who are you? I want to be sure that is this the internet troll that is the guy that believes in white ethno-nationalism, or? Yes. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure, because there was a guy that infiltrated our booth at Politicon that security came up to us and they said we're not allowing this guy at the event. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Because there's a guy that infiltrated our booth, and then the Politicon security, an event that I don't run, they came up to me and they said, this guy made a little disruption. But I want to clear this up, because I'm getting messages about something I'm not totally clear on.
So if you...
Oh, he's got a lot of fangirls in here tonight, huh?
I mean, you debate socialists, and you say socialism is the most deadly ideology. Why not, if you're saying that socialism is the most dangerous, why not debate someone like Nick and get his bad ideas out of
Well,
the
I think
culture.
I've been debating a lot of his bad ideas here tonight quite well. So thank you very much for being here tonight. I appreciate it.
Hello. So my name is Patrick Casey. I'm an American nationalist and America First patriot. And thanks, guys. So, and despite all of that, despite my ardent support for the president and his policies, I was actually kicked out of CPAC earlier this year.
But I didn't kick you out of this event.
No, I'm not going to blame. I'm not going to blame you.
Just
I'm not
making
gonna blame,
sure.
Yeah, you're very defensive here. I get that. As was my good friend Nicholas J. Fuentes, whom I believe you were just discussing up there. But look, I'm not going to blame you for that.
I just want to make
I've got
sure.
a question here.
Is that the troll that keeps tweeting about me?
He's not a troll. He's a very intelligent guy who has a lot to say. He's somewhat of a troll, but
He
trolling's a very fine-
seems to be getting a lot of you guys to say stuff for him tonight, so.
I don't debate trolls.
I think we've been debating them all night.
Right, so I'm just citing CPAC's decision to remove American nationalists from their conference. I'm not blaming you for that. I'm moving it into something.
I don't run
I'm
CPAC
saying,
either.
Right, and I just said that I'm not blaming you. I've said that 3 times. So, but you do run TPUSA, and TPUSA did remove its relationship with Ashley St. Clair, who all she really did was take a picture with Nick Fuentes. She was in the same room. So my question to you, Charlie, is as someone who, purports to be pro-debate, free speech, and, the exchange of ideas, do you support blackballing people based on having controversial opinions or being even in the same room when a photograph is taken with someone who has controversial opinions? And the second part of that question is, if the answer is no, will you debate me on immigration, identity, and demographics?
Well, so, first of all, I mean this respectfully. I have no idea who you are. The other thing, that was a private matter. Ashley's a good person. We handled it privately. That's all I'm going to say about that. And finally, I just want to make a broader statement. I want to make a broader statement. My stance on Israel, I'm not going to back away on it. My stance on immigration is a mainstream position. And I think it's really incredible because the amount of people that have been here tonight that have shown hatred towards Rob, that have been shown hatred towards his ideas is pretty incredible. And so I really don't know who you are, and the fact you're getting as upset as you are.
Hey, you guys, who likes Cardi B? Cardi B? You know she has that song,
Shout out to the Groypers.
People do anything for clout? That Cardi B song, People Do Anything for Clout? People will do anything for clout. Anything for the clout, boy.
All right, this is our last question.
I flew on an airplane with this guy after the RNC 2016. Seemed like a nice guy. And, I like the idea. I like the fact that they have contact with Trump. And I like what the members are doing. They're great people. But, yeah, I know there's a lot of other videos online, too, of him really telling whoppers of lies. Or he has amnesia, brain damage, and doesn't have any type of long-term memory. I mean, maybe he's got a head injury. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's possible. Certainly he could be mentally retarded, as you like to say, or he could just be straight up lying. We've seen a lot of cases of this where people get involved in conservative politics and maybe say one thing, and then they get donors, and then they get people funding their organization. They get some connections. They rub shoulders with powerful people like the president or his son in the case of Charlie Kirk. And then all of a sudden their opinions start to change. And then suddenly, their love for America becomes a love for another country. So yeah, he could have been brain damaged, maybe dropped on his head or something, or he could just be straight up lying, in which case we have to hold him accountable, and that's what we're trying to do.
The president, the vice president, and the secretary of the Kansas State University Turning Point USA chapter had all resigned. They all issued statements saying that they were leaving Turning Point USA, and I think Jaden's was probably the most in-depth and eloquent, talking about how Turning Point USA doesn't support free speech, they don't support conservatives, they're not conservative, they don't defend the American worker, they don't protect Christian values, and so on. But today, we found out that the Kansas State University chapter has dissolved altogether. It's gone. Apparently, the people that were supposed to succeed Jaden and the vice president and the secretary, although they had planned on continuing, although they had planned on taking over the organization and remaining in Turning Point USA, they decided that they agreed with Jaden. So they just decided to completely dissolve the chapter. One of the biggest Turning Point chapters in the country dissolved after its leadership defected because they agree with us. And so to me, this is just incredible. It is exactly what we've been saying all week. they can try and make it about, and that's what the Zionist Organization of America is doing. That's what Sebastian Gorka is doing. That's what Benny Johnson is doing. That's what all these characters are trying to do, is to make it either about me, or make it about hatred, or make it about the alt-right, which is a movement that hasn't even been around for like 2.5 years. When in reality, what this is about, and what they're trying to divert everybody's attention from, is the fact that all across the country, Zoomers, Generation Z, young people like myself, are starting to realize that the conservative movement is full of frauds, that it's not that conservative. As I said, it is the Zionist Organization of America, an excellent organization. It says, quote, "The Zionist Organization of America urges Twitter to take immediate action against Nick Fuentes, an anti-Semite and white supremacist who openly denies the Holocaust and routinely spreads hate-filled and bigoted speech, and remove his verified account from the social media platform." I have to say, just from the outset, number one, remember that this is a diversion. That's number one. Number two, if we are going to play this game, if we're going to play this game of Nick said something controversial, we found this clip from his show where he made a joke, whatever. If we're going to play that game, I've never explicitly denied the Holocaust. You can find things where you think I might be referring to that, or maybe I'm making a joke, but I've never explicitly denied the Holocaust. And I don't really think there are any Holocaust deniers. I wouldn't use that terminology. Certainly you've seen people that might have some issues with how it's presented, or maybe there's some other ideas about what happened 80 years ago, but I've never gone on the record. It says I'm a self-admitted, I openly deny. Number one, I don't deny. I've never openly or explicitly done that in any fashion. The worst that we've done is made fun of this kind of absurdity where, you at the mere mention of this event, or the mere mention of it, you make fun of it a little bit, the exaggeration of it's every month is a Remembrance Day and they have Holocaust survivors at the State of the Union and so on. You lampoon that a little bit and you're an open denier, you're an open whatever. So in the first place, I have to say, on a technical ground, don't deny, and I've never openly denied, so eat shit. That's number one. Number two, how can I be a white supremacist when I'm not even white? Have you seen my last name? These are the first people that, if I'm called a white nationalist, will say, "Oh, Fuentes? That doesn't sound like a white name to me," but then they'll turn around and say I'm a white supremacist. So how does that work? 2% African, 14% Native American, I think we all understand. 25% Mexican. So I think we all understand a non-white person cannot be a white supremacist. So I reject this. Anyway, the article goes on. It says, quote, "Just yesterday," and this is ridiculous because it wasn't yesterday. It says, "Just yesterday, Nick Fuentes used an analogy of Cookie Monster, baking batches of cookies to attempt to deny the horrific murder of 6 million innocent Jews during the Holocaust, telling his podcast audience that the number just doesn't make sense to him." It's just so funny. The details are all wrong. The Cookie Monster did I mention Cookie Monster? I don't even remember. But it wasn't yesterday. This was like years ago. But in any case, they say that this little joke that I made was about the Holocaust. I don't think there's any evidence that it was about the Holocaust. There's nothing you could point to that shows that it was anything other than a harmless joke. It says, "This open and unashamed denial of the facts of the Holocaust is atrocious and disgusting," as Sebastian Gorka would say, disgusting. But what's more puzzling is Twitter's willingness to lend Fuentes and others like him a platform for prejudice, hatred, and lies. They would know a lot about lies, I would say. The Zionists know a lot about hatred and lies. It is long overdue that Twitter, in addition to Facebook, YouTube, and other social media platforms, consider their role in perpetuating violent and extremist hate speech, anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and other forms of bigotry. Now, mind you, this is because of a joke. This is because of a clip where I'm laughing throughout. Everybody knows it's tongue-in-cheek. Atrocious, it's dangerous, violent, extremist, hate speech, anti-Semitism, Holocaust now. Oy vey! I mean, give me a break. ZOA National President Morton Klein said, I'm not going to do the voice. It is absolutely, you're close. It is actually astounding and inexplicable that the most powerful companies in the world have no problem ignoring this pure evil, let alone offering even more exposure than average, as Twitter did by verifying Fuentes' account. He says, quote, "I urge Twitter to stop cooperating with Holocaust deniers, anti-Semites, white supremacists, and racists, and to prevent them from having a platform to further spread their vile, hate-filled speech." Now, I'll say once more, I think I said this on Twitter. It literally doesn't matter what I said, actually. It doesn't matter if you agree with me, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm lying about this, if you think I'm telling the truth. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter because Turning Point USA, and by extension the Zionist Organization of America, supposedly believe in free speech. Now, I don't know if the ZOA says openly that they're in favor of free speech, but you know that they are acting as a proxy for Turning Point. This is a clip from years ago, and everybody knows that. It's a tongue-in-cheek clip from years ago. I've done 500 shows, so you have probably 1,000 hours of content, and they found a 1-minute clip where I made a little joke, and this week they decided to publish it. Of course, that's not a coincidence. We know why this is surfacing now. We know why they're targeting me now. It's because of the questions. The questions directed at Turning Point USA. And so it really doesn't matter what I said, or if you think it's a joke, or if you think it's funny, or if you think I am an anti-Semite. What matters is this is an organization which purports to be in favor of free speech. Their whole brand is built off being free speech warriors, campus warriors, people that will talk to you anywhere, anytime about any idea, people that believe tech censorship is wrong. But their proxies are openly calling, explicitly demanding that all these social media companies kick me off the platform. Same people, I should add, by the way, that say that when the left uses these tactics, calling somebody a racist or a white supremacist or whatever, they say that that's facts not caring about your feelings or whatever. So to me, the hypocrisy could not be more clear.
Are you there, Bobby?
Hi, Mr. Gorka. I'm a huge fan of your appearances on the Tucker Carlson show. And I just have a quick question. On one of your tweets I'm reading right here, you say that people who are pro-censorship are afraid, especially on social media. So my question to you is, Mr. Gorka, are you afraid?
Can you read that tweet to me? What's the date?
You
can't, can you?
And
you can.
I'd be happy. Well, let me ask you this: Why?
So get to the point. Why are you really calling? Why are you really calling? Who are you calling about?
Why are you pro-censoring? Well, my question is: are you afraid of the ideas of Nick Fuentes?
No, I'm disgusted by Nick Fuentes' ideas because he's an anti-Semite.
Why are you advocating for censorship when you say that when people advocate for censorship, it's for the reason that they are afraid? So, sir, are you afraid of...
No, I never said... Stop talking. I never said censor him. I said, why the hell does he have blue checkmark verified status from Jack Dorsey?
You want to deplatform his verified status...
I want him not to be recognized as a verified individual. Sorry?
Deplatformed?
No, verified. Can you listen and can you read English? I said, how is he verified? Okay, let's listen to what your friend, the anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, posted on video.
I just want to know, Mr.
No, you stop talking now. You stop talking now. You stop talking and you listen, and then you justify for me what this man...
how you're
Pot him down. Listen to what Nick J. Fuentes said in a video on Twitter. Cut 8.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make $6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in $6 million. Maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked. Probably. And in addition, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies, and the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground. And so there's a lot of things. In the cookie kitchen, they say that the ovens are wooden and they have windows on them and they're not totally secure. And the ovens that they use, they actually did sort of an ad hoc use of that particular kind of oven, even though they made a perfectly good design for ovens for a different purpose, for delousing. I mean, for something else. So none of it really adds up. I don't know. It just kind of doesn't really make sense, this crazy cookie analogy.
So let's go back to our caller. I'm going to ask you a question now. That was Nick J. Fuentes using a cookie analogy that he called an analogy, saying it was impossible that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. I find that reprehensible and disgusting, and that's why I think he shouldn't have a blue check on Twitter. Do you defend his denial of the Holocaust?
Absolutely. Denying the Holocaust.
Okay, drop him. He's a racist and an anti-Semite. I am disgusted. To Mark in New York, line 2. Mark, welcome to America First.
Hi, how are you doing today, sir?
Good.
So in 2016, a lot of youth voted for Trump. I think a big reason for that was they had legitimate questions that if they asked, they would be called racist or censored by their professors on college campuses. Are you worried that you might push them back to the left or push them away from Trump if you keep encouraging, not even engaging with people like Nick Fuentes?
Not if these people's questions are, did the Holocaust happen? No, those people have no place in decent society.
So even if they voted for Trump, you're not worried about pushing them
No,
away?
I'm not a blind loyalist. I'm not a cult member.
I didn't mean...
If people are over the age of 18 and believe the Holocaust didn't happen, they are irredeemable. They have no function. What? Did I say that? Did I say that?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking.
I believe in the First Amendment, but these people should be recognized as reprehensible.
I just want to clarify, though, on your tweet, you said he's still on Twitter.
And verified. The issue is that Jack Dorsey... Okay, buddy, do you believe the Holocaust happened? Do you believe the Holocaust happened?
Answer my question. I'll be happy
No,
to
I've answered 3 questions already. You answer mine. You answer my question. Do you believe the Holocaust happened? Do you believe the Holocaust happened? You don't, do you? You're an anti-Semite. Drop him. Jack in St. Louis, line 5. Jack, welcome to America First.
Shout out to the Groypers and Nick Fuentes. Watch America First.
Oh, drop the guy. Let's go to...
Hey.
What's your name, sir?
Oh, I'm Philip Anderson. It's nice to finally see
What was that?
I'm Philip Anderson. It's nice
Philip.
to finally see you in person.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh,
What's your question?
Well, it's kind of a lot. Gonna try and make it fast. So basically, my name got banned for being a black person who's not a fucking slave. And I'm proud of that.
Wait, you got banned for being a black person who's not a slave?
Yeah, that's literally what happened.
Where from?
I mean, I literally just said things like, hey, if you vote Democrat, I think you're a slave. And they banned me. I'm not even kidding.
Well,
That's
who's
what I said.
they? Like you mean like slave owners?
I mean, like
they were
big
like,
tech.
we don't want him plowing our fields.
All right, here's it.
Like, what do you mean? Like, if you're like, I'm not going to be a slave. Like, all right, you're free to go. You're like, you're banning me now?
I mean, no, seriously. Like, these people, they fucking whip me. Like, go ahead, look up my name, look up New World Patriots without putting the number 2 at the end. It won't come up.
Okay.
It won't come up because they blacklisted me. And the thing I want to ask you about, well, first I want to congratulate you for actually having the fucking balls to talk about free speech. No one does it. TPUSA Charlie's a little pussy these days. That's right.
One thing is I'm not going to get into the conservative infighting and insult anybody.
Right,
that's not why
cool.
I'm here. And
I won't
I've
ask you
never
to do
met
that.
Charlie, but all of my interactions
We are proud
with
of
people
your
who work for me.
courage. We don't ask you to attack people because we know all the proxies will go after you. We know. Okay. We're just proud of you.
The epoxies? Like, do you mean like
No,
the stuff
I
you
mean-
put on a tile?
Yeah, no, I mean the proxies on
I gotta tell you,
Twitter.
if that's the reason you were banned as a slave, you probably weren't great. Like if you think like, I'm gonna put epoxy here. Like what? It just needed a coat of paint. Piss off! I'm not your slave. All right, your question, sir.
So basically, my question is, what are we possibly going to do if Conservative Inc. just completely goes libtard on us with what we're seeing right now with what they did to Nick Fuentes, where they barred him and they silenced him and they fired their own fucking employee for being in a picture with Nick Fuentes. Charlie, you're crazy. He didn't say that, I said it. Fuck
Okay.
you, Charlie. Anyway, the point is, if we go by the left's rules,
right,
then they win.
Okay.
Because they're getting exactly what they want. We just can't do that. We're giving them exactly what they
Okay,
want.
I just want to make sure because we do have a lot of people here, and that's why we have
Yeah, I
to split this up.
apologize for that.
So what's the question exactly?
The
Just so I don't-
question is, how do we stop Conservative Inc. from doing this? Because it feels like it's almost impossible.
How do we
All the
stop
proxies and
conservatives from
everything.
becoming libtards?
Well, how to stop Conservative Inc. from being fake conservatives and demonizing those of us who actually believe in free speech and standing up for people who want to speak freely.
Okay, well, it's a pretty broad question. So I'm going to try and
yeah.
it's not that it's a hard one. It's that
Okay,
it's
well, you're a
almost
smart guy.
nonsensical. But I will say this in the sense that I can't answer for any other conservatives. I can answer for myself. So I know that we have defended free speech for people who are conservative. We have defended free speech for people whose views we even view to be completely reprehensible, and even people like Tulsi Gabbard, who, when we saw an injustice, we tried to right it. I would hope, I can't speak for every conservative in the movement, but I would hope that everyone out there who is in a position of authority in the conservative movement would agree with me on that, regardless of where they line up on, I don't know, the war on drugs, or regardless of where they necessarily line up on certain economic issues. I would hope that we could all come together and support freedom of speech, because I'm looking at an entire room of people who, unless, I mean, show of hands or round of applause, anyone here who doesn't support free speech? Okay, so if there are any people in the conservative movement who are leading it, yeah, I think those people should be outed, but I don't know them. So thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Since the legalization and normalization of gay marriage 7 years ago, we've seen decriminalization.
Hold on a second. What was your name, sir?
Jacob.
Jacob. Okay, Jacob. All right.
So we've seen the decriminalization of transmitting HIV. Transsexuals become normalized. Child drag story hours at public libraries. Chemical child castration in efforts to early transition. And pedophiles are rebranding themselves as minor attracted persons and are being welcomed into the LGBTQ community. So my question to you is, with all this happening, what is the threshold for mainstream conservatives to actually stand for Christian conservative principles and not just be progressives that are 5 years behind the curve?
That's a mouthful. No, I certainly agree. If anyone's watched my content, I've taken a lot of flack. You know, the fig shirt, by the way, I think we'll be able to, this is just a fig. I wouldn't know a fig unless it, if you, like, I've only ever had them in Newtons. But I will say, you kind of tossed a lot in there. So if we're talking about chemical castration of kids and transition, that's child abuse. Okay, that's wrong. And if we're talking about this idea that men and women are fundamentally interchangeable and you can declare yourself to be whatever sex you want, and by the way, the idea that gender and sex are different, that's a very new idea. Don't let your college professors sell you that. It's a very new idea. It started in the 1950s with French existentialists, again, the cigarette smokers. Oh, maybe I can have a cock, you know? But even back then, they still believed there were only two genders. That's what's crazy. You go back to Simone de Beauvoir, they only believed there were only two genders. Then you had John Money. Are you familiar with John Money? Okay, so are you familiar with the studies that he did?
Two boys and one.
Yeah, he had two twins, and he would put one in sexually dominant positions, right? This was taught in school, and we found out both kids ended up killing themselves because he was a sexually abusive, I guess you would say, authority figure. Obviously, that's terrible, and it really took all the way up until, I think Judith Butler, she just came out and had a tussle with Naomi Wolf, which, two feminists having an argument, it's just a lesbian chain gang, like, I mean, like you don't want anyone to get hurt, but, it's not quite the Jets and the Sharks. It's just, someone's de-perm gets tussled. I guess de-perms aren't still a thing. Who got a perm in the last few decades? So I think those things are important. Now, and I've spoken against them for a long time. And something else as it relates, though, to gay marriage, because you toss that all in there. And I bet you that here you would probably have some conservatives who don't believe that same-sex marriage should be a thing, and certainly don't believe that it should be a federal thing. And then you probably have some conservatives here who share an opinion that I shared on Dave Rubin's show a very long time ago. This is when our channel was maybe, 100,000 or 200,000. And Dave Rubin asked me about same-sex marriage. And he said, well, do you support same-sex marriage? And I said, no. He said, what? And I said, listen, I don't give a rat's ass who you rump range. Like, that doesn't bother me. I don't care. But I don't think that marriage is a fundamental human right. I don't think that anyone has a birthright to get married. When we talk about fundamental human rights, we're talking about what? The right to speak freely, the right to worship freely, the right to protect yourself, your God-given right to self-defense, which is a firearm. Being married to someone, that's a privilege because you have to find a suitor, by the way. And for me, it was hard for a long time. In case you couldn't tell, people weren't beating down my door. All of a sudden, I have a few million subscribers. I'm kind of cute. But he said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, here's the thing. This was kind of new. I said, once you declare marriage a fundamental human right, then you infringe on the church, because the church can no longer decide that they will not marry two men, and they can lose their tax-exempt status, or a Christian business. And he said, well, that's kind of crazy. I said, well, trust me, that's what's going to happen, because we had Canadian pastors who were jailed. I think someone can fact check me on this. I think the guy's name was Boisson, who was jailed for saying, I'm never going to marry two guys in my church. By the way, notice Beto O'Rourke never says mosques. Right? Like, any church who won't marry two guys, they should lose their tax-exempt status. And there's every mosque in the country like, we're right here. He's like, I don't want to get blown up, so you guys are fine. Kickflip, whoa! So I think really a lot of those problems are solved by understanding the constitutional parameters of government. I believe anyone should be able to get a civil union that they want, and states can recognize that, and marriage should be in a church. Marriage should be something that the church recognizes, and civil union should be something that the government recognizes. Now, that being said, right, we go into why is marriage recognized by the government, okay? This is just something, a little history lesson. The reason we recognize marriage as a nuclear family, right, mother, father, and child, is because before federal government, before state government, before local government, we understood that the only way you could have a society is if the building block, the fabric of that society, was a nuclear family. Doesn't take a village, it takes a mommy and a daddy. And so that's why I support, of course, the idea of traditional marriage. I think a child does best with a mother and a father in the home. I do not think that a man who identifies as a woman can give everything to a child that a mother can, just like I don't think that two men can give everything to a child that a mother and a father can. But I do recognize that states have the right to recognize civil unions as they want. My problem is when they start infringing on the church. So I think a lot of conservatives probably share that point of view, and I think you know, listen, there are differing point of views. The good news is we don't all have to be like the left, and that we don't all have to follow lockstep and silence people we disagree with. But thank you for your question, sir.
So, Mr. Crowder, it's a question about tech censorship.
About what?
About tech censorship.
About tech censorship?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
After being demonetized by YouTube, you have been very anti-tech censorship. Yet, when nationalists who are more conservative than you are unfairly censored, like Nick Fuentes being kicked off of PayPal and Politicon events, James Alsop being banned off YouTube and Twitter, and Vincent James being demonetized, you don't seem to have the same anti-tech censorship vigor. If you oppose tech censorship, will you strongly advocate against the censorship of these individuals specifically? And would you consider having Nick Fuentes on your show to talk about where tech censorship is affecting conservatives online the most?
Well, listen, I appreciate the question. I'm not really familiar with Nick Fuentes, so I can't promise that I would have him on the show, and I have no idea why he was removed. I do know that when I see it with people where it's unfair, for example, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard or we saw it with Dave Rubin, we've done everything that we possibly can in our power to defend them. There's been no one at the front lines more than us. But there are also some people who get removed who have smaller channels that we don't necessarily even know about. So I can't answer the question because I'm not familiar with Nick Fuentes. I've had some people ask me in the past if I will defend folks who've actually violated terms of service by doxing people. I have no idea if he's done that. I assume that he probably hasn't. But anytime somebody is simply being targeted and silenced because of their opinion, regardless of how unpopular it may be, yeah, I don't think that people should be deplatformed. But I don't want to answer regarding someone who I'm not necessarily familiar with. But I appreciate your question. The spirit of it remains the same. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder.
Thank you. And by the way, I will say, I will defend your right to wear that Hawaiian shirt out in public and not get your ass kicked. It takes brass balls to wear a Hawaiian shirt and face the likely ass beating that is coming your way as soon as you cross the Y. I'm kidding.
The question I have for you was actually asked to Charlie Kirk last week at The Ohio State University. However, I wasn't really satisfied with his answer, so I was hoping you would be able to provide your own perspective. The U.S. Census Bureau projects that the United States will be minority white by the year 2045. According to a 2014 Pew Research study, 80% of blacks, 65% of Asians, and 56% of Hispanics identify as Democrats. Given that the Democrat Party is destroying American ideals, which I think we would both agree on, and given that non-white groups overwhelmingly vote Democrat, how will American ideals be maintained 25 years from now when currently nearly 1 million non-white immigrants become citizens each year? Before we answer this question, I'll quickly describe how Charlie Kirk answered this question. First,
Here's how we look into the future. We don't lie to minorities and tell them that we're going to solve all their problems. We tell them that they are included in this country, and that the only colors that matter in this country are the red, white, and blue, and that identity politics has no place in this nation.
Is propping up figures like Ben Shapiro, who said that Jesus Christ was rightly crucified. And what are we going to do if we do not keep Christian values in mainstream?
I did not say Jesus Christ was rightly crucified. And don't come up here peddling this nonsense about Ben Shapiro. Okay, next question. The ethno-nationalist back there? Guys, get a grip. I mean, I know where you're coming from, I know who you are, and we have no space for that in this movement. Okay?
Answer the question.
I will answer the question. So the question is about Israeli aid, okay, and why we do that. We do it because they have to spend a very disproportionate amount of their money on defense. And we care about the defense of Israel. And if you care about Christianity, which I think you probably do, they really, I don't, what's your, I mean, stop. They do not hate Christianity. Of all the places in the Middle East where the Christian population is growing, it's in Israel. Israel protects the many historical sites and faith-based sites that we care about as Christians in Israel. That's what Israel does. So yes, they protect Christianity. They are not an enemy of Christianity. That is nonsense. There are one Democratic ally in the Middle East. They can't possibly afford the defense spending that would be needed for them to survive. And if you don't believe me, just look at the many wars that they've had to fight to survive. Okay, I think this week there's rockets being lobbed from Gaza into Israel. Imagine if that were happening here. What would you do? Would you ask for help? Probably, unless you're such a big man that you could handle it yourself. I don't think you could. You'd ask for help. Luckily, there are people willing to help, and those people are here in the United States of America.
So I agree with your position on the fact that they do protect Christians, and I'm not going to argue against you on that. But what I will argue against you on is you didn't answer my question. If we're going to say that socialism is evil, but we're going to claim that Israel is our greatest ally, why aren't we going to criticize them on their use of socialist policy, like free healthcare for all, and the majority of their public universities being open to the public for free?
Okay, interesting. So I guess the argument you're making is that if there's a country around the world that has large welfare programs, because what you're talking about is a large welfare program, okay? Let's actually differentiate our definition of socialism versus large welfare programs. Because by that definition, you would also say that Nordic countries are socialist countries. Nordic countries are not socialist countries. They're not. I mean, they're free market-based economies, as is Israel. Israel is one of the #1 places for investment right now because of its free market policies, especially in the tech sector. So I fail to see how it's a socialist country. It used to be. They used to have much more socialized policies where I would define that as the government owning the means of production. That's actually what socialism is. Price controls. Great Britain had the same problems. India as well. So there's a lot of previous experimentation with socialism that is now just not the case.
Yes, sir. My question is for Congressman Crenshaw. First of all, I want to thank you for your distinguished service to this country. Congressman, just this year, after a 2017 version of the law was blocked by a federal judge, Texas passed a law that still requires certain contractors to sign a pledge that they will not boycott Israel. The state of Florida has also passed a law outlawing the mere criticism of Israel. Representative Crenshaw, on May 9th of this year, similar legislation was even attempted at the federal level when the House Appropriations Committee sought to amend a routine government funding bill to allow federal agencies to compel contractors to promise not to boycott Israel as a requirement of maintaining their relationship with the U.S. government. Congressman, in spite of our unique and historic alliance, these laws are obvious, flagrant, and troubling violations of the First Amendment and free speech. Given that when you entered office, you swore to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, my question is this: will you honor your oath and denounce these laws here, now, and forever, or do you agree with Governor DeSantis and Governor Abbott that the First Amendment should only apply to Americans who support Israel?
You're advocating for the First Amendment, or at least you're cloaking yourself in the First Amendment.
I wouldn't presume my intentions. I wouldn't presume my intentions.
I will presume your intentions. I will. Because I know who you guys are. And here's the problem with the BDS. When you create a movement,
I'm not advocating for the BDS
and divest and sanction one Jewish state just because they are the one Jewish state, there is a deep problem with that. That is anti-Semitism manifest.
It's your right as an American. will need to show a student ID to ask a question, so please have one available.
Hello, Congressman. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service to our country. I understand this talk is about American culture, and I appreciate the things you said. But if you don't mind, I'd like to ask a question about security and defense policy.
Yeah, by the way, this does not have to be related to the guys are good to ask whatever you want. Whatever, answer that.
So
Go for it.
Okay, so according to the survivors, as well as the Secretary of State at the time, Dean Rusk, in 1967, Israel deliberately bombed the USS Liberty, killing 34 Americans and wounding 191.
Right, no, we're still aware of that. There was a lot of investigations post the USS Liberty incident, and I have no reason to believe those investigations were biased in any way. And they found that Israel's made a mistake. And that's a horrible mistake. And we shouldn't shy away from that fact, but I don't think it was deliberate, and the investigations after that incident don't indicate that it was deliberate.
Was the spying deliberate that they just did a month ago in the White House?
And we will be only answering questions from the microphone, so Jordan's up.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that incident.
Why give them so much foreign aid if they have such a fledgling startup culture that you liken to that of the United States and Texas? Sounds like very different.
So for everybody else in the audience that isn't part of this small group here, you need to understand what's happening right now. What you're seeing is a fringe on the right that we do not associate ourselves with.
Here comes that N-word that you pointed out in the introductory video.
What was the N-word? Nick Fuentes? Yeah. Your little leader? Is that the N-word? Nick Fuentes? So that's their leader. That's these guys' leader. Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier. That is not something that we associate with the conservative movement. Here.
Now it's not true. What I was speaking about.
What are you talking about?
Top left. Your introductory video. You can get stopping it. Hey, I'll be on my way out. But in the introductory video, you went calling people Nazis as a way. Yeah.
Mr. Crenshaw up here. After Congress, what do you plan on doing? Do you plan to run for president and senate? What do you want to do?
Good evening, Mr. Crenshaw. On June 8, 1967.
Next question.
Boo.
Boo.
Good evening, Mr. Crenshaw. We'll have time for a couple more questions. Excuse me, Representative Crenshaw. Thank you for coming tonight. I wanted to say thank you for your service to our country. In July of this year, you made a post on Instagram discussing House Resolution Bill 1044 and its potential to stimulate U.S. job growth along with other benefits. You stated that the bill would not double immigration caps from countries from 7 to 15%. However, the bill does remove caps on H-1B tech visas. The primary benefactors to this are Indian Chinese tech workers who have been / are moving to the U.S. for domestic tech jobs. The point of my question is that considering that the future prices for labor will decrease in the U.S. because of the increase of foreign workers, because of bills like HR 1044, and that it was calculated by the U.S. Census Bureau that by 2045, Anglo-Americans will be a minority in their own home country. Not to mention that Pew Research data...
You're not very good at citing the law. You guys know what I mean? So, let me just stop there because your facts were just wrong about HR 1044. And you know, I guess in your defense, a lot of people believe the misconceptions about 1044. I got your question. I got your question. I get it, you know, you're concerned about white people being
your skin, is about your ideas.
It's your value,
Period.
right?
Period. So, well, you're also wrong about the legislation that you're talking about. So, the common misconception about HR 1044 was that it increased these visas. It actually does not. What it did is it changed the system we have, which is a quota system. So, from skilled, if you have a skilled worker visa and you want to get a green card, right now, that decision is based on a quota. So if you're coming from a country like India, where there's a lot of people applying for it, your wait could be 10, 20 years. If you're coming from a place like Somalia, it'll be like 6 months. So the question is that fair? And we decided it wasn't fair. We decided there should be a first in line basis. So that was the change that 1044 actually encouraged. And you use that to make some kind of terrible statement about future demographic changes. So when people on the alt-right, I think, sometimes fall outside of that category and are mad about, anti-whiteness or something, I say that's just not part of my ideology. It's just not. I section that off.
We're mad because Israel, his prime minister said that 9/11 was good for Israel, and Israel also said that 9/11 was beneficial for Israel. So your super PAC, your PAC supports Israel. That's their main statement, is to support Israel.
You guys are so much in common.
Don't call us names. Answer the question.
I didn't call you names.
You did. We answered the question. Discuss our ideas.
Interesting.
Let us ask our question. Let us ask our question.
Wait, answer the question.
You guys here are going to be talking for a microphone.
Yes, Congressman, conservatism is about order. And within just 5 years of gay marriage being normalized, we have seen a trend of trans kids, kids being chemically castrated, drag queen story hour. This is in Houston. And other occurrences which are all results of individual liberty run rampant. If there was a potential that the Supreme Court could reverse gay marriage, would you back that proposal, sir?
Well, I can't back a proposal as a legislator from the Supreme Court. I don't think that's in the works. Just to be clear, just on the basis in reality, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think that's been normalized. The question as conservatives that we have to answer is, well, we have to define our principles.
Yes, we do, sir.
And the principles of conservatism are this: is somebody's rights infringing on somebody else's rights? And so that's important. So when So some of the examples you mentioned, what's happening is there is an infringement on somebody else's rights.
Like kids who are getting their genders reversed.
Right. I'm against. Yes, that's problematic. That's one example. What else is problematic? Can you force somebody to participate in a gay wedding? And the answer is no. Of course not. You should not be able to. And that's the fight over a cake baker and a photographer. Can you force them to participate? And so we have to define our lines very clearly. I don't like the idea of telling gay people what to do either, if it doesn't affect anybody else. That's important.
I understand that, but what does homosexuality have to do with conservatism and the conservative movement? They're so separate and they're so different.
I'm not, well, a conservative movement is about an approach to government. And we approach with certain principles. Yeah, and so, there's a mix of libertarianism in there. I think, so it's an interesting question, I understand it. But I also, again, I'm going to say what I said before, I am not willing to tell the LGBT community how to live their lives as long as they're not telling anybody else how to live their lives.
They are. They're forcing transgenderism on kids. They are doing that.
Which I agree with. But that's a separate issue from gay marriage. So one of my point is I'm not trying to conflate all these issues together. Okay? And I think it's a mistake to do so. And the only way to differentiate between them is to really define how we approach problem solving. We approach problem solving like this. Do not infringe on somebody else's rights. Do not force your way of living on somebody else. So, if you're telling me
And I understand, especially being a Christian. Frustrating for the children who are having this happen to them, and we're doing, as conservatives,
but I agree with you on that.
nothing to reject the homosexual agenda. Nothing to reject.
That's not true. I mean, we're looking into that. That's
What
not true.
are we doing then? Tell me what.
I've been talking about it for the last week because of what happened to Younger. So it is again, but I'm just asking you not to conflate that with the entirety. Don't conflate that situation with all LGBT people. I don't think that makes sense either, right? Because I want them to be encompassed in our movement too, because there are certain principles that we can all agree on. So no, I'm not gonna push LGBT people out of the way. I'm not in favor of that. All right, I'm just not. And I don't but I also want them to understand that, I think there's a real problem with telling a child that they're a different gender. I agree with you on that. I think there's a real problem with that.
Both the primary and general elections, and I'm happy you brought to light what was happening in Dallas with the young man being forced to take on chemical castration. All right, that's horrible. And I was going to ask you was, when you have a company like Groyper Pharmaceutical Industries peddling these drugs in the United States, and they're based out of Israel, and it's illegal for a government contractor to boycott that because they're an Israeli company, would you support legislation at the federal level that would do the same thing?
Yeah, so that's kind of a veiled question about the BDS movement. I don't know about the company you're talking about, but yeah, I'm still against the BDS movement. That's not changing. And I think the U.S. government has a right to not do business with companies that are engaged in the BDS movement.
Boo!
It's not, and I know how this is played out online. No, it is not an infringement on free speech. No, it is not.
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
As a Christian, how do you get past working for someone who originally contributed to shaming the Covington Catholic kids and by retweeting left-wing attacks, and call Jesus a Jewish rebel who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble?
Wait, you're telling me that my Jewish boss doesn't believe that Jesus is the Son of God? I'm scandalized by this. I have no idea. As a Christian, how do I justify working for someone who's not a Christian? I find that to be a total non sequitur.
Who blasphemed Christ? That's my main question.
Well, it's not Are you suggesting that everyone? Hold on a second. Are you suggesting that everyone who is not Christian is guilty of blasphemy?
You are a Christian, and you're working for someone who blasphemed Christ, Jesus Christ. He called him a Jewish rebel, just a Jewish rebel who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed just like other Jewish rebels did. And I'm a Christian, and I just don't see I couldn't see myself.
Okay. So you're not going to work for
and
anyone
then
who's not
originally retweeted left-wing attacks on the Covington Catholic kids. I'm Catholic.
Okay, just to clarify, you're not going to work for anyone who's not Christian, is what you're saying. That's your decision.
I'm not going to work for someone who publicly states to millions upon millions of people that Jewish was a Jewish rebel who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans.
Would you ever work for a non-Christian?
Not if they publicly state to millions upon millions of people. This was on Joe Rogan that Jesus was a Jewish rebel who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble. This is what I'm saying.
I'll tell you what.
He said that to millions upon millions of people. This was on Joe Rogan.
When I get back to the studio, I'm going to talk to Ben and tell him you must be a Christian right now because that is unacceptable. I would definitely tell him.
That's a straw man. That's not what I'm saying.
Let me also.
I've worked for many non-Christians in the past. What I'm saying is.
Then let me tell you something. I'm going to talk now. Okay. Thank you for your question. If you have worked for any non-Christian, then you have worked for people who feel exactly that way about Jesus, because there are 7 billion people on earth. 5 billion of them are not Christian. All of those 5 billion believe that Jesus was a Jewish rebel or something else, or maybe something worse than that. So that shouldn't scandalize us, and the idea that we should make employment decisions based on that, to me, is totally absurd. Let's go to the next question. Thank you.
I really respect that you said we should not be shutting down any argument by calling people names. I absolutely believe that. Recently, you got into a little bit of a Twitter spat with Nicholas J. Fuentes. You went on your show and called him a punk and said he became a neo-Nazi to get attention. You said if someone's arguments are truly bigoted, they should be easier to disprove. So will you have a conversation with Nicholas J. Fuentes? And if not, isn't that kind of the same thing you just said that we shouldn't do? You know, labeling people to shut down conversations?
Yeah, that conversation began, that little back and forth began because your buddy Nick went on his show or whatever it is, having a tantrum, even though I hadn't said anything to him. I think what I had done was I had actually tweeted that the guy who killed a bunch of Mexicans was a racist piece of shit, which I stand by. Yeah. And for some reason, Nick J. Fuentes, that upset him. He didn't like that. He didn't like that I was talking about blasphemy. I was blaspheming a mass shooter. He didn't like it. And then he went off on a rant. He started calling me homophobic slurs, and he said that I'm a race traitor because I work for Jews, and so on and so forth. And I responded, do I want to have a debate with him about whether I am those homophobic slurs or whether I'm a race traitor working for Jews? No, I don't think I need to debate with him. For the same reason, I don't need to debate, a 6-year-old who's crying because I took away the lollipop.
I mean, isn't that kind of labeling someone a slur so that you can avoid the debate? I mean, you guys could debate about any number of issues.
That's literally how the debate started, with him
now you're
labeling
shouting me down. You see,
that's literally, no, you said your piece. That's literally how the quote-unquote debate started, with him labeling me slurs. Don't you see that?
I mean, that maybe, but you could debate any host of issues with him. You could debate, I mean, you pick.
If someone shouts slurs at me, I'm going to respond and move on. I don't feel the need to sit down with them and have some tea and talk more about whether I'm whatever slurs that they just
I mean, would you debate serious topics with him, like, say, demographics, immigration? He absolutely would.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Like, say, demographics, immigration, something like serious like that. Would you debate that with him?
Is he capable of having a debate without shouting about the Jews every 5 seconds?
Absolutely,
sure.
yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right,
he would.
Great. Well, I'm good for him. Thanks.
Would you be willing to have a debate with him?
No, I'm not going to have a debate.
Isn't that kind of what you just said you don't do? Shouting people down, refusing the conversation?
Well, I'm not shouting him down. He can talk.
Refusing the conversation, though.
No, he can absolutely talk about the Jews all he wants. It's just I have no interest in talking.
I mean, he wouldn't. You wouldn't have to talk about that at all. I mean, I feel like these are excuses.
Okay, no, it's just I don't have to sit down and have a formal debate with every idiot who rants about me online. If I did that, I could never do anything else in my life.
Can you see how that would look to some like you're making excuses to avoid the conversation?
I've answered your question. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Wolf.
Hi.
So I am an American whose family has lived here for a long time. I had, I think 5 generations ago, a grandfather served in the War of 1812. My grandfather served in World War II, and I just finished up my Army service over in Monterey.
Thank you for your service.
Now, all of my lineage is European. I think no one in this room would argue that this country, the pioneers, the grit, the imagination, the brilliance it took was of the European mind. It wasn't the Indian mind, it wasn't the Chinese mind, it wasn't the Japanese hand, it was European. Now,
I don't know what a Chinese mind is, I have to tell you, but I don't know what that is. I don't think minds...
Okay, I didn't... Okay, now my question is this. Japan has a right to stay Japan. China has a right to stay China, right? No one is trying to pick and plug Bangladeshi migrant workers, Indian migrant workers into China, into Japan, and expect them to stay Chinese, to stay Japanese. So my question is, without calling me racist, I don't think you would do that. Why is it wrong to want to preserve our heritage and keep the country that our ancestors founded European? Why? Why is that wrong? Where is the moral conundrum there?
Okay, can I answer your question? Yes. I think it's, in order to have a country, to have a people, there needs to be some unifying foundational thing, right? And in this country these days, I'm not sure what that unifying thing is, and that's a problem. It's hard to have a country that way. But I don't believe that our unifying principle was ever race, skin color, ethnicity. Let me finish. I don't think that's what our country ever, and I think in fact that's what separated our country from every other. Because you can go to any other country on earth pretty much, and find countries that are, their unifying principle is ethnicity or religion. I think that for us, our unifying principle was essentially a doctrine. It was the doctrine of human rights. That's what, did my mic go out? Oh, it did? Okay. Anyway. Okay. I can continue. I think our unifying principle is that doctrine and that set of ideas. And so when I talk about our country not being a country anymore, which I do feel that way, it's because we don't have that shared set of values and ideas anymore. Even something as simple as believing in human rights. Okay, I think that is a foundational to our country. But I also believe that a lot of people don't believe in that anymore, and so that's what makes it difficult for us to have a country.
Well, but my specific My specific question was, why would it be immoral for me to want to preserve my European heritage? And I didn't say, do you think we should? I said, why would it be immoral?
I think it's un-American, is what I would say.
But why would it be immoral?
I think it's un-American.
But that's not
I'm not gonna try to get.
No,
I don't know why you're trying.
It's okay.
I'm not gonna try to get into your heart and your soul and find out what's going on there. What I'm saying is, I don't think it's American. I think it's flawed, and I just told you why I think it's American.
But is it immoral for me to want to preserve our European heritage?
I guess it would really depend on what motivates that, and if you're saying that it's not motivated by bigotry, all I can do is trust you on that. I can't look inside your soul. But I think it's un-American.
So it is bigoted of me to want to preserve European heritage.
I can't look inside your soul to tell if you're a bigot. I mean, it sounds like it, but I don't know. I don't know why you want me to do that. I can't read your mind.
Hi, Matt. My question is, do you think that modern American society has an anti-white bias? What do you think is causing that, and what do you think that we should do to solve this problem?
Anti-white bias. No, I don't think it comes down to race. I think, as I said, I think it comes down mainly to ideas. Yep.
Good afternoon. My question is regarding the state of conservatism in the 21st century. It appears like our base, our party, has been hijacked by neocons and libertarians that only pay lip service to evangelical Christians on the social issues and immigration. However, these conservatives only seem to deliver on securing funds for Israel, getting us involved in more wars, bringing in low-skilled labor to take away jobs from U.S. citizens, while also pushing for corporations to get tax cuts and to decide the wages of the American worker. What should we do regarding this crisis, or is this even a crisis to begin with?
So what should we do about the crisis of illegal immigration is basically your question. Sorry if I...
Corporatism, regime change wars.
Okay, that was a lot that you're asking me to solve in 2 minutes here. Well, as far as immigration, I would say I'm 100% in favor of building the wall. I think the idea that we were going to build a 2,000-mile long wall across the entire border was always pretty silly. I'm not sure that anyone ever believed that was going to happen, but certainly we should be increasing the physical barriers, because I think studies show that that does decrease the problem of illegal immigration, and we should be enforcing the laws that we have on the books. I think that's also a problem, is we haven't been enforcing those laws. So, hope I answered your question.
Hi, Matt. Sorry, let me just scroll my question real quick. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry, here it is. Okay, sorry about that. Within 5 years of gay marriage being approved, we have drag kids, drag queen story hour, adults dancing with children at pride parades naked, decriminalization of AIDS transmission, kids being chemically castrated by the state, men competing in women's events, and Desmond is Amazing going on Good Morning America. In Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, they've started to promote pictures with drag queens such as, what was her name? Lady Maga? Yeah. Have you seen that?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. Lady Maga?
Yeah, he was taking a picture with like a guy dressed as a woman.
Okay.
My question is, how long do you think it is before Turning Point USA or other conservative organizations start hosting their own conservative drag queen story hours? In other words, how long is it before corporate conservative Inc., mainstream conservatism becomes effectively left wing.
Okay. I can't speak to Turning Point USA or what their plans are. I have a feeling that drag shows probably aren't in their plans, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. But in terms of, generally speaking, conservatives embracing this sort of thing, and what you're talking about is more than anything the abuse of children, the sexual abuse of children. In terms of conservatives embracing that, so-called conservatives embracing it, it seems that the pattern is that conservatives generally will object to something, and then it happens anyway, and then within 10 years, most so-called conservatives are saying, it's okay. Right. And so I would say, generally speaking, I think that 10 years from now, probably there will be a lot of conservatives defending it, or at least saying that it's okay and we shouldn't interfere, unfortunately. I think that's the pattern.
And what do you think we can do to counteract that?
Well, in terms of these things involving children, I would be totally in favor of laws. I think this should be illegal. It should be illegal to dress a boy up in drag and parade him around on a stage. It is sexual abuse. It should be against the law. Sexual abuse is against the law. All we have to do is open up those laws to include this form of sexual abuse. And certainly anything involving, quote unquote, transitioning a child should be totally illegal. And Republicans should jump on this and be proposing laws against it. But I don't think we can fully solve the problem through laws, though. I think it's also a cultural thing, and so all we can do is continue speaking out against it. And I think there are a lot of people who, right now, are complaining about the drag queen stories and hours and everything. But a year ago, 2 years ago, when it was ramping up, they weren't saying anything about it. So we just need to be more vigilant and more outspoken. Thank you.
This will be our final question.
Thank you. Hello, Matt. Welcome to LA. It doesn't work. Okay, sorry.
You want to come?
Sure.
It works online. It works on the live stream.
It works online. Okay.
Okay. I agree with everything you say on life, marriage, and gender, and I agree with your points. But coming from an Italian Catholic perspective, I guess you can call me Grandpa Groyper. But I've been watching some of this stuff. There seems to be a real point of contention between what I would call non-interventionists. In my generation, we were Ron Paul Republicans, or going back further, one of my historical heroes is Father Charles E. Coughlin. And on the other side, you have what I would call maybe very sincere but fanatical pro-Israel Zionists or neocons. And they support every war that comes down the pike, they seem to support. And so you have the new mouthpieces of the new neoconism, or not only do they support the Zionist wars, but they're not conservative traditional at all. They support just what you're referring to, the LGBTXYZ and the open borders. And one last point. I want to ask you, do you agree with my characterization of this conflict between physical conservatives, Zionism versus non-interventionists, and which side are you on? And the second point, the great-grandfather of libertarianism, Murray Rothbard, who was a Jewish atheist, he actually, believe it or not, you can look this up, he supported Dr. David Duke for president and then Pat Buchanan. So I don't think there has to be such acrimony and such hatred. I think we're, as Catholics, as Christians, we could communicate with the other side, so to speak, without having such acrimony.
There should be acrimony with the KKK, you're saying?
No, I'm talking about the non-interventionists. This is.
Well, you just said David Duke is.
He's not in. He hasn't been in the Klan for 40 years.
Oh, well, good for him.
Yeah.
I'm glad he made that change to his life. To get to your question, though, about do I agree with your characterization of it being Zionist, so-called Zionist? I don't think that's how it breaks down at all. I don't agree with that characterization. And I'm not even sure how you work that out personally, because I agree that we have a problem with interventionist wars and we're trying to be policing the world and all that. I'm not on board with any of that, and I've been an outspoken critic of that. But if you look, for example, at Barack Obama, I don't know if you would call him a Zionist too, but he was doing the same damn thing. And he was, okay, well then you would, all right. But he was over there interfering and I think rather than it being in service to Israel, which appears to be your theory, I tend to think it's something much simpler, which is it is arrogance and hubris of politicians in this country who want to control everything and think that they should be imposing their will on the entire country. It's not out of some fealty to Israel that they're secretly bowing to Israel when they go home. It's about themselves. They're bowing to their reflection in the mirror, and I think that's what this is. It is a problem of arrogance, and also recklessness of them not, the politicians, I mean, valuing the lives of our service members who are sent over to fight these often useless wars. Okay, thank you.
There was an article published by Chicago Antifa this week, which, as I said yesterday, revealed a lot of personal information about me. Some of it not true, some of it true. There are things that are just obviously wrong. The dates are wrong and some of the details are wrong. But in any case, this was an attempt to intimidate me. It was an attempt to harass me. The timing of it is not coincidental. You know that it came out during the Groyper War when we're attacking Charlie Kirk and not the left. That Antifa published a full dossier and all my personal information and, how I came to be where I am and where I went to school and everything like this. And at the top of their article, their little hit piece, which again is designed to send people to attack me or whatever, is a little note that says, quote, "This article would not have been possible without assistance from Turning Point USA members." Now again, as I said yesterday, we don't know if this is 100% true. This is what Antifa is claiming, but I haven't heard anybody from Turning Point USA disavow this. I can't think of a reason why Antifa would even include that in this article. If we're attacking the right and everything is going on, why would they throw that in there? Turning Point USA is working to deplatform me. Why would they attack them? They write Turning Point USA and its members, this article would not be possible without them. And to me, this just says it all right there. I can absolutely imagine a scenario where a Turning Point member, or one of the higher-ups even, orchestrates something like this. As I said yesterday, this is consistent with their modus operandi since we humiliated Charlie Kirk at Ohio State University, which is to say that after we went, and it was something like 9 Groypers went and asked their questions, Charlie Kirk immediately engaged in the same left-wing Antifa tactics that the left does all the time. First of all, he smeared us as racist, homophobes, and all the rest. That was day number 1. Day number 2, Charlie Kirk purged everybody who was sympathetic to our cause and then put them on a blacklist because they're racist or supporting racism so that nobody else in the industry would hire them. The day after that, they ordered the Zionist Organization of America to deplatform me. ZOA put out a statement and said that Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube should ban me from their platforms because I'm hateful and so on. And so after 3 coordinated attacks like that, all orchestrated by Turning Point USA, we could say that they are following the left-wing Antifa playbook. Smear, purge and blacklist, deplatform. Is it any wonder now that they're outright working with Antifa? They are openly, it seems, working with Antifa to then dox me, to then dox my personal information so I get attacked? I understand why people might be skeptical of something, but to me, it fits right along the same pattern. I can tell you as somebody that's been attacked by left-wing journalists my entire career, if you want to call it that, for the past 2 years. Every time Jared Holt writes a hit piece about me, it follows the same pattern. Smear as a racist, blacklist anybody associated with me, take down anybody associated with me, call for my deplatforming, dox by Antifa. It's the same playbook. And is it any wonder that after you use Antifa tactics that we would find Turning Point USA members in bed with Antifa? After all the people that are backing up Turning Point USA, slandering me, slandering the Groypers asking questions, where do you think they're getting all their information about us from? They're getting it from Jared Holt. They're getting it from Will Sommers. They're getting it from Right Wing Watch. Will Chamberlain, who has been acting as a proxy for Turning Point USA this week, going on the offensive against me, attacking me, trying to put out content to show what a terrible person I am. He pulled a highlight reel, my greatest hits, I guess you could say, of clips he thinks would be damaging to me, and he pulled that from Right Wing Watch. Right Wing Watch employs Jared Holt. I'm sure Jared Holt probably put that video together. Jared Holt is in Antifa. Jared Holt motivated the Antifa shooter in Ohio this summer. So to me, this is no surprise at all. To me, I look at what happened this week, and certainly you could say that it's not 100% guaranteed that this is true, but I look at the pattern and I think, if they're attacking us in this way, if they're smearing, if they're deplatforming, if they're working with Jared Holt, would it be any shocker if they just took the final leap and just outright gave information to Antifa? It gets even better than that. We have a little bit more on this. Hunter Avallone has been on the attack against me. Hunter Avallone is a Turning Point USA ambassador who has called me alt-right, white supremacist, homophobic, neo-Nazi, you know, all this kind of stuff. Smeared the Groypers, smeared what we're doing on the college campuses. He's made multiple videos about us, multiple videos about me, and how conservatives aren't being censored and so on. The other day, he got some pretty special praise from a YouTuber named Vaush. And I'll tell you a little bit more about Vaush in a moment, but first I'll read you what this YouTuber, again, he goes by Vaush, communist, what he has to say about Hunter Avallone. He said on Twitter, quote, Hunter Avallone has been killing it. He's been killing it lately, calling out conservative fake news and getting a lot of heat for it. Even if you disagree with or don't like Avallone, this shit is admirable, and he's taking fire for speaking the truth. Reward good behavior. And he puts a link to Hunter's videos about me and conservatives being censored online. What's very interesting about Vaush is not only is he in Antifa, he's also said that he supports violence against Trump supporters. He also has come out multiple times in support of child pornography. Just like Destiny, just like Stephen Bonnell, he has said that it's actually ethical to produce and to use child pornography. So this is really not a good look for Turning Point USA. You know, this is stuff that we've been saying for years, that Charlie Kirk is a leftist, that Charlie Kirk is not a conservative. We've been on this campaign to prove that by asking questions. If it wasn't proof enough in the way they responded initially, or with the purges, or with the calls for deplatforming, or with them doxing people that are speaking out against them with Antifa, just look at what Antifa has to say about it. Antifa members themselves, pro-pedophile Antifa, are giving their hats off, tipping their hats, so to speak, to Turning Point USA brand ambassador Hunter Avallone for attacking us. And I think that says it all right there. You know, there really is no difference at the end of the day between Turning Point and Antifa.
Let's say that your greatest achievement in life isn't family, kids, church, community, but that you once made a semi-ironic meme that 7 other people like you upvoted on Telegram.
How about Vince James? Wait, pause.
Turns
Pause,
out
Jack. You know, we just have to pause and treat this like a regular. We can't just go through this. This is just outright slander. This is just simply outright slander. The idea that our movement is comprised of people that are like, oh, the only thing that they have going for them is memes. How about Vince James? Vince James has a family. Vince James had a job. His job was destroyed because of people like you. How about almost anybody in the movement? I can tell you dozens of people that have come up to me at CPAC, that have come up to me at Miami, people that are married, people that have high-ranking jobs, people that work in the government. We have people that work in the White House. For him to say that the only people that support these ideas are, oh, they're basement dwellers, duh. That's literally a left-wing talking point. He wants to talk about the radical left. It's the opposite. It's the radical left and the left that needs the mainstream right. Why do you think the radical left debates Charlie Kirk? Right? Why do you think the radical left tries to get us banned and doxxed and all the rest, but they don't seem to mind any of these guys? Certainly there are some Antifa that come to show up and protest Ben Shapiro, but Kyle Kulinski debates with Charlie Kirk. Kyle Kulinski wouldn't talk to me. The Young Turks will talk to Charlie Kirk, but they won't talk to me. It's the opposite. He says at the top of the debate, the alt-right, and first of all, we're not the alt-right, by the way. We're the America First right. He says, well, oh, they're rebranding themselves. They're just trying to confuse you. It's really not that confusing, Ben. I've explained it 100 times to people that haven't been following a lot of the internet drama for years that the alt-right was founded by Richard Spencer, or at least adopted, inherited by Richard Spencer. The term was coined by Gottfried and Spencer. And after Hailgate at the NPI conference in 2016 and after Charlottesville, it was increasingly dominated by Spencer, who is, I would say, a white globalist would be a good way to say it. We're not white globalists. You could describe us as identitarians, as nationalists. But the ideology that we have is different from the alt-right in not insignificant ways. And if you know anything about me, if you've ever watched my show, me and Richard Spencer don't even get along. We got along for maybe a minute last year. I could play for you the voicemail that he sent to me in January 2018, and you'll see the differences between what an alt-right person says and what we say. So, I mean, that whole smear is just simply not true. This is, talk about trying to confuse people. This is obfuscation by Ben Shapiro, who's the king of deception. You know, and they say, oh no, the left wing is trying to make advertisements about me and pesticide. It's like, well, I don't know, big guy. This is kind of tricky
lead influencers
behavior.
in the alt-right not so fond of black people either.
I love
One particular lead influencer, when asked if having sex with a dog is the same thing as having sex with a black man, said, quote, they would both be degenerate. Really?
Yeah, exactly. Some stupid whore, and I've been over this 100 times, some stupid whore who has a tattoo on her ass of a bar on what is it? Clarendon, Virginia. So this is who we're talking about. Septum ring, nose piercing, fucked every guy at the Leadership Institute training with the tattoo of the Don John bar on her ass. She's the one that started secretly filming me in the basement of the Leadership Institute headquarters and said, do you think having sex with a black man is the same as having sex with a dog? And I said no, but I don't care for race mixing, okay? And I don't, and that's a popular position. But they try and pretend like, oh, he compared it to bestiality. Yeah, I was set up. Somebody secretly recorded me, asked a loaded question, and I answered it correctly.
Really classy people. So,
really classy
believe
people.
all these garbage things.
Yeah,
And
what
said all
did you
these garbage-
what did you say about bulldozing Palestinian villages? I love how these people are the first ones to cry foul if you bring up their old quotes, and they say, oh, no, I disavowed. You know, when Ben Shapiro said that Israel should be ethnically cleansed to Palestinians, we're all supposed to give him clemency on that because he said 5 years later, oh, I don't agree with that anymore. But I said 2 years ago when I was 18, being secretly recorded in a loaded question that I don't like race mixing and my life is destroyed forever. I'm a really classy guy, according to Ben Shapiro. Go fuck yourself, you fucking loser.
Garbage things. And you are, in fact, a garbage human being.
Garbage
When your
human
views
being.
are-
Dude, you're fucking scum. You're gonna burn in hell for denying
Obviously, white
Christ.
supremacist garbage. What do? You take 4 steps in order to legitimize yourself. Step number 1, the Trump gambit. First,
Trump
you
gambit,
declare
yeah.
your allegiance to President Trump and declare that you're not really alt-right, even though you obviously are.
We're
You
not,
show up to
dumb
lectures
bitch.
wearing a MAGA hat in order to get the media to cover it, and in order to demonstrate that you are truly a representative of the 63 million Trump voters. You call yourself
We are.
America First,
We
hijacking
are.
Trump's slogan. But what you actually mean is white Americans first.
Yeah, that's
The
another
media-
slogan. That's another slogan from the left. We've never said that. And by the way, we do support President Trump. I took shit for 3 years for supporting President Trump. Everybody that asks a question supports President Trump. We're getting cover from Michelle Malkin and Ann Coulter. They're defending what we're doing. They know that we're nationalists. They know that we're sincere Trump supporters. We didn't tell the first 2 people to bring the rosary when they asked the first questions in Colorado. The people that follow me are Trump-supporting Catholics. Oh, but that's all a gambit. But yeah, Ben Shapiro says, well, they don't say they're alt-right, but they are. Well, they don't say they don't support Trump, but, they don't. And they don't say that they're whatever. Yeah, so everybody's lying except for you, Ben, right? Everybody in the world is a dishonest piece of shit, garbage human being, except for you. Ben Shapiro, whose father paid for him in one of the most elite private Jewish schools in Los Angeles, got him into college, paid for his undergraduate degree, got him set up with some guy in Hollywood, got him set up with the Wilkes brothers, billionaire people that funded the Daily Wire. But yeah, we're the garbage human beings. What has this guy produced in his life other than hot fucking air and advertisements?
They're encouraging people to wear MAGA hats to events, so be on the lookout. That doesn't mean everyone with a MAGA hat is an alt-righter, obviously. What I'm saying is that the vast majority of people who wear MAGA hats are not alt-righters. I'm saying the alt-right is looking to disguise themselves specifically for purposes of publicity. Okay, step 2, then you declare yourself the true conservatives, the true heirs to conservatives.
We are the, yeah, the way he
Right,
says
not
that.
a bunch of masturbating losers who live in your mother's basement. No, you're the true heirs of conservatism.
Masturbating losers who live in
The
their
way you do
parents'
this is that
basement.
you
There it is again. There it is again. Yeah, not everybody, Ben Shapiro, can have their parents foot the bill for elite private Jewish school in Los Angeles. Not everybody can use their father's connections to get them into UCLA and go to law school and get them set up with Hollywood producers. And that's literally what it is. Where's Jeremy Boring's background? Anybody remember Jeremy Boring, co-founder of the Daily Wire? What's his background in Hollywood? What's the background of Ben Shapiro's father and mother? They work in entertainment. He was born in LA. Hollywood people propped him up and created the Daily Wire. Where was he 5 years ago? He was on Piers Morgan. The guy looked like he was a middle school president. Anybody remember that look that he had? And then he got Jeremy Boring, and he got, Rush Limbaugh, David Limbaugh to boost him up. Yeah, he wrote a book when he was 17. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'm sure, his parents knowing David Limbaugh had nothing to do with that.
Simply lie about mainstream conservatives. You suggest that mainstream conservatives are insufficiently committed to social conservatism. So, one of the things that all these people have been planning to do the last several weeks is they show up in the Q&A lines and they ask the same 9 questions. So I'm just going to knock down these questions right now, and then we can
let's
actually
just
have a
knock
real
them down.
Q&A
Yeah,
with
let's
real
hear it.
questions. Saves us time on the other end.
I like how they're cheering for that. They're cheering and they're saying, yeah, don't engage with any of these people. Don't engage with who they are, what they actually believe. Just suppress them, kick them out of the event, and then we'll take the so-called real questions. Back to the real story, which is, Medicare and tax policy. Congratulations.
showing up
yeah,
to
okay.
events and
Fat
asking
cuck in the front, yarmulke in the front.
people like my friend Dan Crenshaw, Republican of Texas, and former Navy SEAL.
Okay, left-wing people. Can we skip this?
To leave.
Look at this guy.
Fairly puzzled. I'm standing up here bashing the living
Well,
shit out of Nazis.
Wow!
and
Well,
they're
look at
telling
some
me
of
I have
these
to
guys
leave
in
over it.
front. Oh my, it's amazing.
What's a guy gotta do?
He's bashing Nazis. Yeah, we're Nazis, sure. What does that make you? Does that
Yeah,
make
I
you
noticed.
Ergun? Does that make you
Okay,
the
so-
IDF?
Okay,
Look
so
at some
back
of
to,
these
we're going to get
people
rid of
in
all these
front.
questions so we don't have to deal with them in the Q&A. So a lot of these alt-righters have been showing up at various events, and they've been asking questions like, how does anal sex help us win the culture war?
Yeah, Dave
really, this is the
Riley's
thing they've been
base
asking.
question. Yeah, it's a
I
legitimate
mean, I'm not sure how
question.
them masturbating to pictures of frogs helps win the culture war either, but
Yeah.
the purpose is to
We're
simultaneously
masturbating
pose
to
as edgy
Groypers,
and also
bro.
to preserve your ability to say that you were joking. But the goal is really to suggest that if you oppose the alt-right, you're in favor of destroying the traditional family, which
Yeah,
is
you
ridiculous.
are.
Now, the actual answer, the non-snarky answer to this ridiculous question, is that
Non-snarky.
criminalizing consensual activity without externalities is by definition losing the culture war.
We're not talking, no, dummy. See, and there it is. This is why he won't take the questions, because nobody's talking about criminalizing anything. We're asking why Charlie Kirk, who has Oval Office meetings with the president, as you said, because of his father, why he is alongside Rob Smith, a black homosexual who 2 years ago said that Donald Trump was a grifter, why he's sharing the stage with Charlie Kirk and telling college students, impressionable young people, what conservatism is. Oh, well, you want to make gay sex illegal? No, bitch. We don't want to have Rob Smith on the stage with Charlie Kirk. We don't want Charlie Kirk on the stage. We want someone that's a fucking Christian on the stage. Yeah, Rob Smith says, well, God's okay with anal sex. Yeah.
What helps America win the culture war is freedom and liberty.
Ah, yeah, freedom,
and the government
sure.
not being involved
Oh,
in your
yeah.
life.
Oh, okay. No government.
And if you, like me, believe that
That's
certain
government.
personal activity is a sin, you know how you win that culture war? By having people join your church, by engaging with your community, by teaching your children your values. That's the way you win a culture war. In fact,
yeah, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, dummy. I just love this. We are challenging your position where you're promoting it to young people. You're promoting it to college students. Nobody's saying that you can't raise your own family. No shit, dude. What do you think is the next step? What do you think Charlie Kirk is doing? Why doesn't Charlie Kirk tell his kids about anal sex and not go on a college tour? We're trying to do the same thing they are. We're trying to spread our beliefs. We're trying to influence politics. Why does Charlie Kirk and Rob Smith have to be on the stage then talking about, oh, I'm a gay conservative and that's great? All of these arguments are just as dishonest as they can possibly be. It's just taking what we're saying, taking the truth, and just twisting it around. He said, how does anal sex help us win the culture war? In other words, why are you promoting gay people in your culture war tour? How does promoting degeneracy and homosexuality, how does it help Christians and conservatives win the culture war? Which is an honest question. And Ben Shapiro says, well, why don't you teach your kids about Christianity? Well, we are. You know, do we not engage in politics? Why do you have a radio show then? If you have a problem with people doing BDS, tell your kids not to support BDS. Oh, you know, alt-right people are screaming in front of webcams. Yeah, I'm screaming in front of a webcam right now. What do? That's your job. You have a podcast. You're not screaming in front of a webcam. You're screaming in front of a camera that was paid for by billionaires. So it's different, you see. When Ben Shapiro does these stunts to get attention, you know, when Ben Shapiro, does these ridiculous campus tours, and he goes to, Loyola in Chicago, and he leads a march to the principal's office, that's not attention-seeking. When Ben Shapiro goes on tours and tells people what he believes or asks questions of people or does debates, well, that's his prerogative. But when we go and ask questions, well, it's sabotage, it's trolling. Freedom, bro. Why don't you use freedom, bro? When Ben Shapiro opposes transsexuality and homosexuality, well, of course, he's just saying he opposes it. But when we oppose the promotion of it, well, we want it to be illegal. The guy's just a dishonest hack.
Bewildered by it. There's great irony in watching alt-righters claim they should use the commanding heights of government to cram down their viewpoints on others, while complaining that the left uses the commanding heights of government to cram down their viewpoints on others.
That's literally not at all what we're saying. Number one, that's not what we're saying. We're saying Turning Point shouldn't promote it. And number two, yeah, there's a big difference between the government promoting what's right and the government promoting what's wrong. Ben Shapiro says, well, left-wing people forcing kids to be transgender is the same as right-wing people forcing kids to not be transgender. No, I think there's a pretty significant difference. One is evil and one is good. And I'm so tired of this, what would you even call it, ambivalence about it or whatever, but this idea that the government has to just hold everything constant, hold everything static in place, instead of going on the side of good, that we could even engage in such a state, right? In other words, that the government can make sure that good people can be good and bad people can be bad and everything's just okay. No, either evil people control the government or good people control the government. Or that's not exactly correct, because there's no such thing as good and evil people. There's people that can do good and can do bad, but there's a government that has policies that promote good and there's policies that promote evil. Promoting policies that are evil is just like promoting good. The government should just not promote anything at all. Well, that's not possible. You got to pick a side. Either the government's promoting evil or complicit in it, or they're promoting good. That's all there is to it. Well, they're accusing the left of, chemically castrating boys, and that's the same as, the government being against gay marriage. Yeah, okay. I'm sure the rest of the country agrees with this.
You can't really whine about using the government to shut down your viewpoint when you plan on using the government to shut down everybody else's viewpoint.
Yeah, we can. All viewpoints are not the same.
But many folks on the alt-right are busy playing true believers by suggesting that social conservatives like me, people who wrote entire books on the evils of pornography in American society, or people like David French, who spend their days fighting for religious freedom in court, are standing ardently in favor of Drag Queen Story Hour at the local library. Okay, newsflash. I think Drag Queen Story Hours border on child abuse. I think parents who expose young children to sexualized cross-dressing adults are doing something wrong and bad. I also think...
By the way, nobody said that they're standing in favor of drag queens, obviously. We're saying if you do not oppose degeneracy where it begins, then who is to say that in 10 to 15 years, you're not going to, or the conservative movement is not going to be relatively further along down the path to more degeneracy? The question is, if 10 years ago you were against gay marriage, but all of a sudden, the position is by Charlie Kirk in particular. And they also obfuscate here. I said on my show that these people are not all the same. I said Shapiro and Walsh and Knowles are good on social issues. The point for that question, and again, the deliberate confusion and obfuscation tactic, the point was directed at Charlie Kirk, who says, well, I'm against gay marriage, but I think everybody could do whatever we want. And the point is not to say that Charlie Kirk necessarily endorses Drag Queen Story Hour. The point is to say, if you go from 10 years ago, mainstream conservatism opposes gay marriage, and now you do, and anybody that opposes it is the new Westboro Baptist kids, like Benny Johnson says, then who's to say that in the next 10 years, if the radical left was at gay marriage 10 years ago, and now the right is at gay marriage today, who's to say that in 10 years the radical left is at drag queens, and then the right will be later on? In other words, if you don't take a stand for Christian principle, if Charlie Kirk will not say, I'm not going to promote homosexuality at my event, then where do you draw the line? How do you prevent that from happening? What is the limiting principle to liberal ideology like this that says, you do what you want in your own homes, judge not, right? That's the argument. Ben Shapiro says, they say that we're arguing in favor of Drag Queen Story Hour. They want to criminalize homosexuality. This is why I wouldn't take the questions. Because I'm going to preempt the questions. I'm going to answer them before they get asked by twisting and manipulating them. And this is not anything remotely close to what we say. And if there was engagement, then he would be called out on that. But he's in a room full of sycophants. It looks like the whole row is like the Zionist. The whole front row is like whatever the Zionist frat is on the campus. I don't know what it's called, but you could see the whole room is, oh, Ben, I love you. Ben, I drink out of your, I drink your, I don't want to say that. It's kind of vulgar, but I drink your bodily fluids out of the leftist tumbler, leftist tears tumbler, the leftist tears mug. So of course you're going to get cheers from the sycophants, but if he actually had to answer questions, well, then it'd be a different story. That's why he did this.
I also think that in governmental terms, if you allow the library to decide which speech to ban, it's much more likely to ban the Bible than Drag Queen Story Hour. I'm for limited government because I do not trust the government to decide what kind of speech it wants to ban.
Sure, yeah. So Drag Queen Story Hour goes ahead. Drag Queen Story... This is incredible by conservatives. This is what we mean by culture war. This is what we mean by waging a culture war. It means that the left is going to try to enforce this on us, and so we have to try to fight for the same thing. Ben Shapiro says, well, the left is going to enforce Drag Queen Story Hour, so just got to let them. Because you know what? If we try to enforce Christian morality, well, the left would try to enforce their thing. It's like the left is already trying to use government to enforce their thing. Ben Shapiro says, well, everybody should just agree that we shouldn't use government. Well, the left does not agree. The left does not agree. And there's a lot more leftists than there are right-wing people or classical liberals or whatever you want to call it. We saw that in the last election. We saw that in Virginia 2 days ago or yesterday. Well, you want to use government to promote Christianity, and they want to use government to promote degeneracy. Yes. At a certain point, you have to take a stand. You have to take a courageous stand. You have to have moral conviction and say that we are going to create the society that we want. Not a society where it's a free-for-all and anybody can do anything and evil people are allowed to abuse the system.
Okay, so now I'm going to knock down a few of their Q&A questions about me personally. We can go through these real quick because I don't really care about them. First, they claim that I hate Jesus. Okay, I'm a Jew. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't mean to be facetious about this, but this is obvious that I don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. You see, I have a hat. It says the whole thing, truly.
Yeah, we know what it says, Ben. We know exactly what it says.
I'm really, really glad that Christians do. Really glad that Christians do.
Yeah,
I mean actual Christians, not the fake Christians who quote Nietzsche but don't know anything about the Gospel of John. I mean the kind who go to church and seek God's grace and love their neighbors.
I like that was literally from I know exactly what he's talking about. There's a Vice article that Will Nardi wrote about me. Will Nardi is a good friend of Cassie Dillon, who used to work for Ben Shapiro. And Will Nardi said in a Vice article that I read Nietzsche and I'm Catholic. And he was like, well, how can he read Nietzsche and be Catholic? Yeah, how could you read a book? How could you read 2 books? So Ben Shapiro's saying, well, Nick Fuentes is a fake Christian because he read Nietzsche once. Okay. So he's talking about the evangelicals who say that, those who bless Israel will be blessed and, the people that are foolishly giving money to that country. That's what he means. I love the real Christians that will be nice to me. I love the real Christians that support my country. I love the real Christians that watch my radio show, right? Of course you do,
Ben. Very happy that America is largely a Christian nation. I wish it were more so. I think American-style Christianity is one of the best things to ever happen to civilization.
American-style Christianity. Ever. Of course you do. Evangelical, pro-Zionist Christianity.
My best friend and business partner is a lay minister. I employ tons of Christians. I've given them the freedom and the platform to share their faith. I've written one of the best-selling conservative books of all time that basically calls for more conservatives to go back to church and argues for the value of biblical religion. Okay, a couple more of these. They say that I want America to fight wars for Israel. Nope. First of all, Israel can take care of herself.
Then why doesn't she? Israel can take care of herself, then why the fuck doesn't she? Is she, Why doesn't Israel take care of itself? Why do they need us occupying the Golan Heights, right? Or rather have troops stationed in Syria along the Israeli-Syrian border? Why do they need us in northeastern Syria to prevent the Assad government from consolidating control over Syria? Why do they need us to depose Saddam Hussein? That's what they wrote in the Clean Break Memo. That's what Wormser, Douglas Feith, Richard Pearl, that's what they all wrote in the Clean Break Memo in 1996 for Benjamin Netanyahu. And then they all got in the State Department and they waged war against Iraq and they planted the seeds for Syria. That's why they're always agitating for us to go to war with Iran, right? And that's why Ben Shapiro was in favor of all of it. Go back to any of his publications or his pieces back when he wrote for Town Hall 10 years ago from 2003. This guy was one of the ones that made the case for Iraq. Oh, well, they say I want war for Israel. Well, that's not true. Yes, it is. You were in favor of the war in Iraq. I believe you're in favor of regime change in Iran. I haven't kept up to date on his position on that, but Iraq is sufficient. And he's against Assad. And Israel does not take care of herself. So, all this is just not true. All this is a lie. But what more can we expect?
They say that I'm a chicken hawk. I want to send our boys to die, but I won't fight myself. Okay, reality. People who join the military are braver than I. They've sacrificed more than I. That is a fact.
You sacrifice nothing. You sacrifice
also
nothing.
A fact.
You've been given everything.
No one in America sends people to die. People volunteer for our military.
People like Richard Pearl and Douglas Feith send Americans to die for foreign interests. That's what happens. People volunteer to serve our country, and the DOD and the Pentagon and people like Wormser, Feith, Pearl, Bolton, all the rest, they send people to war. People volunteer to defend the homeland, to defend American security, and people are sent to Burkina Faso to die. For what? And this chicken hawk thing, that's not even the crux of the argument.
It has not been in effect for several decades. The people who join our military, they're not victims, and nothing annoys them more than being treated as victims by people who use them as political pawns. They don't need protection from me. I, like every other American, I have opinions on how to use the American military because we have civilian control of the military here in the United States, which is a very, very good thing. But suggesting that anybody who doesn't serve in the military can't have an opinion about the use of the military...
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. We're asking the same questions at Dan Crenshaw's event, and Dan Crenshaw lost his eye in the Middle East, dummy.
Suggesting that anybody who is not a police officer can't have opinions about how the police ought to be used. By the way, our soldiers don't need the victimology, the sort of patting on the back of a bunch of weak, effeminate losers.
We can't take
living
care
on
of
the
anybody.
basement.
We can't take care of
They are protecting
anybody.
you. They are stronger than you. Okay.
We cannot defend anybody's concerns other than our own, right, Ben Shapiro? Yeah, we cannot defend the veterans. We cannot defend, veterans are dying at the VA. They're tougher than you, bro. Shut up about the VA. If they care about that, they can talk about it themselves, people are getting their lives destroyed. Their jobs are being stolen from immigrants or sent overseas. They're pretty tough. They're working on a factory. They're tougher than you. They don't need you to stick up for them. Nobody should stick up for them. They can take care of themselves. So what are you doing then? If Israel's so strong, why does Israel need you to stick up for Israel then, huh? Israel's tougher than you, Ben. IDF is way tougher than you. Why do they need you to shill for them in all your articles on Daily Wire, all your videos on PragerU? Just completely non sequitur, This victimology, trigger, safe space, this whole vocabulary is designed it's sophistry is what it is.
Other ones, I attacked the Covington kids. I mean, this one is so absurd. I literally was on the phone with the Covington. I know them personally. I was on the phone with them nearly every night, guiding them in the media and through legal strategy. Okay, I haven't revealed that publicly until now, but now that this accusation is out there, I may as well say it. You can call them, you can ask them.
That's so convenient. Yeah, it's so convenient that after you attack them and then got backlash and you're a major media figure who could help them, that's incredible. That's so incredible. And what's amazing about this is it's like the question is not, one of the questions we were going to ask was not, why did you attack, or rather, it was not about him attacking the Covington kids in itself. It was, why did you go at the left-wing media right away instead of Trump-supporting, anti-abortion Catholic teenagers? That was the question. So, whether or not you called them afterwards and said, I'm sorry, I'm rich and I can give you legal advice and I'm famous, that's irrelevant. The question is, why is it that when the media pulled up white Trump-supporting Catholic teenagers, anti-abortion teenagers, why did you immediately side with the left? Well, what about that situation screamed to you that you should join the chorus of left-wing people ruining kids' lives? He said, this is absurd, and I've never revealed it until now. How convenient that I actually know them. Okay, why did you attack them then, Ben? That doesn't mean you didn't attack them. Okay, you made a mistake. Well, why did you make that mistake? We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty.
Okay, they also suggest, these folks, that I didn't defend so-and-so when they were banned from social media. That's probably a lie. I've basically defended everyone from being banned from social media, including people who have targeted me. Except for James Alsop, except for any of the major people. Did he defend American Renaissance? No. Did he defend James Alsop? No. Did he defend Jared Taylor? He did not. Did he defend anybody that he would classify in his own subjective way as alt-right? Did he defend Faith Goldy? Didn't hear about that. More lies. More lies. Risk threats for me. Okay, another one they
didn't defend the Stormer,
right, that I make money. Welcome to America. We have lots of sponsors. I'm very grateful for my sponsors. And I'm not going to apologize for the fact that I offer my sponsors a way to reach my audience. I'm very proud of them. I think their products are good. That's why I talk about them.
I love
and if
products.
It makes me money at the same time, great. I'm out to make money. I like money.
Clip that. Somebody clip that.
Congratulations. It's a free market economy.
I'm out to make money. I love money. I'm all about money. Okay, man, your words. I didn't say that. Is Ben Shapiro going to clip this in his next speech? When he does his next monologue about me, is he going to say, Nick Fuentes said about me that I love money and I'm out to make money? Isn't that so anti-Semitic? Is he going to do that for the next one? Really? Your words, bro. Your words. Yeah, I'm not out to make money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like to make a living. I like to make money, but I don't do advertisements. I don't give a shit about products. I don't give a shit about advertisers reaching their consumers. What the fuck does that mean? I'm proud that I give a platform to advertisers to reach their consumers. What the fuck are you talking about? You're supposed to be some kind of political activist or something? Don't you have any kind of deep-seated concern about the country? I'm out to make money. I'm out to make money. I'm out to make money. I'm trying to create a platform for advertisers to reach consumers. That's not what I'm about. I've gotten big advertisement offers. I've gotten big money offers to do all kinds of things, and I turn them down. The only people that fund my show are the people that watch it. I've been offered countless. I got offered advertisements this week after all this is going on. CBD oil, soap. Soap was one of them. T-shirts, books. I've gotten all kinds of advertisement offers. Small ones, big ones. I turn them all down. Because I don't work for advertisers. I don't do this for money. I hope that my viewers will support me with money so I can make a living. It'd be nice for them to support a comfortable lifestyle, don't get me wrong, but I'm not out to make money. If I was out to make money, I would have stayed in school. I would have worked for Daily Wire. I would have worked for the Republican Party. I would have been a consultant. So no, we're not all out to make money. That's not what America's about. America's a free market. That's what it's about. No, that's not what America's about, actually. So I think that belies the whole worldview right there. Oh, they call me a grifter because I make money. No, we call you a grifter because you say things like, I'm out to make money. And your whole platform is a lie. Your whole platform is a hoax. You are out essentially to scam people for money. It's not wrong inherently to make money, but it's wrong when that's all you're out to do. You know, you give live speeches at a pro-life rally, and in the middle of it, you do 4 advertisements for life insurance and pillows. Seriously? For ZipRecruiter? Anybody catch that? He was at some pro-life demonstration over the summer. He did a live taping of his podcast. Even though it was a live taping for, how many moms, how many families there to stand up against abortion. He did 4 advertisements. Oh, well, ZipRecruiter, buy life insurance, buy my product. Well, I'm glad you're really proud of advertisers bringing their goods, bringing their wares to the market. That's really incredible, dude. You're a hero.
Okay, now to a few of their more policy-based claims. When you aren't lying about me or Matt Walsh or Charlie Kirk or David French or Dan Crenshaw,
yeah,
these
you're
folks
lying
are
about
busy
us.
playing defender of the realm by suggesting that all immigration be shut down on the basis of race. Not on the basis of economics, on the basis of race.
Yes, correct.
Let's be clear. Every country has the right and duty to defend its borders. I was for a Trump wall before Trump was for a Trump wall.
Yeah, this is obfuscation. No, pause. This is obfuscation. We're not talking about illegal immigration. We're talking about legal immigration. They always do this. Charlie Kirk will always say, well, I'm always against line cutters and border jumpers. Okay, answer the fucking question. Because, sure, there's a lot of line jumpers and border crossers coming over, something like 1.5, 2 million every year. But, there's more than 1 million legal immigrants coming over through visas, green cards, all kinds of things like that, temporary work permits. And that's a problem. But, I always think we should defend our border.
Legal immigration has been overall, not always, but overall, a massive boon to the United States.
Wrong. Maybe to its economy.
In periods in which it is not, that's because government has basically failed to take into account economic, education, and cultural status of new immigrants. The government should take all those factors into account. Again, economic, educational, and cultural status, all of that should be taken into account. And then we should welcome new immigrants who benefit the United States. This is all very logical. By the way, I'm confused by the idea that we should not be attempting to create a brain drain to the United States by drawing immigrants who are highly qualified here.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, immigration helps us. Immigration helps us. Yeah, want to go there? You want to go there? I got the receipts for it. This is from We Wanted Workers by George Borjas, one of the top immigration economists in the country, out of Princeton University. He's an immigrant himself. He says that if you break down welfare usage by household, you'll find that 44.7% of Hispanic immigrants are on some form of welfare, 44% of Hispanic households, 62% of Hispanic households are on some form of welfare if you use a more accurate study. 47.2% of black households use welfare, and we find that with natives, it's only 27.4% of households that are using welfare. There's a number of other statistics in here, which I just have to find in a moment. Let's see. This is from Table 9.3. It's the long-run fiscal impact of the average immigrant. Long-run fiscal impact. Fiscal meaning budgetary impact for the federal government of an average immigrant from the 2016 NAS report. Assuming that immigrants increase the cost of public goods, which they do, and assuming the current path of taxes and spending continues in the future, which we should, the average fiscal impact of the average immigrant in the long run is $119,000 a debit. Average cost for an immigrant in the long term on the federal government is $119,000. We brought in 60 million immigrants in the last 70 years. You do the math. $120,000 per person is a long-term budgetary impact for them. And that isn't even, that's before we even get to GDP. There's a fiscal impact, but of course we also have to look at the economic impact. Yeah, we have data that shows that the total increase in GDP, this is the short-run immigration surplus in 2015 from a study. It's an updated study from George Borjas in the Journal of Economic Perspectives. The total increase in GDP accrued from immigrants to our economy is $2.1 trillion. Immigrants added $2.1 trillion to the economy with a short-run surplus. Out of that $2.1 trillion that immigrants added to the economy, $2.053 trillion went to the immigrants themselves. The benefits accrue to themselves. So fully, out of $2.1 trillion, $2.05 trillion, the benefits accrue to the immigrants, meaning 50, what would that be? That would mean $50 billion was what Native people got out of mass immigration. So, he likes to say, oh, immigration has been a boon for the country. Yeah, wrong. Immigration has caused more crime, more welfare usage. It's cost us money in terms of the federal budget. It's cost us money if you look at the impact on GDP. So you could say that, but that's just not true. And anyway, we're not even arguing on an economic basis.
If you're America first, why don't you want more smart, principled people coming into the United States to make us stronger and simultaneously?
Because it doesn't make us stronger. Because it doesn't make us stronger. If we're going to go on economics, well, I can tell you you're wrong about that. But we're not even concerned about that. We're talking about the cohesion of the nation. We're talking about the social fabric, which you say you care about. They do not make America stronger. Is LA strong? Is San Francisco strong? Is New York City strong? Or are they weak and chaotic and dominated by oligarchs and political cronies filled with shit and crime? Yeah, that's the image of strength, right? As opposed to North Dakota and Idaho.
Then you get the questions about Israel and suggesting that if you're pro-Israel, this means prioritizing America over Israel. That's absolute nonsense. If America had a policy that was not good for Israel but was good for America, I would back it. They talk about the USS Liberty incident.
Wait, when has he ever? He's never done this. I would. That's a very easy hypothetical when you've never done it.
There have been multiple studies, U.S. Navy, Joint Chiefs of Staff, CIA, House, Senate, NSA. Most of the reports, according to historian Richard Brownell, do not assign culpability for the incident. They focus on communications failures. I have to say, I'm a little bit bewildered why you're so obsessed with an incident that is now 52 years old. If you have theories that are better than those of the American government, they've got operators standing by. Feel free to dial them and tell them about your 5-decade-old theories about a military incident from the 1967.
You want to hear about the USS Liberty? The USS Liberty Veterans Association maintains that the ship was deliberately attacked. They are offering a $10,000 prize for anyone who can prove the claim that the USS Liberty was properly investigated. That's the Liberty Veterans Association. But all the studies say, except for the Veterans Association of the survivors of the Liberty. The Secretary of State at the time, Dean Rusk, says, quote, I was never satisfied with the Israeli explanation. Their sustained attack to disable and sink Liberty precluded an assault by accident or some trigger-happy local commander. Through diplomatic channels, we refused to accept their explanations. I didn't believe them then, and I don't believe them to this day. The attack was outrageous. At the 99th National Convention of the American Legion, delegates passed Resolution 40, which noted the following, quote, according to the CIA information reports from June and October 1967, sources in Tel Aviv reported, quote, Israel's forces knew exactly what flag the Liberty was flying. And Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan said, quote, personally ordered the attack on the Liberty over the objections of senior uniformed military personnel, one of whom characterized the attack as pure murder. Richard Helms, the director of the CIA from 1966 to 1973, stated in a 1984 CIA interview, quote, everything possible is done to keep from the American public really the enormity of this attack on an American naval vessel, end quote. Since this is for the agency's record, I don't think there can be any doubt that the Israelis knew exactly what they were doing. Any statement to the effect that they didn't know that it was an American ship is nonsense. Lieutenant General Marshall S. Carter, the director of the NSA from 65 to 69, recalled in a 1988 NSA interview that he stated at a congressional hearing in 1967 that the attack on the Liberty, quote, Couldn't be anything else but deliberate. There's just no way you could have a series of circumstances that would justify it being an accident, and Carter indicated this remained his belief in 1988. In a 2003 affidavit published in the Congressional Record, Captain Ward Boston Jr., the legal counsel for the 1967 Navy Court of Inquiry, stated, quote, "I know from personal conversations I had with Admiral Kidd, the president of the Court of Inquiry, the President Lyndon Johnson, the Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordered him to conclude that the attack was a case of, quote, mistaken identity despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary." And lastly, according to the findings published in the Congressional Record of the 2003 Independent Commission of Inquiry, chaired by former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Admiral Thomas Moorer, quote, "There's compelling evidence that Israel's attack was a deliberate attempt to destroy an American ship and kill her entire crew," and, quote, "The White House deliberately covered up the facts of this attack." But all the studies, and you should just call someone and tell them your theories. Call someone, and it happened like a long time ago, but all the studies say it was an accident.
They tend to say that they like white European ideals, not Western ideals. Western ideals would be a thing, right?
Correct.
Because you can read about Western ideals in books. White European ideals. I'm wondering exactly what they're talking about. They're not talking about Christian ideals. You can read about those in books too, right? Or Judeo-Christian ideals, which I talk about, right? Instead, they talk about white European ideals. I'm confused what are white ideals? What do white ideals look like? Do white ideals look like, like the professors at these universities who are overwhelmingly white and overwhelmingly socialist?
Oh, but they're socialist.
What do white ideals look like? How about
I'll
European
tell you. I love how you asked that question. What does that look like? I don't know. People disagree. I think everybody understands exactly what that means. Nobody's talking that white people have one idea. That's obviously not it. And this is why he did it this way. I'll preempt your questions. Yeah, these are not our questions. Nobody's talking about white European ideals. We're talking about white European culture. We're talking about a white European society. We're talking about the mannerisms and customs of white people. Obviously. Sure, maybe black people don't have shared values, but they have a shared culture. They have a shared kinship. They have shared mannerisms. Things that go back, these people have been in the country for 500 years, and they have a culture that's diverging from ours and was never the same. I'm going to pretend I don't know. I'm going to pretend that there's as much of a difference between an Englishman and a Russian as there is between an Englishman and a Nigerian, and somebody from Zimbabwe, right? That's what he's saying. Well, what is white? What is European? Yeah, because there's as much of a difference between a Spanish person and a French person than there is between a Spanish person and an Aboriginal Australian, right? Pretend not to know what we're talking about
like
more.
the socialists over in various parts of Europe. Are you really happy with how Germany's being governed right now, are you?
But they're socialist. It doesn't matter. If they're socialist, it doesn't look like the south side of fucking Chicago. They might be socialists in Vermont. We wouldn't know because they're not killing each other every day. That's what we're talking about.
What do European ideals look like to you? Do the white communists at Berkeley have these white European ideals? Race does not have ideals. It's just a melanin level.
There it is. And then you have a complete rejection of race. Race, of course, is not just a melanin level. Race is real, obviously, The idea, it's just what color you are. And this is the crux of it. The man doesn't believe in race, except for when it comes to Israel. Of course race is real. Of course race determines things. It's been proven. It's been proven in social studies. It's been proven in genetic studies. Of course it's different. You just look at group differences in IQ, which Ben Shapiro acknowledges. Ben Shapiro will acknowledge that group differences exist in IQ, racial differences, but he says, but skin color is all that race is. Race doesn't have ideology. Maybe not, but race does have other characteristics. It's just melanin level. Who's the leftist here? It's the same people saying race is a social construct that would agree with this.
It's just a skin color or a place of origin. If you think it does, you are absolutely indistinguishable. You are identical to the identity politics left, to the intersectional left.
It's the opposite. They think race is a social construct.
And then the alt-righters talk about how white people are superior to others, but their own idiocy and bigotry demonstrates that isn't true.
For excusing the obviously, they say that white people are smarter, but they're dumb. Nice argument, faggot. But beyond that, nobody who has asked a question, who supports my show, has ever said white people are superior. I've never said that. I've actually repeatedly said that I don't even identify as white. And that's why he doesn't have a clip for that. He's got a clip for every other thing I've said, going back 5 fucking years, from Charlottesville and from obscure posts about me in Vice or whatever. They think white people are superior. Yeah, can I get a source on that? When has that ever been said? I explicitly said yesterday that we're all equal before God.
And they talk about the demographic shift in the country is ruinous. They point to the fact that non-white folk tend to vote Democrat, but this ignores that voting is malleable. The fact is that a huge percentage of California Hispanics vote for Democrats. 80% of Florida Hispanics currently favor Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, I just went over this. We caught the tail end of the speech. I think we got to this point. Do you know why this is dishonest? Obviously, California's Hispanics are Mexicans. Florida's Hispanics are largely Cuban. It is 100% specific to what's happening in Florida. Not all Hispanics are the same, true. Yeah, some of them, because of this law, because of a accident of history, essentially. Cuba had a communist regime. America, during the Cold War, passed a law that said that if you get on the land, we will make you a citizen. If you're a Cuban escaping the communist regime. The people fleeing Cuba, they supported the Cold Warrior Ronald Reagan. They supported the conservatives that opposed communism. That's a little bit different than the Mexican invasion that's happening in Texas, California, Arizona, and I say that as somebody that's Mexican. The Constitution of immigrants since 1965 is 50% Hispanics. Of the 50% of Hispanics, 50% of those are Mexicans. So Mexicans have accounted for fully 25% of all immigration since 1965, of the 60 million or something like this. So when we're talking about Texas, we're talking about Arizona, California, we're not talking about Cubans that escaped Fidel Castro. We're talking about Mexicans who you would be pressed to find a state, a race, a national race where they vote more than 35% in favor of a Republican. Even in this example, he says, oh, well, with DeSantis, they voted 40% for a Republican. Can you find an example where they vote over 50%? Because I can't. They voted 80% for Beto O'Rourke because his name was Beto. It's malleable. Where does that happen? If you look at the data, Asians vote for Democrats as they become more assimilated. As Asians become more assimilated over generations, they tend to vote for Democrats more. In other words, the racial divergence between natives and immigrants increases as they stay here longer, as opposed to the opposite. And how about blacks? Does anybody want to talk about how they voted 97% for Barack Obama? Or how they voted 91% for Hillary Clinton? Yeah, that's really malleable. Voting is malleable. Okay, tell me when blacks vote more than 20% for a Republican in this century. Voting is malleable. Not in the next 15 years it isn't. 75% for Chinese and Indians, 90% for blacks, 67% for Hispanics. In the next 20 years, it's going to become a majority non-white country, and specifically in states, in Texas, in Georgia, in Florida, in Arizona, Colorado, Virginia. We saw it 2 days ago. The composition of these states goes from people that, if you look at Hispanic immigrants, 1 in 10 of them identify as Republican. 1 in 20 illegal Hispanics identify as Republicans, from Pew Research. This happening in 10, 20 years. Maybe it's malleable over a millennium, but we don't have a millennium. How can you say you're a social conservative when you're in favor of bringing people over who, at a rate of 1 to 10, support the Republican Party if they're legal, 1 to 20 if they're illegal, who are voting for Democrats, obviously, left-wing policies? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's just, and this is just lies. This is what I said. It's obfuscation, complete obfuscation. This is why I didn't want us to ask the questions, because somebody might have called them on that. He's going to pretend like, oh, the Florida Hispanics are the same as California, and we're not even going to mention Texas and the electoral math and all that. Bro, I'm smarter.
Hispanics
I'm smarter than you are.
universally.
Sorry, I'm smarter than you are. I'm better than you are. You know, what does Jacob Sartorius say? Well, he actually says something about the opposite. He says, what is it? Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. It's actually the opposite. I'm just more hardworking and more talented than Ben Shapiro.
One way, because race is not the basis for voting. Ethnicity is not the basis for voting.
Okay.
Culture may be the basis for voting, but ethnicity
Tell
is
that
not.
to the
Race
blacks
is
that
not.
voted
Again, it is an
97% for
uncontrollable
Barack
factor.
Obama.
Unfortunately for the intersectional left, Jews don't actually count as a quote-unquote minority group.
What are you talking about? Bro, what are you talking about? I get called anti-Semitic all day long by the left. What a fucking lie that is.
The goal is to smear the entire right with the label alt-right, to shut the Overton window to everybody who's anywhere to the right of Hillary Clinton.
That's like the reverse of being true. You're trying to shut the Overton window to anybody to the right of you. That's what you're trying to do. We're doing the opposite. We're trying to blow the doors open on the Overton window. The left hates us. Go ahead, ask Jared Holt, ask anybody. They would much prefer that we all be dead on the so-called, alt-right, on the America First right. They would much prefer you over us, and everybody knows that. Just take a look at who they attack. Jared Holt does hit pieces about me. He's been doing that since I had a show that barely got 1,000 views per episode. Yeah, the left really loves us. That's why Jared Holt tries to dox us, and Will Sommers is reaching out to our people and whatever.
The New York Times splashed a photo collage on their front page of me and Milton Friedman and Dave Rubin and Richard Spencer. The goal was to lump everybody together and then suggest that we are radicalizing the American population, as though Richard Spencer and I have a damn thing in common. For the first thing, I can read.
he can't read. What a fucking... I just can't get over it, man. Well, I can read. Well, they say they're white supremacists, but they're dumb. You're an idiot. I mean, this is like pathetic weasel of a man. A weaselly, sad, small, little man. And I'm not talking about stature. I'm talking about who the man is. Dishonest, lying, juvenile, pathetic, uncharismatic creep. This is who we're talking about. Scum of the earth. And I know we're going to win. I watched the speech and I know we're going to win because these people, they're terrible and people can see that. I think you're awful.
Political correctness is a weapon for the left, but it's also a weapon
Ben Shapiro says, I'll tell you. What does he say? And I'll tell you, not everyone, Arthur, is awful. I think you're awful, Ben. Inviting me on this show. Doing this, changing the title of your speech. Making your monologue about me. You just wanted to attack me. How about another joke, Ben? I think we've had enough of your jokes, Nick. What do you get?
the alt-right. Harvard professor Steven Pinker.
Ben, do you ever leave the Daily Wire studio? Do you ever think what it's like to be anybody but yourself? To be somebody like me? To be anybody but yourself? They don't. They think that we'll just sit there and take it like good little boys. That we won't werewolf and go wild. Well, it seems like you've got an awful lot of sympathy for yourself.
Americans are black or Hispanic or white or green or Jewish or
true.
lesbian or, in the best of all possible worlds, a half Native American, half black little person who is gender fluid. Right? If you're on the left, you don't describe people by their belief system or by what they do. You describe them by their attributes.
Yo, laugh it up. LMFAO, Ben. Ben, you slayed me with that one. Bro, I'm wheezing right now. I am going to laugh. I am going to laugh. Little person of color. I am going to laugh. Yeah, good one, bro. Good one, Sheldon.
Whole intersectional hierarchy deciding how victimized you are based on how many of these boxes you check. The only difference between the left and the alt-right is that they reverse the hierarchy, meaning that the left thinks that hierarchy is bad.
Yeah,
right?
that's the only difference. The only difference between America First and the left is, well, we're just white supremacists and they're black supremacists. No other differences. No other differences. Yeah, that's an honest take, Ben.
And then progressively you go all the way down to the bottom and you get to the LGBT people, and those are the people who are the least powerful according to this hierarchy. And they say that hierarchy is bad, we should just flip the hierarchy. And then you have the alt-right, and they say, no, the hierarchy is good, and we should keep the hierarchy the way that it is. And then there's all the rest of us who are like, what hierarchy? There shouldn't be a hierarchy.
That's
not
conservative.
What are you talking about? We're individuals. We live in a free country.
No, wrong. You're not individuals. There's no such thing. Clearly, you being Jewish influences your identity. Clearly, and anyway, even if you were continuously campaigning against that, people would never stop seeing themselves as tribal, as men and women, as Christians or Muslims. You cannot obfuscate away these identities with all this liberal ideology. Well, we're all just liberal individuals. No, we're fucking not. Maybe you believe that. Maybe you could say you believe that. Your audience can say that, but it's not true. It's not true. People are not atomic. People are not in themselves. People have fathers and mothers. They've got siblings, they had teachers, they have peers, they grew up in a specific place, in a specific time, and they are influenced by all of it. These things are immutable. The idea, I'm just transcendent, I'm just this sort of impersonal brain outside of my body. I'm not influenced by my genetics, by my ancestry, by my upbringing, my environment, anything. I'm just this... I'm a brain in a vat. I'm a brain in a vat, and my body and everything about me has just been programmed. It's just a series of stimuli to my liberal blank slate brain. Give me a break, dummy. Who believes this shit?
All of this is terrible for the country. It's terrible for the discourse. We should be able to ask tough questions and answer them. We should. We should be able to have conversations. And we should also be able to see the difference between good, fact-based, rational answers and identity politics bullshit pandering, which is a specialty, unfortunately, of both the radical left and the alt-right.
This is literally, the
But
whole
the left
speech is
won't have a
pandering.
conversation. The alt-right really doesn't want to either. They prefer memeing and trolling. And
That's literally not true. That's so not true. What do you think the Q&A was about? The Q&A was about a conversation. It was your guys that shut it down. It's the dishonesty. It's like palpable. It's in the air. Can you like reach out and grasp it? Can you physically feel it and touch it? Is it tangible? He starts out by saying, well, we're not taking questions. These are not real questions. I'm going to preempt them all, and then we'll take the real ones. He does a whole monologue about me without naming me or without ever engaging with me. And then at the end, he says, the alt-right would never engage. Well, hitting them for asking questions at Charlie Kirk's event where they get exited or their questions are dismissed and they're called names. It's just so wrong. It's just so wrong on so many levels. What he's saying is not true. It's immoral. It's unethical. Everything that he's doing is just wrong. He is a liar. He is a liar. As Jesse Lee Peterson would say, he is a child of the lie. We know what it's about. It's a battle between truth and lies. It's a battle between good and evil. That's what this is.
The rest. So, here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Anyone on the right or left who wants to have an actual conversation about tough issues that isn't the bumper sticker, but is also not willing to pretend that ugly bigotry is decency, or that identity politics reflects truth, or that trollish memeing is a substitute for an actual worldview. Let's have the conversation. Thanks so much. Happy to take your questions.
Yeah. I love how the whole monologue, 45 minutes of him talking, and this is the last thing I'll say, and then we'll cut it off because it's midnight. This guy does a 45-minute monologue about me. He doesn't say my name once throughout the whole video. He strawmans all of our arguments. He kicked all of our people out of the event or wouldn't let them line up for questions. I'll preempt their questions. I'll say their questions in a wrong way and then answer them in a way that's convenient for me. The guy smears me on Twitter all the time. He says, oh, I would never censor somebody. Yeah, you just tweet to your 2 million followers clips of me that are intended to get me banned, right? So after all this, then at the end he says, well, I'll debate anybody who isn't a racist memer. Let's have a conversation. How does anybody believe this shtick? How does anybody watch this? I guess they're just ignorant. Anybody could watch this, must just be totally and completely ignorant of the whole score. These tactics could not be more dishonest. You know, he's going to attack somebody for 45 minutes, me, who is not there. I have no representatives there to ask questions. He won't even name me, won't debate me, won't engage. I mean, that notwithstanding. And then at the end, he's going to say, let's have a conversation. Let's have my controlled conversation. We're not asking any of the wrong questions. Any of the wrong questions are trolling. The wrong questions are the alt-right and neo-Nazis.
The problem with these hate symbols is that there's people who like to demonize other people, and there's people that like to troll. And these two just play into each other perfectly.
Thank you all for having me. Let's take some questions.
Yeah!
Same working? Good afternoon, Representative Crenshaw. First off, I'd like to thank you for your service in the American Navy. It's the most awe-inspiring and powerful force on earth. Second only to God, I'd say.
Oh, that's how you start. Yeah! Yeah! Go!
Three of these aforementioned veterans that I've befriended are joining These three men are their experiences or what inspired my question to you today. What these three men share in common is that they all served aboard the USS Liberty and survived. All three testify to it being an intentional attack by Israel. My question is, how could you associate with TP USA when its leader Charlie Kirk called this event a conspiracy theory, wherein your Navy brothers were killed in this event?
Yeah! America first! America first!
What did you say?
Christians!
What's the name of it? No, you're not conservative. You're not.
Paleo-conservative.
You are.
What's the normal ass conservative? Shabbos, boy!
Here it comes. Bring it out, guys. Let everybody know who you are.
America first! America first! America first! America first! America first! America first!
So for those of you who are new to this and you're trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. You've got a bunch of guys, and they're all guys. And they got one girl. Woo!
I'm here for the memes. I'm not actually racist.
Get Groyper. And so these guys join me in my guys are kind of alt-right 2.0. And they're deeply anti-Semitic. They only care about a couple issues that have to do with Israel.
I'm gonna start chanting Israel first if he doesn't start answering questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Don't deflect. What they'll try to do is they'll frame these questions in sort of in a way that seems reasonable. Right? It's reasonable to ask about history of the USS Liberty, sure. And then I would tell you that there was about 6 government official investigations into that incident, and it was deemed that it was an accident.
Oy vey!
Okay, so that's the answer to your question. But why do you think they're asking that question? Why do you think these random young men are so interested?
Because we dislike traitors.
In an incident that happened so long ago. Well, it's because they're deeply anti-Semitic.
No, it's because we give billions of dollars.
Where'd that one guy just go?
All of you do you believe the Holocaust happened? Okay. How many Jews do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
10 trillion.
6 trillion.
Okay. So do you guys disagree with, do you disagree with whoever you follow online about the Holocaust denial?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. I'm trying to understand who you guys are.
Are we ready to go? All right, first I'd like to thank you for your service to this country.
Yeah! Boom!
Their dear leader told them to say that before they asked any questions.
I actually mean that. I actually mean that. So my question is, I want to know how you feel about the U.S. government giving Israel over $3 billion in foreign aid per year, which is more than what we give to first world countries such as Ethiopia, even though Israel is able to afford socialist policies for its citizens, such as free healthcare and subsidized college education. Why isn't Israel expected to cut back social programs to make room in their budget for their military, like the United States has to, instead of relying on welfare from a country that has homeless veterans and citizens who can't afford trips to the doctor? So why aren't we putting Americans and America first?
Based, Timoy. Based.
Again, I'll answer your question seriously, and then I'll go into what's really motivating the question. It's important for everybody to know. You guys don't want to hear that truth, do you? That gets under your skin, doesn't it? What? Actually, I do, because I see what you crazies post online. You forget that the cat's out of the bag. You're not hiding the ball very well.
Doesn't really have 2 eyes.
All right. So why do we give aid to Israel? I think it's an important question. We give just over $3 billion a year to Israel. Why do we do that? Well, they're the one democracy in the Middle East. They're our ally. Also, most of that money has to be spent on American goods, just to be clear. So we benefit pretty greatly from that. We also benefit from the technological exchanges that we have with Israel. For instance, some of the things that have saved my friends' lives. Certain tourniquets, skedcos. That's how we carry our wounded off the battlefield. Those are all Israeli developments. I benefit personally from those things, especially given what I've seen on the battlefield. So there is extreme benefit in doing so. You have to understand something about scale also when you're talking about Israel. They're a country that's about the size of the city I'm from, Houston. Okay, so to their credit, they'll point out about 17 states have red flag laws and none of them protect due process. Yeah, I agree with you. We shouldn't support those laws at all. You should have very strict due process protections. What I've pointed people to is the Cato Institute's analysis on this. That is a very rigorous process by which they would protect due process. And Democrats don't agree with that. And so we're at a standstill on this policy. So again, it's kind of funny to me that people have attached that policy to me. All I said is have a conversation about it, guys. Let's not freak out. Let's not be triggered. We make fun of the left for being triggered. All right, let's not be the same. All right, let's be reasonable and smart.
Base boomers.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, that guy was a single file.
So, my question was is that whether or not the definition of liberty itself has been perverted by both the modern left and right. The greatest theorist of American democracy, Alexis de Tocqueville, said in his pinnacle work, Democracy in America, that the founders understood democracy is not what you want, liberty is not what you want to do, but what you ought to do. They had a strong understanding that liberty has a strong moral component, particularly a strong Christian moral component. So I was wondering then what your thoughts are then on kind of like the change of liberty towards what is seemingly a very economic one, a very material one.
Yeah, I love that question. I think Pope Benedict said something similar to Alex de Tocqueville about liberty is to do what you ought. And to your point about living with Judeo-Christian values, that's right, Judeo-Christian. Oh, there we go. Now you've exposed yourself. You are anti-Semites.
I'm Christian.
Our country is built on Judeo-Christian values. Whether you like it or not. Exposed. Exposed.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Thank you for being here, Congressman. Never forget. I just wanted, so I had a question. So I'm anti-illegal immigration. I'm pro-legal immigration. One argument I hear from some people, generally from the right, of course, they say you shouldn't be pro-legal immigration because immigrants vote majority Democrat, 70-30 or whatever other number they cite. I was wondering, what would your argument be against that?
Yeah, I don't think you hear that argument from mainstream conservatives. I think you might hear that argument from the alt-right. And we've got some of those guys here. And they're very proud of themselves, and we don't have anything in common with that kind of ideology. Again, you know who does have a lot in common with that kind of ideology? The far left. The far left and their identity politics merge quite well with these guys who are deeply anti-Semitic, who think that there's some kind of war against white people. So you can hear them now. They're starting to get triggered.
You won't answer
Because who else gets triggered? The left.
I just want to grill.
And these guys. So they're deeply emotional in their thinking, and when you're emotional in your thinking, I think what they're doing is they're speaking to those reptilian brains that go back to thousands of years of human history, where identity politics actually matters. But it doesn't. The Western Enlightenment told us it doesn't, where individualism is what matters, where the content of your character is what matters. No, it's just he's telling who he is. Why don't you ask Rob Smith that? And so the answer is this: I will not make my immigration policy based on who I think they'll vote for. I will go talk to them and I'll tell them what we stand for. And guess what? Their values tend to align more with mine than they do the far left. A lot of these people are escaping the atrocities of big government. So how do we get to that? But we also have an interest in getting a lot more people access to that healthcare. Okay? So we have to listen to what the left wants. Not everything the left wants is bad, right? They're right to want more people to have access to healthcare. But the way they want to get there is extremely counterproductive. It'll reduce supply. How? Because if you have Medicare for all, what you're really doing is you're undercutting the payment to doctors and hospitals. Right now, Medicare payments are about 70% of the cost. Okay, so doctors have to figure that out and then they have to overcharge on the private insurance side. That's the system we live in now, and it's frustrating. If you go to Medicare for all for everybody, what you're doing is you're undercutting their prices completely. So a lot of doctors will get out of the business. They might see less patients. Hospitals will have to cut back. So anytime you do price controls, you automatically reduce supply. That's basic economics. You can't escape that reality. The other big problem is that we reduce innovation. And that's a really bad problem. We don't want to reduce innovation.
This is just to start it off. Do you support sanctions on countries that have nuclear programs or are pursuing nuclear proliferation?
Yeah, like Iran, for instance?
Yeah, so you do support sanctions on countries that are committing acts of like nuclear armament or proliferation, like Iran, North Korea, etc., etc.?
Let me guess. Where are you going with this one?
Israel does possess
Well, let me just just be very clear about y'all's support for the BDS movement. You and Ilhan Omar are in good company on this one.
Oh yeah.
And the BDS movement is economic warfare against a country. It is a desire to gather a lot of people together and destroy the economy of Israel. I don't see anything moral or good or just about that, okay? And I know the premise of it, right? I know the premise of your question. Okay, so obviously we don't. There's a big difference between Iran and Israel. Do you disagree with that? Do you think there's a difference between Israel and Iran? So you think Israel is a state sponsor of terrorism the way Iran is?
Yes.
Yes? I heard yes. Interesting. The veil is lifted. You guys don't hide the ball very well.
You don't answer questions about it. They let ISIS fighters. Yeah. No, it's not right.
Okay. Be quiet. God, you guys are insufferable. Triggered. You know what's funny about you guys? You operate exactly like the far left. You push, and you push, and when somebody says, you're not part of us, you get triggered. You claim victimhood. You engage in victim identity politics. And it's pathetic. I'm not done with his question. Being here does not give you a right to ask a question. Again, what's the difference between you and the far left? The far left likes to talk about how government and people can create rights for them. You are doing the exact same thing. All right, I'm not done with the kid's good question about Social Security, which actually matters. Interesting. A lot of you guys wearing the Make America Great Again hats. You support President Trump? So do you support the most pro-Israel president we have ever had? So you guys, so the one issue you seem to care about is Israel. The one issue you care about, it's the only questions you've asked are about Israel.
Because you won't answer.
Look, will you, so are you going to right now, are you going to denounce President Trump's policies on Israel?
Yes!
So are you MAGA hat wearers or not? Yes! If the one thing you care about is Israel, then how does this make any sense? Yelling, pointing. Ah! It's fun. You guys, here's what's happening. Here's what's happening here. This is the alt-right 2.0. Because the alt-right was discredited. So what they do is they try to cloak themselves in some sort of logical nationalism, some kind of MAGA hat wearing America First type rhetoric, which a lot of conservatives agree with. And then they use that to cloak their anti-Semitic leanings and their racist leanings. And it's pretty gross. Guys. And I'll say this, now we're gonna have a little come to Jesus moment. You don't have the luxury of the time that I grew up in, where nothing was online and we weren't tweeting and we weren't on Facebook and things like this weren't being filmed. You guys live in that reality. And you're young and you're not that experienced right now and you're very upset and emotional. Years from now, you're going to regret this. You're going to regret being on camera and saying some of the things that you're saying. When Social Security was implemented, I think the life expectancy was in the low 60s. Right now it's at 78. That's a huge difference. And
she won't even answer you honestly.
Just answer why are you not allowed. So both generations have to actually give a little. We have to have an American compromise on this. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen until the American people believe it should happen.
That's right.
And it's very politically divisive right now. And I hope that we can all educate ourselves on Social Security and how to fix it so that we can get to that point.
How do you think this is going to pan out?
I'm the authority here.
Hello.
I'm
I
asking
want
you
to thank
guys.
you for your service.
Step back.
I'm from a border town in Arizona. And,
That's right.
I have a non.
God is the authority.
So I want to know, like,
another plan. Yo, chill.
Hey, I'm here to.
No, I'm
here to
make
your walk.
I'm just.
Are we gonna keep funding the wall?
I'm allowed to film. Look, I'm peacefully filming. You step out.
Right. So the question is about illegal immigration. How do we stop that?
I'm not causing a disturbance.
Yes, we need to keep funding a wall. We absolutely need wall funding. That doesn't be like this 2,500-mile wall. So that's what the left likes to use against us. They like to say, "Oh, it's so dumb. You just want some giant concrete walls." Is this freedom of speech?
What do you think this means, bro? This is tattooed on my body, buddy.
We advocate for a wall where Border Patrol says we need it, and they don't need it everywhere.
Have you met Donald Trump?
A lot more places than they have it.
No, not.
Oh well, I have.
What we need
so shut
more
the fuck
than
up.
that even is enforcement of our laws. So the Flores settlements is an
You're
example
stopping
of
freedom
that.
of speech.
Our asylum loopholes are an example of that.
You're being
We need to be
dishonest.
able to, when people cross
Yes,
illegally,
you're trying
we
to
need to be able
censor
to adjudicate their claims, whether that be an asylum claim or just an illegal
You're a
crossing.
witness. Have I been causing any trouble? I've just been
US
filming, right?
1325.
Right.
That means you illegally crossed
Thank you.
the border. We need to be able to adjudicate that and deport them if they're found not to reach the levels of asylum entrance. Right now, we can't do that. We can't do that because of the Flores settlement. We can't
If it
do
was
that because
proved
we
me
don't have
wrong,
enough
then he
space
should
for
listen
that.
to controversial
And we can't do
questions.
that because
It
we don't
doesn't
have
matter
enough
what they're
immigration
about.
jobs. So you need all of those resources.
And then he
at the border to make sure
mischaracterizes
that
the
we do
people
that,
here
and
and
we
says,
need
"Oh,
Congress
they're
to
all
fix the
anti-Semites."
laws so that we can actually stop those loopholes.
He doesn't even know what the
Zero
questions
tolerance
are.
for illegal immigration.
I've seen many of the
Now,
questions.
I want to give you some
Right.
good news.
We're gonna do 3 more questions.
Hey, I'm filming. I'm filming.
I'm
filming.
Pro-Israel supporter.
Yo.
What these people are doing is absolutely disgusting, and I'm so sorry that it's going on. Absolutely, yes.
No.
It's great to expose them for what they are. They are not MAGA supporters. They are not Trump supporters.
They're not
They are not
true
conservatives. They believe in identity politics just like the far left.
Thank you, Congressman. My question is more of a philosophical one. Being in college and getting a lot of heat from the left, I get a lot of flack for being Jewish and a conservative, saying that the Nazis were the far right. How can we prove to the far left, especially on college campuses such as ASU, that the Nazis were not on the far right, but instead the far left, and how were they socialists? Thank you, Congressman.
Yeah, I mean, you can just Google it, of course, and I think you probably know this. I think that's an effective
You can just
strategy.
Google it.
Just point out Bernie Sanders' policies, Medicare for all,
Snopes.com. It's been
some
debunked.
nationalization of industries, things like that. These are all. The Nazis were socialists.
Oh, look at
and they're
that.
called the
Look, they got their
National
plant
Socialist
in.
Workers
They
Party.
also Zionists. Excuse me, can you please move back? Please move
I'm
back.
filming.
That's fine. You can film from right over there.
Can
You
I
have
just
a
ask
nice
my
one.
question?
You've been here from the beginning.
Yeah, he was the first in line.
I've been third, and I haven't asked my question yet.
Such a victim.
They're altering.
What?
That's me, Representative Crenshaw. No, I'm not done with this question.
You're touching me? Please stop.
I'm not touching. Whoa! Wow. Yeah, she's accusing me of touching her. What are you talking about?
So, another thing, going a little deeper. So the point out the policies.
We have that on camera, so
And ask, and
you're
always
lying.
ask,
You're a liar.
If you're looking at policies,
Don't touch me.
which
I
side of
didn't.
the
How
aisle
am I
do you
able to
have
touch you?
on?
My hands are on my
It's clearly
camera.
not
I did not claim
conservative,
anything. All I
right?
say,
The Nazis were
Oh, now you
clearly
didn't
not
claim
some
anything, right?
free
Right. We
market,
have 2 angles.
individual
So.
liberty party. That
Why are
was
you
not
saying
what
it
the
if he's
Nazis
not
were about. That is what American
I think she meant he
conservatism is
brushed
about.
up against her, and she brushed
You
up.
guys have made a wall to censor me
Because
and to not show people what's going on.
The way we define left and right in
I love
America
this
with the way
country so much.
Europeans
I'm
define
so
left and
thankful
right.
that, you know,
And they define
my
it
family
totally
immigrated
differently.
here.
Their definition
we're
of
trying
the
to listen.
right in Europe is
I'm
based
okay.
on
Be quiet.
some kind of ethno-nationalism. So they do define it that way. So I guess if you're using European definitions, then their claim makes a little bit more sense. But if you're trying to say that the American right is the same as the European right, that's just not true. And we should be intellectually honest about the political philosophies and how they're different.
Good afternoon, Representative Crenshaw. As a citizen of this country, I thank you for your service. And as a Marine Corps veteran,
I'm
I
right
thank
here.
the Navy
Please
for your
move
taxi
back.
service.
Please move
The
back.
question is, considering the number, my bad. I got you. But if Turkey and Israel go to war, who would we support and why, considering the confusion in Syria right now?
Would you say if Turkey and Israel went to war?
Yes, sir.
Well, Turkey has been a pretty crappy ally, so
I agree.
I don't think they're on the verge of going to war, though, so it's kind of an irrelevant question.
Well,
What is this? Can I just stand here freely without you in my face?
Yeah, no, you can stick your arm out. I just don't want you to.
Look, I'm filming.
This is our last
I'm just
question.
filming. I'm a journalist.
So I can't ask questions. My First Amendment right is being taken.
Oh, wait, look at Joseph.
Stop touching
He
me.
says his First Amendment right is taken away.
I literally can't talk. I literally can't
Just because, let me tell you something.
Okay, then can
You do not have a right to force somebody else to associate or engage with you. Us ignoring you is not an infringement on your First Amendment. Understand rights and why they exist.
America first! 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 America first!
You're just sounding like the typical lefties, or even fucking Hillary.
Yes.
That old fraud.
Start speaking up.
Exactly. But you're playing too also, sir.
Sorry.
This is going to be our last question.
What? What?
I've been waiting.
They're bringing up plants. Look at this. Why are you supporting this, Mr. Crenshaw?
Do we have any
Boo!
Democrats who want to ask a question?
Right there.
There's two Democrats right there. What's us? Okay.
This is completely rigged. Yo, Nick, no, break it down. This is completely rigged. Everyone who was in line didn't get asked a question.
I had to show my press pass, right, to
Yeah.
get to the front of the right line.
Congressman, my
All the
question
other
really had to
people
do
in
with,
that line were
liberty
either
and freedom
students
that
of
you always
here
talk
or they
about.
were probably plants.
How
Yeah.
can you claim to be First Amendment and
I had to
freedom
show
and
my
liberty
press pass.
There they go, doing their little
that when you take two
TTUSA
separate
talk.
lines and
Is
label
that
one
on
group
our-
anti-Semites and racist,
I have a
which is
question.
the tactic
Yeah.
of the left, which then women's appropriate. How can you do anything related to pro-liberty, pro-free speech when you are suppressing people to move people to the front of the line?
I just explained how that's not suppression. So let's go to an actual Democrat. He might be legit. I don't know. Let's try.
He won't answer his question. He won't answer the question.
Same answer I just gave.
Answer! 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 Answer the question, bro.
Yeah, that's not true. Oh, okay.
Oh, so now you're slandering him? Yeah.
You can't force me to associate with you. You're confused about what a First Amendment is.
This is a Q&A, dude. Prove me wrong. 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 Prove me wrong.
Conservative Party is like the Tories in UK, who I feel are very similar in principles and values to conservatives here in the United States.
A little bit more fair, yeah.
So what I'm wondering is,
My people were killed by socialists and communists.
If,
So you're gonna try to tell me that I can't ask a question? Yeah, you did. Your actions said that. Her actions said that.
Like in the United Kingdom,
And I made a separate line. And unfortunately, the very rude people merged in, and I can no longer deduce who's an actual student that has a question and who is a supporter of.
Did you hear my?
So if you
I don't care about any of the
understand that.
of anti-Semitism.
So
You're
you're
real.
Your question is interesting. It's basically, it's kind of a super hypothetical.
You're
So
clearly
you're
not
basically
defending the
assuming
Constitution.
we passed Medicare for all,
This
and
is
then
a
you're
joke.
asking if I would always be against
To the
it.
extent that the behavior
And,
undermines the interests of Israel, and he characterizes that.
I'm
as
reluctant to
anti-Semitic.
answer a hypothetical. I probably would be, to be perfectly honest with you, because I don't think it would work. I think the big problems that we'll see with something like Medicare for all, well, there's similar problems to what we see with NIH or the Canadian system, which is very long wait times. And what's worse is it's a there's a triage, right? There's government officials deciding what care they will provide. They get a lot less new drugs than we do.
I wish
They
we
get
could
a
have
lot
just
less,
asked real questions.
New
Yeah,
medical
no, just
innovations
completely
than we
innocent
do.
questions about
Now,
his
on the
work.
left, you would say, but at least they're getting something and it's guaranteed. Fine, fair enough. I think we both have an interest in getting people more access to care. But the last thing I want to do is to
So they accused you of being rude. Were you rude to anyone at all?
No, I was not. The world has ever known, which is the United States of America. It's the reason all of these other countries can give a lot of the care they give is because they kind of live in our garage
and when
in a
people
way,
were cutting in front of
and we
my
can't stop that. So we
I
can't
was
prevent that
waiting for
innovation.
I was here an
And we also
hour
have to
early
look
to
at
ask my
what
very
what
Yeah, I
what
saw
is our
you.
problem.
That's right.
Our problem is that
That's a shame
healthcare
that
is
they
too
can't
expensive.
support real freedom of
That's what's
speech.
reducing
I'm
access.
just
So
an
why don't we
Orthodox
look at
Christian.
things
I
that
wanna
actually
ask a
reduce
question
costs?
about
The only
communism and
force that has ever
socialism
reduced
that
any
killed
cost is free market
millions
forces.
of
So
my
how do we
people
do
in
that
Russia.
while also getting
The
people more
communists
access?
killed
Did you hear my answer about direct primary?
of Orthodox Christians.
Okay.
Millions.
I won't repeat it, but looking to direct primary
I think you
care,
should have been able to ask a
there are
question for sure.
incremental
It's
reforms
a
we
shame
can do
that
are making
people
the
like this
system
are so
better.
dishonest
Last
and
year we had more
sneaky.
generic drugs getting to market
It's
than ever
terrible.
before. Why is it this administration is making it
Christian
easier
lives
to get
matter,
generic
that's right.
drugs to market? What does that do? It creates competition. It reduces drug prices.
What's up, Doc? How are you?
That's a sustainable way to reduce drug prices. That's what we have to do. We have to create more competition among hospitals, among doctors. Direct private care is a really good way to do that. And look into that. It's a phenomenal thing, possibly even bipartisan. And so there's some cool ways to actually improve the health that we have here.
You're on.
I just want to say thank you. I am of Mexican Guatemalan descent. My family did flee socialism.
Wait!
My biggest question is, how else can we educate minorities on why socialism is wrong and how they can actually better their lives?
What's this guy doing?
You guys are absolutely disgusting.
stop you from pushing.
I mean, you really are. You really are. You're trying to shout down this woman. You're trying to shout down this woman.
Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
She is exactly who we're in favor of and who you don't seem to like. This person who comes here and cares about individual freedom, who cares about individual liberty, and embraces the American ideal. That's an amazing thing. No other country in the world does that really happen, where you can come here and become American by simply embracing the ideas that our country was founded on.
You guys are pathetic.
It's such a cool thing. It's why
you're
we're
pathetic.
exceptional.
Yeah,
It's why we're
you're a pathetic simp.
Why
Yeah.
with you.
She's not gonna fuck you, bro. Hope she sees this.
Physiognomy check? Physiognomy check?
I'm gonna need you to not rush.
Thank you guys for coming. We're done with the Q&A section.
Let him ask his question. The Talmud says Jesus Christ is burning an accident. What do you have to say about that? Question. What do you have to say about that? Epstein didn't kill himself. What are you scared
Thank you guys. This has been awesome. Sorry for these yahoos. Sorry.
Right, okay. European
The silent majority of it.
America first! America first! America first! America first! America first! America first! Shame! 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 Shame!
Get the fuck out of here, Cyclops! I do just want to say that our movement is having a pretty lasting impact. And why I say that is because today we had another Turning Point USA chapter completely dissolve itself, explicitly in response to what we're doing. So we talked about this last week, that the Kansas State University Turning Point USA chapter dissolved itself. That was Jaden McNeil, who said, you know what? Turning Point USA attacked the Covington kids. They don't protect American workers. They promote mass immigration. And they're shutting down free speech. So he said, you know what? I'm resigning. My vice president is resigning. Our secretary is resigning. And the chapter's dissolved. That was the first chapter to dissolve in response to our movement. This week, we had a second chapter dissolve. This one was at Fresno State, which I think is in California. And their statement says, quote, "Good afternoon, Patriots. It is with a heavy heart that we are departing Turning Point USA. We have arrived at a crossroad of ideals. Turning Point has made itself the gatekeepers of conservatism, but they are not conserving anything. Instead, they are mutilating it. Conservatism at its core is meant to conserve traditional values and ideals. This is something they no longer represent." Let's start off with last semester during our free speech event. We had a free speech ball that students wrote on. The purpose was for students to write whatever they like and we would not erase it. All speech was welcome. Well, we Patriots welcomed it. Turning Point did not. A student chose to write, quote, Google the Kalergi plan, and by a weird twist of fate, it was our first photo that the main page of Turning Point chose to repost for everyone to see. The media picked up on it and called it promoting anti-Semitism. And so, Turning Point took it down from our page. We got censored on our own page on a free speech event. That's when we knew that their ideals didn't match ours. The Kalergi plan. You gotta wonder, why did Turning Point USA erase Google the Kalergi plan? They don't want you to Google the Kalergi plan. They definitely don't want you to know about Kalergi and, what he had to say about the different races coming together in Europe. They don't want you to know about that. The statement says, quote, free speech includes all, especially those who you do not agree with. You cannot call yourself a patriot if you only defend the rights of those you agree with and violate the rights of those you don't agree with. The second page reads, this is one example of 3 different times in which we were censored, on top of the fact that certain subjects are restricted. While this is understandable, we want to have the freedom to table on topics we feel need to be discussed, as well as allow for all speech, since we do not believe there are any restrictions under the First Amendment. Additionally, they have slowly started promoting and catering to the LGBTQ community. While we have absolutely no hatred towards them, they do not align with the conservative movement itself. Finally, we have been seeing Turning Point members calling for other political commentators to be deplatformed. This is something we are supposed to be fighting against, but instead they are using the same leftist tactics. Turning Point has portrayed themselves to have the standards and morals of the conservative movement. We have officially resigned as we feel they are drifting further from what the actual conservative movement is about. This is Fresno State. This is one of the biggest Turning Point chapters in the whole country. 2 chapters in 2 weeks. And this is on top of, I've seen dozens of resignations from executive officers, vice presidents, individual members. I've seen so many statements on Twitter, so if you think that this isn't having an effect, I've seen a lot of Turning Point shills doing damage control online. Charlie Kirk on his Twitter account, he's pretending he doesn't know what any of this is about. I think it was last week at OSU, he got asked about what we were doing, and he played dumb. He said, Nick Fuentes, I don't know him. Who's that? He said, what's going on? Where are the Groypers? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, right? I mean, this is what they're doing. But meanwhile, some of their biggest chapters, KU, Fresno, are just outright disbanding. Executive officers, vice presidents, individual members are writing letters of resignation. And it's not like they're writing letters of resignation saying I have to focus on schoolwork. They're writing letters of resignation and they're dissolving chapters because of how Turning Point is treating us. And what's, I think, the biggest death knell for Turning Point is that in every case, all of these people have been feeling this way for a long time. It wasn't just because of us, but we were obviously the catalyst. We were the final straw. In all the statements I've read so far, they're talking about, ever since Charlie Kirk disavowed the Covington kids, I knew he was bad, right? Or in this case, everybody's got a story like, we did a free speech ball, but it wasn't really free speech. Or they have an issues-based concern. I'm a social conservative, but Turning Point supports LGBT. I'm an economic conservative or an economic nationalist, but Turning Point wants mass immigration. They want to staple green cards to diplomas. So in every letter that I've read, they all talk about us, but in every letter, they all have other concerns as well that are ideological, personal, organizational, whatever. And this just goes to show that this is a very fragile and vulnerable organization.
But that's why it's important what Charlie Kirk does, because he brings the dialogue to you so you can actually open your heart, your minds, and listen and learn and share and be brave.
And for you guys, most importantly for life, to be able to question things, to be able to stand up to that authority, to be able to do what you're doing on the college campuses now is so important. USA is okay. So we're
immigration. And to the woman in the back, yes, we are a nation of immigrants, but we are all a nation of laws and due process, and the laws should be followed. There is nothing to be celebrated about human trafficking, about sex trafficking, about children being raped and utilized by coyotes, stealing from families and coming across and losing their lives. And President Trump has in fact done more for minorities. 47% of all new businesses last year are by women of color. Record low country. I don't mind a wall because I want safe communities for children and for law-abiding Americans. I want to keep MS-13 out of the United States of America and out of our neighborhoods. I am a first-generation American. My father born in Ireland. My mother was born in Puerto Rico, and they came here to San Francisco. And my father waited in line and became a United States citizen and proudly served in the United States military to pay back to the country that had given him the American dream. And America is open for business, and the American dream is available to all Americans.
I think they're triggered, Don. It happens. It happens. But again, that's the difference between conservatives. Name a time where conservatives have disrupted even the furthest leftists on a college campus, right? It doesn't happen that way. We're willing to listen. We're willing to listen. See what I mean? And that is the problem. And the reason oftentimes it doesn't make sense to do the Q&A is not because we're not willing to talk about the questions, because we do. No. It's because people hijack it with nonsense looking to go for some sort of soundbite. You have people spreading nonsense, spreading hate to try to take over that room.
No,
that's the real issue.
No, it's because you're not making your parents proud by being rude and disruptive and discourteous. We are happy to answer a question. Respect the people around you so that they can hear. You don't play by the same rules. Let me tell you something. I bet you engage and go on online dating because you're impressing no one here to get a date in person. How many people have you catfished?
Hey, see, guys? It's all about the moment for Instagram so they can show how woke they are. It's not about actual facts. Otherwise, they'd be out there leading the charge, not just trying to disrupt others. And that sort of proves our whole point. You know, that's why we're doing this. Again, we'll go there. We'll go to the Lion's Den, and we'll talk. Because we want to be able to get that voice out there. Slow down, guys.
So Don, in the couple minutes we have remaining, talk about the amazing success that this president has accomplished.
Okay? It's what you see from the NBA. LeBron, Steve Kerr, these guys. No, it's okay. They're entitled to their
what's
opinions.
up?
I get it. This is still America, guys, okay? But they spent the last few years railing on America, how terrible it is.
Hey everybody, it's me, Nick Fuentes. Hey, it's happening! It's Groypening, bitch! I didn't think it was gonna because there's no Q&A, but it's going down. So we're here, we've got a live stream going, we're gonna watch what happens.
What's going on and what they're doing to the Muslim sects
Let's
that
see.
live there. This is well-documented stuff. At least man up and own that it's all about the money. It's all about the speakers. If you say, I'm not going to talk about it because it's going to affect me financially, I understand that. But at least be honest. Don't give me the bullshit that you're all of a sudden magically not so informed. You haven't been informed on anything, and that hasn't stopped you from running your mouth for a few years. So come on, own up to it. It's not that complicated.
Yeah. And here's the problem. I don't understand, like, individuals in the back, which
Here
there
we
are
go, here
student
we go.
health services available on the great campus of UCLA. But what I don't understand, why would you
This one's
cheer
so
someone
cringe.
that murders and rapes women and children? Yeah, why would you cheer that? Why would you cheer that? And why would you not acknowledge that women are better under President Trump and this economy? Record low unemployment, 1,800
What is the chance?
new women created and owned businesses a day in the United States of America in 2018 alone. Ththose are the
She's getting booed, but what's the chance?
couldn't dispute that. They said, well, we like the jobs.
What are they yelling?
People have jobs. They don't like the rhetoric. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem.
This is incredible.
Congratulations. Under President Trump, college students in America will have a job when they graduate. Even people like that.
They're struggling. Look at how badly they're struggling to control their own events.
For those of you who want to come to the book signing, we're going to go over do that. I look forward to meeting you.
Wow.
Some of you face to face.
Wow.
It's awesome to be able to be out here, and thank you very much, and thank you all for exercising your free speech.
Keep fighting on your campuses every single day.
Incredible. They're in retreat. They're in retreat. This event lasted 30 minutes. Wow. They're getting booed. They're getting booed off the stage. They cut the audio.
Donald Trump Jr. speaking at a Turning Point USA
Wow.
event at UCLA. He was talking about his new book, Triggered, and he also talked about his recent...
Wow, that was something. This event lasted, let's see. Are you kidding me? This event lasted 30 minutes. We shut it down after 30 minutes. They sat down 33 minutes ago, so understand the significance of that. So, for people that are not aware, today was the first Turning Point USA event since the first event that they've streamed since OSU last Tuesday. So OSU was, it was Tuesday, it was the last Tuesday in October. Charlie Kirk got humiliated. We asked like 9 questions. This was their first streamed event since then. It was Don Jr., Charlie Kirk, and I guess Kimberly Guilfoyle at UCLA. From the very beginning, they announced there would be no questions. And I don't know if they didn't stream that part on OAN, but at the very beginning of the event where we had planned to attend and ask questions and we'd coordinated, at the very beginning, Turning Point said, we're not taking any questions. They got booed immediately. Throughout the whole speech that lasted 30 minutes, they got heckled, jeered, there was Joker laughing, people were yelling out questions. It seemed to me like every time Don Jr. talked about free speech or asking questions, there was heckling, there was booing, people were talking about questions, free speech. It seemed to happen about 5 minutes ago that a chant broke out of Q&A. The audience started chanting Q&A, booing, yelling, a chant of build the wall. I think it got to the point where just literally in the last 5 to 10 minutes, the audience was completely in revolt. It was so out of control that they ended the event early after 30 minutes. And so to me, this is just like such a huge victory because not only did we force them to cut the Q&A because they knew we would be there and they knew we would ask questions that would embarrass Charlie Kirk, but they had to end the event after 30 minutes, booed, literally booed off the stage by their own supporters. How can they continue to deny that it's not an America First movement? So good. I mean, that's just, it does not get better than that. It does not get better than that.
College campus. Right? It doesn't happen that way. We're willing to listen. The furthest leftist on a college campus. Right? It doesn't happen that way. We're willing to listen. We're willing to listen.
This is so good, dude. This is better. This is better than questions.
Ben Shapiro labeled us as alt-right. The alt-right is bad because they didn't stand with Christ. My question is, instead of labeling us, like your whole speech said, don't just label people alt-right, why won't you talk with Nicholas Flynn?
All right, well, first off,
Woo!
I didn't really get it.
Yeah!
if you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect. That's it. That really is it. I talk to people all over the political aisle. I have treated literally every single guest who has walked into my studio, whether they're lefties like Andrew Yang, Marianne Williamson, and Tulsi Gabbard. I treated them with the exact same respect that I treated Prager Shapiro and Peter Thiel. The person that you mentioned has said some pretty horrific shit about me. I have no interest in that. I'm not stopping him from speaking. I'm not calling for him to be deplatformed. But that's how I operate as a human being. That's what I want to get out there as people. And I think that is actually a much better way to run a pluralistic society, one that I want to be part of. It may be possible that you don't want to be in that type of society, and that's what the great battle is all about. But that's how I would answer that. So.
Wall. I will say that serving your country, no matter what the capacity in the United States military, is one of the greatest honors that you can have as an American. And I will say that what I did in the military, as opposed to people that we know, Dan Crenshaw, Medal of Honor recipients Dakota Meyer, Medal of Honor recipients Kyle Carpenter, and so there you go. Yeah. My service compared to is nothing. I say this all the time. I am no hero, but
oh my gosh.
To serve alongside quite a few heroes, and that is something that I think that every man or woman in America should have the privilege to do.
Terrific. So, Grant, you are an American hero.
That was incredible. That was so awesome.
So now we want to get to questions.
So good.
There's
oh my god.
And we're going to have 2 lines, because it seems that you get a lot of people. We're going to have a line for those people.
Oh yeah, 2 lines, because there's just too many people.
Or just that kind of place, and some people that disagree from the far right, or whatever, the alt-right, whatever that is, they can go from this line. And
yes!
So that could go, we'll tell you which line is which. And then
so good. This is so good. So far, it's good.
Even though there's been plenty of that already tonight. So let's not boo, but you can drink concert, and we'll have a good conversation. Until
that was nice.
The time runs out, and thank you guys for listening respectfully. So thank you guys. So I think we're going to start. So much interesting questions.
Joker laugh.
All right, we're going to start here. I think this is the leftist line. Half the room goes up for questions, so. We'll start right here. Hold on, let's turn on your mic first.
Testing 1. Hi, I'm an engineering student here, and it puzzles me that an organization that claims to be in my best interest in America First, pushing and advocating for bringing in the best and the brightest, which translates into hordes of legal STEM workers. Anyone who understands supply and demand will know that if you increase the number of STEM workers in an area, it creates havoc on the wages and employment of STEM workers already in that area. So why should I, Charlie Kirk, and other STEM students in the room continue to get excited for conservative movements that would replace us at the workplace before we even get there? In other words, what can your brand of conservatism do for American graduates besides directions to the unemployment line?
Incredible, incredible! Groyper, #1, first in line.
Can I ask you a question? This is a follow-up. So, do you think that there will be some immigrants coming to America in the next year?
Should be no immigrants coming in.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
So, but do you think realistically, do you think there will be some immigrants in the next year?
Well, of course, because of people like you.
Oh!
I did say that I support the RAISE Act. Do you agree with the RAISE Act?
What's that? Explain it to me.
With the President of the United States supports immigration.
Nice.
So are you a Trump supporter?
Of course I am.
Okay, so you support the President's immigration plan, so agree on that. You want to end birthright citizenship.
I don't support his immigration plan.
Okay, well, I do. So I'm going to tell you what I believe. Ending birthright citizenship, ending the visa lottery, making English the official language of the United States, building the southern border wall so that we can once and finally secure our country from people illegally entering into the United States. I clarified earlier that I said something a couple weeks ago that I should not have said, and guess what?
Stapling green cards to the back of foreign border students' diplomas.
Right.
You said F1 was what you clarified. What you really said was you wanted to staple green cards.
That is an F1. That's an F1 visa. So,
but let me green card specific.
Let me ask you a question though. Since you admit that there will be a immigrant or some immigrants coming to America in the next year, do you want those immigrants to be qualified or unqualified?
As I said, I don't
Answer
want
the question, because I'm answering yours. Answer the question.
Well, obviously qualified.
Okay, qualified. You and I agree. We want qualified people to come to America.
Verbal trickery. Oh, wow! He is loudly booed. Yes! Yes!
Qualified America.
That's the first question.
You're a Bernie supporter.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have.
Thanks for being here.
I think I'm gonna have some disagreements with you, Charlie. I want to say, first of all, thank you for being a free speech absolutist who said constantly that you will engage anyone on anything, and I really hope that you won't interrupt and listen to the whole question over here. I promise to
I'll let you ask the question, not give a speech.
Yeah, right. So,
Undercover Groyper?
I'm a proud American Jew, and I want to say thank you everyone for loving Israel, and I want to say though that I am not a socialist. Okay, in the last couple of weeks over here,
what's his end game?
We've seen America First Christians and Catholics smeared. These are the same stock of people who built this country. Over the last couple of weeks, conservatives like yourself and other conservative gatekeepers have smeared them as racist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic. This cannot be further from the truth, and these are leftist dog whistle tactics.
Yes!
And your organization push for the LGBT agenda, and you push for mass immigration. Now, I want to acknowledge, I appreciate you coming back and taking that back about the stapling green cards to the
This is so good. This is so good.
Malkin addresses, but you did not address.
So what's the question?
You did not address the EB5 uses, which you called for unlimited. So the question is, given all this, why should we trust you to be a leader in the conservative movement over someone who values America first, like Nicholas J. pointed out?
Yes! 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 Hit the T-pose! Yes!
Thank you for being here. So, let me answer the question. And so, it's an interesting question from someone wearing a shirt, so I just gotta say, that's very interesting.
That was incredible! That was incredible! Best question yet!
Border wall well before many people.
Wow! Wow!
The United States. I do have an appreciation for freedom of dialogue, and I demonstrated by
incredible
using the microphone to allow you to say that. And
incredible.
Remarks tonight, you look at in the past, I have not and will not attack individuals that have certain beliefs and overgeneralize them. I will not do that, and I refuse to do that. When a specific individual says something that is detestable, I will call that person out for that. And let me say this just more broadly in general. I believe that this country is the greatest country in the history of the world because we're able to have this kind of debate and we're able to have this kind of discussion. You're able to come up and we have this kind of civic engagement and have this kind of civic dialogue. And I have now traveled the country for 5.5 years, going to college campuses, getting screamed at by leftists, saying, all these sorts of things. And I want to say, Turning Point USA focuses on those big three things that we talked about. American exceptionalism, America being the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world. The Constitution being the greatest political document ever written. Free enterprise capitalism being the most moral, proven, effective economic system ever discovered. And then I also went through the 5 or 6 leading things that I think a lot of people here have a lot of understandable anxiety about. Endless wars, DC getting more powerful, the college cartel, ripping students off, social media banning. I acknowledged a lot of those things, and I'm willing to have a conversation about them.
That was incredible. That was the best thing I've ever seen.
Mass immigration, and I talked about that. It's not just illegal immigration, and you have 23 million people illegally in our country, but also mass immigration in the legal sense, where we have chain migration, visa lottery.
He will never recover from that. There's no going back. You understand that?
Does not in any way, shape, or form make our country stronger in the future. So thank you so much for coming. I appreciate the question.
Didn't even answer the question. Didn't even answer it. You're done, dude. You're finished.
So I did have a prepared question for you, but I actually did notice something while I was in line. volunteers were moving people around. They actually pushed me to the front of the line. So I can only assume the reason why they did that is because I don't fit the stereotype of someone who typically asks difficult questions.
This is so good. It's perfect. It's perfect.
My main question for you now is, are you censoring America First patriots because you don't have a satisfactory answer? Or for your donors who don't want the questions asked at all?
Yes! Yes! America First!
Can I ask you a question? Is that okay? Were there not 2 questions already kind of along that vein? So that doesn't sound like censorship.
Wow.
Guys, heckling is a tactic of the left. Don't act.
Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. We got you, bro. We got you.
I'm allowing people to ask respectful questions, and if you have a question, wait in line.
So good. This is so good.
The question is, you're a proponent of free speech, correct?
Right, so you have the microphone, so what would you like?
Wow. Based femoid.
When there are people behind me waiting.
Wait.
So I was behind there. There's 4 people in front of me. They pushed me to the front because I'm assuming because I'm a woman and I'm not the stereotype.
Okay, that's incorrect, but thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Nice. She did a good job. She did a very good job.
Hi, Charlie.
Wow, dismissed. Wouldn't even answer.
But you haven't answered the ideological consequences of immigration, particularly mass immigration. We know from
Just question after question. He's dead. He's dead.
Given that this is true, how can we, as conservatives, bring in thousands, if not millions of immigrants and try to conserve American values?
Very fair question. It's a very fair question. And even the New York Times and Washington Post wrote an op-ed in the last couple of days saying that mass immigration contributed to Virginia becoming very
so good.
And
it just never ends. The Groyper waves, they just keep coming.
This is why I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I support the RAISE Act, why I support ending clean migration and ending...
Are you listening yet?
Because our current immigration policies are unsustainable. And I think
it's beautiful.
There has to be a very...
Charlie Kirk says, "This isn't funny, you sick freak. Turning Point USA is on fire because of what you've done." I know. Isn't it beautiful?
As cynical as you are, I will say this. I'm not going to disagree with the analysis of what you're saying, but I'm not as cynical because I don't believe that demographics are necessarily destiny. I believe that any individual can end up believing anything with a proper argument. For those of you that are doing, that's a very cynical worldview. I don't have that worldview. That worldview that you have, and you're allowed to have that opinion, is that you believe that just because someone looks a certain way, they will never end up being a conservative. You're not saying that, but the people who are booing saying. I didn't say you.
I feel like I'm being smeared. You're assuming that I'm saying it's pure demographics. I'm saying non-Americans that come here don't have American
I didn't say you. I said the individuals that booed, and you did not boo. So, but I will say this, is that there was a proposition in California in the mid-1990s that heavily contributed to a lot of the disruption and a lot of the left-wing kind of swing in California in particular. So look, I think you bring up a very fair point. A point that, quite honestly, that...
So good. So good. We win. Checkmate.
I'm not cynical to believe that a certain individual that does not look or come from a certain way...
God wins. The victory belongs to Jesus Christ, as always. Shut up. You lose.
Hi, Charlie. Let me start off by saying that I don't think I agree with you 100% on everything, but nevertheless, I'm really glad you're here because I'm a strong proponent of free speech. I know you are too, and I think we can all agree that everyone has a right to speak, right? So, my question comes in response to some of the homophobia, transphobia, and just general queerphobia I've seen at conservative events. In particular, most recently during the Q&A section that you had at Ohio State. My question for you is, do you feel the need and obligation to appeal to and recruit from the LGBTQ plus community? And I have a follow-up, but I want to hear your response to that first.
Sure. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate your
Might be a plan from us. Might be lying, right? Undercover.
I said on Dave Rubin's podcast, who's a friend of mine, that I believe that marriage is between one man and one woman. I said that. I also believe that government should never have gotten into the business of marriage at all whatsoever. Marriage should have been left to the church. Marriage should have been...
Libertarian take from like 5 years ago.
That was within a religious context, a church or a synagogue, so on and so forth. As soon as that came within a government prison, if you will, then all of a sudden it became something that was never intended to be, which all of a sudden included tax benefits, all these other sorts of things. So let me begin with saying that. Secondly, as a Christian, holding that biblical personal view of marriage, and I go to a church that believes that marriage is between one man and one woman, I do not believe in isolating myself and never associating with somebody that also might be a gay individual, such as Rob Smith or Dave Rubin. I believe, and that's fine, you can boo the fact that I have individuals that are on our staff that are gay, but I also I do not believe in a conservative movement that continually walls itself off to people like Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is one of the most successful tech entrepreneurs that spoke at the Republican National Convention and received a standing ovation. Peter Thiel is an openly gay man.
I see what he's doing here.
I also want to mention Tammy Bruce. Tammy Bruce is someone who is a favorite, right, of the President of the United States, an openly lesbian individual. And so while I hold this view that government should never have gotten involved in marriage,
it's a pre-planned answer, of course.
While I hold this view that in a biblical context, if that's the discussion that certain individuals want to have, fine, but also understand Turning Point USA is a secular organization, and I said the 3 big things that we talk about as an organization: American exceptionalism, Constitution, and free markets. But I will push back against the belief that the conservative movement should excommunicate individuals simply under...
It's got nothing to do with excommunication.
Fact that they are gay or they are lesbian. I do not believe that should be the future of the conservative movement. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey Charlie, thanks so much for being here tonight. I just got a quick one for you. I'd wager that most people in this room weren't blessed with family connections netting them a 6-figure salary and direct connections to the president and his family. For those of us who aren't going to be living in gated communities, sequestered away from the degradation of the middle class and the gleeful destruction of everything that this country used to hold dear, immigration is not just a question of what bolsters the GDP. An immigration stance based on economics is quite literally selling out your fellow Americans.
So I will give you a non-economic argument for why I believe we should limit the amount of legal immigrants. Overcrowded schools in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Minnesota, Texas, and Florida. I believe that our own citizens in our inner cities should be given precedence and preference over people that illegally entered into the United States, or people that were recently granted green cards through an overly generous immigration proposal. Now, I commented, I will say this. One of the virtues of our country is our generosity, and we should be proud of that. However, there are limitations on all things. There are limitations on resources. There's limitations on a country that is $22 trillion in debt. And our generosity... It's
economic. That's an economic argument, of course.
...is being taken advantage of by the rest of the world. And so this is why I support the President of the United States' MAGA doctrine. This is why I have a book coming out called MAGA Doctrine, which is, for once, instead of catering to the needs and wants to the rest of the world, why don't we talk about how in Baltimore, a part of the country that the President of the United States, publicly commented on recently in the last couple months, they could not find one person in 5th grade that was in predominant black schools that could read at the 5th grade level. I mean, they could not read in 5th grade, they could not read at grade level or do math at the grade level. And so that is a very concerning trend as a country where all of a sudden you're saying we can't even get our own, we can't even solve our own problems in our own country, and somehow the solution will be to continually grant endlessly while we have strain on resources in our country in a lot of ways, in our inner cities in particular, in Los Angeles.
More filibustering. He won't answer the questions.
A serious problem right now of schools that are currently being jammed, lots of public services that are being strained. And so to answer your question, yes. And that is why I support the RAISE Act, ending visa lottery, and I support what I mentioned earlier, which is, of course, reform when it comes around the entire legal immigration system. And I do want to say this, because I think a lot of times we kind of forget about it. the wall before all. We have to build the wall on the southern border, which is where drugs come into our country, people illegally enter, where individuals that, well, and I was very vocal about this, and I was very disappointed by some people on the right that were very quiet about it, and I'm not sure why, but you saw 9 American citizens killed by Mexican cartels last week. And the media was basically silent, and they did nothing. And that is why I tweeted, and I believe firmly, that the United States military should go straight into Mexico and declare whatever form you want to call it, conflict on the cartels that have been wreaking havoc on our country.
Based. I'm down for that. But then don't bring them here.
Quasi-city-state governments on our southern border. The cartels that are sex trafficking thousands of
fake
kids
outrage,
into our
somebody
country.
says in chat.
The
Exactly
cartels
right.
that bring in weapons that are killing our own citizens in our cities. And so I supported the President of the United States when he sent out that tweet. And you know what was so disappointing about that? Is that the media said, oh, President Trump says he wants to declare war on the cartels. How dare you? The media was more concerned about the president's outrage about 9 Americans being killed than the fact that 9 Americans were actually killed in Mexico. This is a very concerning thing. And I would say that, and I want to compliment you. I want to compliment you for bringing the issue of immigration to the front of the line, because it is a very pressing issue. This is why I went to Berkeley with armed security wearing the Build the Wall shirt and nearly had stuff thrown at me.
Whoa, wow, so brave.
With Art Del Puerto, who's one of the top Border Patrol individuals, and made
Art
the
Del
wall.
what?
I wish I made the wall. I made the video about how we need the wall, and it was completely open. And I want to compliment you for bringing the issue of legal immigration, because that at times is not always given the same platform that it should, because that as well has a significant contribution to the conversation as well. So thank you very much for the question. I appreciate it.
Thank us.
If I may, and forgive me, I'm from Mississippi, so sometimes it takes me a minute to process things the right way. I want to go back to the LGBTQ plus question just really fast, because I heard a lot of booings in the back, and there's something that I want to talk about. I heard a lot of booings in the regards of Christian conservatives associating or not associating with people that we disagree with their lifestyle religiously. And to hear you boo in the back as a Christian conservative, I feel the need to say this. I heard you boo Rob Smith. I heard you boo Dave Rubin, etc. Don't tell me as a Christian conservative what my God can and cannot do.
He has no idea. He has no idea what's going on.
Of what a Christian is supposed to do. 2 years ago, Kanye West was talking about strippers, and just like
good for
Jesus, and no pastors everywhere, and that's where
it is a culture war. We've turned it into a culture war.
I don't know if we're going to run time, but we'll keep going until they yank me off stage. Sir, thank you for being here.
Charlie, thank you for being here, and your name is Graham, correct? Graham. Thank you for your service. I really appreciate that. I'm not the guy who asked the LGBTQ question, but I'm sure a response would have been like, love the sinner, hate the sin, and don't promote it. Accept them as a person, but don't promote it. But I have my own question. Given that the economic benefits of migrants overwhelmingly go to the migrants themselves, migrants have a negative fiscal impact on the country, costing over $100,000 per immigrant over their lifespan. Low-skilled lower wages, which forces women into the workforce and destroys the family unit. High-skilled working migrants prevent hardworking Americans whose degrees were earned at American universities from getting their jobs in their learned fields.
This is so good.
All of this, backed up by leading immigration economists like George Borjas and others, is the reason why you continue to push mass migration just because your donors like paying lower wages to foreigners at the detriment of middle-class Americans who voted for Trump. Forget it.
So good. It's just, it's not even fair at this point.
Mass immigration. I say the last part slowly so I can.
Sure. Is the reason you continue to push mass migration just because your donors like paying lower wages to foreigners at the detriment of middle-class Americans who voted for Trump?
All right, so something about raise back support, allegedly support something I don't support because of what? Okay, got it. Okay,
No,
so
it didn't.
let me just be very clear. I get attacked by certain individuals in the center right for being too hawkish on immigration.
Oh no, center right, center right.
I went up to and some of you guys were there, at a booth that
I was there.
individuals had, it was this center that was funded by a lot of different groups. And I went up and I said, I support the RAISE Act, I support ending the visa lottery, ending chain migration. I said, oh, you are on the fringe of the immigration debate, that we should not even have that conversation. So I don't support mass immigration, I support the RAISE Act, which Senator David Perdue from Georgia and Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas have championed, and the President of the United States have championed in specifically in particular. So again, I want to compliment you and thank you for bringing this issue to the front of the line, fourth or fifth person to do that. So there's obviously, it's a very
Sorry for the
issue.
shaking
I'm not
cam.
discounting that.
Okay.
But I want to just reiterate my position that I believe in sponsoring the RAISE Act. You know how many senators support the RAISE Act? 2. So for those of you that really care about getting less legal immigrants, which is a correct thing to believe in, I hope you guys show up to every other senator town hall with the same sort of
That's a total deflection. That's a very cheap deflection.
in the chambers of legislation.
Very cheap
Something
deflection.
that 2 United States senators believe in, and the President of the United States believes in, and Vice President Pence believes in. And so I also believe in what the President has said, which is to limit refugee resettlement and to have some sort of recalibration and some sort of point system, which is part of the RAISE Act, of how we legally bring individuals into our country. So thank you for your question, I appreciate it.
Didn't answer the question.
Hi, Charlie. Thanks for being here. I wanted to bring up immigration as well. So, if you look at the breakdown for demographics in 2016, white Americans voted 58% Republican. What people here might be surprised to find out is that includes every age range, including millennials.
Be
So
quiet,
white
bro.
American millennials voted majority Republican. If you look at every other age range of black and Hispanic voters, they all went Democrat. So my question to you is this: when are these other groups going to start voting Republican?
That's perfect. That's exactly what we said yesterday on the show.
I believe demographics are not destiny.
Yeah,
I believe
yeah,
that
we
the
got that,
earlier
bro.
observation that mass immigration, uncontrolled mass immigration, is a very fair point that the New York Times and the Washington Post gloated about how they turned Virginia into a once blood red state and then into now a deep.
It's just a bloodbath. This is worse than OSU.
Left-wing press said that. But
For them.
Let me ask a question that is an interesting thought exercise. Why do Cuban Americans who are Hispanic vote so conservative?
That's not the same thing. I'm from Miami, and Cubans are way different than Hispanics, baby. They're way different. And younger Cubans are voting Democrat. It was reported by the Miami Herald.
So you're like 19 and up. I have a question. Why is it that Cubans overwhelmingly vote conservative or Republican?
Well, in a country of 360 million people, how many Cubans do we have here voting?
Wow, thanks for the 5 Cubans. You're going to make sure we win an election.
Dude, shut up. Somebody tell the cameraman to stop.
Let me just say this.
It's crazy.
Cubans would be traditionally categorized as Hispanics. So allow me to contribute to this.
He's just lying. He's just lying.
Allow me to answer without being shouted at. So here's the thing: is I do not believe a certain individual's melanin in their skin or where they come from dictates exactly how they're going to vote or what they believe in the future.
That's just not true. You don't have to believe that, but it's just completely wrong.
And I will say this: I will contribute to this. Something to think about. I'm not discounting your question at all whatsoever, but we disagree just on that. I'm not as cynical as you are. I will say that I believe
It's about
that
cynicism.
conservatives
Give me a break.
have done a poor job of communicating our values and going into these communities where I think that we can do a much better job of winning the Latino community and the black community. You don't think so. I do think so.
Bruh. Boomer talking points. Boomer shit.
Wearing a MAGA hat. So you support or you don't support them going to New Mexico saying that we're going to win the Latino vote. Do you think President Trump is right or wrong?
I think he's wrong. He's not going
Okay.
to.
I think President Trump is right. And so thank you very much.
Yep. He's just getting eaten alive.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, Graham. Thank you for coming. Graham, thank you for your service. I do appreciate it. I just want to clear something up. I am a Cuban American, and I am white. I'm not Hispanic.
Nice.
Hell
yeah.
white people are being unfairly treated in this country with affirmative action and things like that? And do you think that's going to get better or worse as we become a minority in this country?
Okay, so I think I heard.
Hell yeah.
Which is
Cubans coming out.
White people are being unfairly treated in America. Okay, so let me start with this, and I was going to mention it in the opening
This
remarks.
is so good.
This pervasive
12
line
questions.
on college campuses.
And like all of them
I
are
have
ours.
been very vocal against of white privilege. It's a racist lie and it's a divisive lie, and it needs to be ended. It is a hyper-focus point on race. It is the left trying to believe that certain individuals have some form of melanin in their skin. They either have more privileges, or some sort of privileges, or they have more access to, or a higher likelihood of success. This is designed to divide us. And it is wrong, and it is racist, and it should be rejected. Number two, I'll take a broader point. Affirmative action.
Stop yelling out, I wonder.
Is equally as racist. Affirmative action is racist against Asian Americans, and it's racist against white people, it's racist all across the board. And so, but I will say this though. I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'll just contribute this to the conversation, okay? Not saying it's you, but some people. Brand, I want to talk to you. Thanks, Nick. No, you're good.
They try to get that guy out of the line.
Not you, but some people that have come to some of our events previously, and I don't know if any of them are here, use the kind of white privilege lie and the affirmative action
He's talking about us,
policies
I think.
as an excuse to create a fringe white identitarian movement
There it
that
is.
is evil
Bullshit.
and that is wrong.
Nice. Yeah. Awesome.
Why do you have black leadership summits?
Of which to believe that we are going to solve
What a
division
hypocrite.
in our country, where the saying of our country is under the Latin phrase "e pluribus unum."
Oh, give me a break.
By creating
That's not what that means.
nationalist group is evil and incorrect. While I admit
That's not what e pluribus unum means. It means out of many colonies.
They're kicking this guy out of the room.
affirmative action, so on and so forth. And I'm not saying you believe.
Are they kicking you out? Why are they kicking you out?
Because I yelled when everybody else in the room yelled. I got loud when the whole auditorium got loud, and when everything quieted down.
Let's refocus.
The name Turning Point for me is kind of hopeful, because my family and I have watched for decades as Republicans have made continued concessions without any gains. Over time, they only lose and they never make any steps forward. For example, Republicans today have all but abandoned the traditional American values that defined the party years ago. Along the same lines, decades ago, Republicans promised that open immigration policy would not cause demographic shift. And they were lying. As it is evident today that open immigration policy does cause demographic shifts. The only thing Republicans seem to stand by is an unwavering devotion to Israel.
I mean, it's true, but can I get an optics
Which is
check on that?
shrouded in some mysticism that peons such as myself can't seem to understand. Right? My question for you is, how would you propose we reverse the trend of concessions by the Republican Party?
Okay, so first, thank you for being here. Can I ask you a question? Are you a supporter of President Trump?
I'm a supporter of some of his policies.
Okay, fair enough, that's fine. So,
this guy's
how do you get the Republican Party to hold their promises? I love civic action. I love the fact you guys are here. The booing, whatever, that's fine. You guys have a right to do that. I love the fact you guys patiently wait in line. I hope you guys go to the next town hall for your 2 U.S. senators and your congressmen and have that same kind of energy,
This is a total
same kind of vim and vigor. Because they're the ones
He just doesn't want to be accountable. He just wants to say, I'm not a congressman, so go boo your congressman. I'll continue doing damage by manipulating young minds.
You can say, I agree, I disagree, we've had something.
So, cringe that question, but the answer's
I'll get to the
bold.
Israel thing in a second. I think that's... Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I agree generally that we've been betrayed. We've been betrayed. We were promised a wall. We have no wall. president has done everything he possibly can to get it by declaring an emergency declaration. We've been betrayed by borrowing $1 trillion this year by a Republican Senate and formerly Republican Congress. The president has done whatever he can to try to balance the budget. We've been betrayed time and time again. So if that is your question, then absolutely. But I'll tell you, and I want to appreciate you being here and say that it's a good thing that you guys, came here and you wait in line. And boy, if a congressman had to answer these questions, that would be a
Stream.
good thing.
The TPUSA guys came up to us and said that they're shutting down the rest of the questions, and that's the last question.
Nice! Then we win.
So when I say
Decisive victory.
The Constitution is the greatest political document ever written, part of the Constitution is citizen government. Citizen uprising, when you say this is wrong, like there's something going in the wrong direction that we have to stop. And we can agree on some of the root causes and we'll disagree on others, and we've kind of talked about some of those today, and that's a good thing. And about to the Israel thing, I'm not really sure what the question was, but I mean, you said you don't support the president's view of Israel, I would imagine.
No.
Okay. Got it. That's all I really need to know. So
I would ask, why do you think the only policy that Republicans have stood by is a devotion and allegiance to Israel?
Well, so let me ask you a question. If that was true, why didn't George W. Bush move the embassy to Jerusalem? If that was true, why didn't H.W. Bush move the embassy to Jerusalem? If that was true, why didn't George W. Bush recognize the Golan Heights? If that was true, why did George W. Bush, why did he do nothing when the Israeli government...
We fought the Iraq War. Was that not enough?
If true, why is President Trump, who had no official fundraising apparatus, basically leading up to the election, and was a billionaire from New York and sees things as they are and defies conventional wisdom, why is he the most pro-Israel president in American history? What's your theory behind that? I want to hear your theory why you think he's so pro-Israel. Why do you think Trump is pro-Israel?
This guy sucks.
Because the vast majority of large money donors are Jewish.
Wow, okay, so you think Trump, so what you're saying is Trump is a sellout, is what you're saying.
All Republicans are sellouts in terms of Israel.
Okay, so you think President Trump is a sellout. I think
this guy's ruining it for us.
I think he did the right thing to recognize Israel.
Wow, congratulations, fucking idiot. What an idiot. Yeah, that guy was a plan, obviously.
This will be the last question.
Okay.
No pressure.
Thank you guys for being here. Charlie,
Way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. We still won, but that was so unnecessary.
He's claimed to be a supporter of free speech and the marketplace of ideas.
Okay, here we go.
Go out here and debate socialists and be calm with them even when they're screaming in your face and destroying your property. But what I wanted to ask you about is your recent firing of Ashley St. Clair.
Saved by the femoid.
She was one of your ambassadors, and she was fired simply because she took a photo with the host of America First, Nick Fuentes.
That's me!
He's a very vocal critic. Can I finish the question first?
Yeah, fine.
He was a very vocal critic of your organization, and I wanted to ask you, don't you think this is kind of contradictory to free speech? Don't you think this sends a message to all the other members of Turning Point that if they engage with critics or, the wrong ideas, that they'll get the same treatment that Ashley did?
So if I was against free speech, why did I just give you the microphone?
I just said that you're allowing...
If I was against free speech, I just took questions all night. Let me answer the question. So that incident was handled internally. I mentioned that at a previous...
What a joke this guy is. What an absolute clown.
And
not in a good way.
Not much else that I can contribute to that. Ashley St. Clair's a great person. I have nothing negative to contribute, except that we didn't fire her. She never worked for us. And we are a organization, as exhibited tonight, where you're able to have a marketplace of ideas, different opinions, different worldviews, able to clash.
Yeah, just disrupt. The event's over. Disrupt.
And we had some really good constructive dialogue tonight. So thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate it. So
didn't answer a single question of ours.
I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. This is what makes our country so great. I hope all of you that might have agreed or disagreed take that energy and that enthusiasm and go to your local official and representative and make them
How pathetic. How absolutely pathetic for him to say that.
Your voice matters. We're the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world. The Constitution is the greatest political document ever written. Thank you guys so much, and good night.
America first!
There we go.
Let's start right here.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, that's a notebook. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlie, for taking my question. A great number of concerned young men and women have come out to you on your culture tour, many of whom voted for Trump. Many of whom are Christian. They've asked pointed and valid questions about your organization.
Fix the audio. Fucking boomer, man.
University of Florida, chapter of Turning Point USA, released a statement following your appearance that called America First attendees evil. I'm a loyal husband, a father of 2 children, a Christian, and I'm a hard-working America First conservative.
Yes!
If you do not think do you think that I am evil? Do you think that the thousands of young Americans who watch and support Dick Fuentes are evil?
Yes! Yes! Oh, there. This is the trick. This is what they're doing.
Are you familiar with that group?
That wasn't my question.
No, it was the statement. Are you familiar with Identity Yevropa? Are you familiar with that group?
Are you going to answer my question?
No, I'm asking a yes or no question.
Yes, yes. Rise, Groypers. Don't let him do this. Don't let him play this game.
Identity Yevropa.
Yevropa.
Neo-Nazi.
Whoa.
White nationalist organization.
Boo him. Yes, boo him. Yeah, shut up. Look at this liar. Look at this deceiver.
Their goal is to take over the United States government under the idea
What?
of white supremacy.
Identity Europa doesn't even exist anymore.
To answer your question, if you are here under America First policies and making America great again,
What a dishonest hack.
However, there have been individuals that have come to our events, such as Patrick Casey, who
Whoa.
runs Europa's American Identity Movement, that advocates for the neo-Nazi takeover of our government.
Wow.
Do you denounce identity?
Wow.
Allow the microphone to come back.
Terrible. This guy is such a dishonest, scum-sucking loser.
The question was,
do you denounce identity Yevropa?
He's a questioner. He's a father. Charlie Kirk is a public figure.
Neither of those individuals are evil.
Thank you.
Do you denounce identity Yevropa?
American First.
Do you denounce identity Yevropa?
Look, Yevropa. Yevropa. Yes. Shut up. Shut up.
That has been widely accepted. I have a question, sir. Why will you not denounce identity Yevropa, that clown?
Yevropa. Yevropa.
Why are you failing to denounce this organization?
Hold up.
All you have to say is I denounce
Boomer.
I have no idea who that is.
I just described
my question.
I actually did. I just described identity Yevropa.
Yevropa.
Does anyone support identity Yevropa here?
Yevropa.
Okay, you support identity Yevropa? Come to the front of the line. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, here we go. Plant moment. So this is their big counterplay. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it plays out. Okay, so now we know. There it is. The cringe plant.
So what great things like planning the Charlottesville rally?
They didn't plan that.
Okay, who did?
I can't remember his name. He's actually irrelevant now, but no, Identity Europa did not plan that. They had people.
It was Jason Kessler who planned the Charlottesville rally.
Identity Europa is a widely recognized white supremacist neo-Nazi organization by rational, common sense individuals. So allow me to ask a question. Can I ask a question for you? Are you worried America's becoming less white?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't want to be a minority in my own country.
I see what's happening. I want to ask the question.
Good answer.
The Overton window is moving.
Is it an idea?
I don't know. I don't know.
A shared history, or is it a skin color?
Well, I mean, you could go back to the original founding fathers, the Immigration Act of, I believe it was.
What does it mean to be an American? Is it a skin color or something else?
So there's the current idea of what it means according to the Hart-Celler Immigration Act and all this bullshit that you guys spew. But if you go back to the original founding fathers, they
No good. This is no good. This guy is a disaster.
for white men of good stock.
So can you show me?
This guy is a plant. This guy's totally cringe.
Show me where in the United States Constitution it says that.
It wasn't in the Constitution.
It wasn't in the Constitution because they didn't believe it.
It is in the Constitution. It's in the preamble of the Constitution. It says, for our posterity. What do you think that means? It's in the Federalist Papers.
Let me ask you another question, sir. What does the phrase, sir, what does the phrase e pluribus una mean? What does the phrase e pluribus una mean?
Why is that relevant?
Because it was on every founding document and presidential seal from our founding, which means...
That's not, no. That's not what e pluribus una means. It doesn't mean out of every third world country. It means out of 13 colonies.
Has no place in the conservative movement, my friend.
Terrible, terrible.
USA, 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 USA. Anyone else support identity Groyper?
Groyper.
No, got that over with.
So the plan ruined it. Obvious setup.
They're out there. We'll go to this side.
Mr. Kirk, throughout the Tories are mentioning unemployment numbers as Trump's economic policy has benefited and resulted in the lowest black unemployment, the lowest Hispanic unemployment. My question is, considering the Republican Party voters are 90% white, why have you not addressed white unemployment as a way to shore up the voter base?
We have another Groyper.
2020 in states like Michigan, Iowa, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and hopefully Minnesota.
So let me ask you a question. So your premise is that Donald Trump's base is white. Is that correct?
Yes, 90% of Republican voters are white.
So let me ask
Look
you,
at this
let me ask
insane
you a
guy.
question. Why is it that 3 out of 5 of the whitest states in America voted for Hillary Clinton?
3 out of 5 white?
Yes, sir. New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. So the whitest
New
states
Hampshire
are
was won by Donald
You should get your
Trump.
facts right first. Number 2.
Obviously, Hillary Clinton won New Hampshire, but Donald Trump even acknowledges that they stole New Hampshire. They cheated in that election. I worked in New Hampshire. I knew the people there. We lost by a very small margin, but they cheated us out in the north of the state.
So your premise is that Donald Trump's base is white. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that white voters have a predisposition towards voting for Republican or conservative values?
Yes.
But why are the whitest states voting Democrat then?
Because Hillary Clinton did not address the issues of the white working class.
But they voted for her.
This guy's just an idiot. This bozo.
Up in front of your face. Because the whitest states in America didn't even vote for Donald Trump. And they elected Democrats in 2018. I don't believe demographics are destiny. I believe any individual can believe anything. And I am not a cynic that all of a sudden thinks that, well, we have to now just say that we have to go through the whitest. But wait a second, your own point doesn't make sense.
Not prepared, wasn't prepared.
Voting for Democrats. And until you have a response to that, your point does not make a lot of sense. I'll allow you to finish your point.
It's totally wrong.
My point is, when you're addressing unemployment numbers, why are we not even mentioned? Our vote does matter.
Well, of course it does.
Knowledge is a voting block.
Well, what is the white unemployment rate?
White unemployment rate right now is 3.1%.
Okay, thanks.
But you do not address that, and I wish you would, because it would be a great way to shore up American working class voters who happen to be white. If you want to take Minnesota, that is a brass ring that you just need to grab, and you will win that state. All I'm asking for is acknowledgement that we're not bad.
I'm gonna go back. Of course, not bad people. I've never said anything of the sort. Don't get me. So I do have a question though. Do you believe that white people are more likely to vote Republican? Your basic premise is what you did say.
If you acknowledge that they are a contributing factor to this country, yes, they will, because they have a political party that acknowledges that their vote matters.
So I'm gonna repeat my question though. Why is it that these states continually vote for Democrats then? States that Donald Trump heavily campaigned in.
Yeah, these are
So
our
wait,
ignorant. However,
I thought you said white people are more likely to vote for Republicans. You can't have it both ways. So if your argument was actually made any sense whatsoever, all these states would have voted for Donald Trump. When in reality,
That's not true, though.
individuals that look different-
Look at the states that voted for Donald Trump. Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, the Midwest. 3 states voted for Hillary Clinton. And they're all states that nearly we won anyway.
Thank you very much for coming.
That guy was a disaster. He just wasn't prepared. First guy was a plant. That guy wasn't prepared.
Hey, Mr. Kirk, thanks for coming out tonight. I got a question for you real quick. Up until about 5 years ago when gay marriage was legalized nationwide, the conservative movement has been explicitly pro-traditional family. Now, both you and your organization advocate for the acceptance of anti-Christian, immoral lifestyles like homosexuality and transsexuality, going as far as to invite drag queens like Lady MAGA to your events. It seems to me and anyone who's paying attention that conservatives just believe whatever liberals believed 5 years ago. Right now, there is a push by the left to normalize pedophilia by way of child drag queen shows and... Oh, excuse me. Don't drop.
Bruh, this guy's a disaster.
You gotta like push double tap.
North Carolina is just, they're off the map, man. These people gotta be wiped off the map. Sheesh.
Drag queen shows and rebranding pedophiles as minor attractive persons. 5 years from now, will you be promoting child drag queen shows? Will these child abuse become part of the conservative platform?
Boy, that's a slippery slope fallacy if I've ever seen one. First of all, I've never invited a drag queen to come to any Turning Point USA event. I was at Politicon, and an individual by the name of Lady MAGA came up, and I took a picture, and she walked away. Secondly, let me ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
So are you a proud Trump supporter?
Of course.
So are you sickened that he had a gay man speak at his convention?
Yes.
Then you're not a Trump supporter, my friend. Thank you very much. Let me ask you another question. Should he return the money of Peter Thiel, an openly gay man who supports his campaign?
No, it is a help him strategically.
Okay, should he stop talking to Tammy Bruce, who's an open lesbian, that's a Fox News contributor?
If it's affecting his ideas, then probably, yeah.
Okay, so you say you're a Trump supporter, yet you have all these issues and these disagreements with him. Let me be very clear about my position. My personal position. I am a Christian first and foremost, then an American, then a constitutionalist, then a
This is brutal.
in that order. I believe marriage.
This is brutal to watch. These people that showed up tonight, they did not prepare.
In the greatest book ever to exist in the history of the world, the Holy Bible.
Terrible way to end this tour. What a disaster. Very sad to see.
In the sort of rhetoric that some people engage in, that all of a sudden that they say there's no place for gay people in the conservative movement. I do not believe that. And let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question then?
What do you conserve?
The American family, liberty, freedom, the Constitution, our history, veterans. That's what we're conserving.
They're not conserving any of that. How are they conserving the American family?
Let me ask you a question. What if you had your way, what would you do with gay people in America?
Oh, here we go.
What do I do with them?
Yeah, because they're not allowed in the conservative movement. So would you just kick them out anytime they show up at a Republican Party? If you were in charge, like what would you say? You can't be part of the Republican Party.
If somebody is advocating for being openly homosexual, yeah, they should not be part of the conservative movement.
Guy Benson, no place in the conservative movement.
Yeah.
Dave Rubin, no place in the conservative movement. Peter Thiel, no place in the conservative movement. So that just to go down the list. So I'm going to ask a very respectful question, as respectfully as I can. What does what they do in their private life concern you so much that you have to go up in front of the crowd and against God? So let me ask you a question.
Christian or not?
Do we live in a theocracy, yes or no? No, that's what, do we live in a theocracy?
You said you're a Christian.
I am a Christian. And do you know what? And guess what? I will say this. Part of being a Christian is appropriately interpreting what the theological says for the individual, but also means to be long-suffering and patient and loving and kind.
And supporting homosexuality.
Jesus Christ went and did his ministry through Judea and Samaria, and he had dinner with tax collectors, and he had dinner with customers.
They were repentant. They were repentant. Wow, to be open-minded. To be Christian is to be open-minded.
Communicating or associating just because they make different personal decisions than you, sir, are not a conservative. Thanks for being here tonight.
Hey, Charlie, seems like everyone's having a good time tonight. So, as a veteran of the armed forces, I would like to...
Okay, hopefully he's a Groyper with the veteran question. Standing ovation, he better be a Groyper.
question on behalf of forgotten veterans. At a particular event, at a previous event, you called the accounts of U.S. servicemen who survived a brutal naval attack as nothing more than a conspiracy theory.
Yes!
34
are you kidding me?
Americans died. Do you maintain that the survivors of the USS Liberty were lying when they claimed they were deliberately attacked and murdered by the state of Israel?
Well, I don't know if I love this, but it was good that they gave him a standing ovation. He's a veteran and he asked
I would
this.
say that to believe that Israel did it intentionally, yes, that is a conspiracy theory, but it was a tragedy. That's our microphone. To use a phrase from a very important, very good, bold person that we shall appreciate, we're paying for this microphone, so stop acting like that, okay? Second,
wow.
I thought you supported free speech and dialogue.
Of course, that's why you literally just asked a question.
Wow, belittling a veteran like this.
I said half a sentence. It was a tragedy. Israel apologized for it. They paid restitution for it. It should never happen again, and it's inexcusable.
Do you believe it was deliberate or not? That's the question.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes or no? It's easy. Yes or no?
This guy's off the goop. This guy's off the
I
goop.
don't believe it was deliberate. Let me ask you a question then. Why would Israel do that 2 days before winning the war when they were already had all the enemy forces advanced back? What would their motivation be? Why do you think Israel would do that? Why would Israel do
This
something
guy.
like
This guy didn't prepare.
Into the mind of the Israeli
Yeah, no, but what's
prime
your
minister.
theory? Like, what's your
Is that
best
what you want me to do?
What's your best guess?
Ah,
Why would
Fagor,
Israel do
man.
that?
They wanted to cover up. I don't know. They wanted to cover
Oh,
up.
come on. Get this guy the fuck out of here.
Oh boy. I already answered your question.
Did they attack deliberately or not?
I literally
He answered that. This guy's terrible.
So I answered as many genders there are. Thanks for coming.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. These people are a joke. Yeah, okay, clown. Get out of line.
First off, I'd like to say that I'm not a Europa weenie. I think wig nation is cringe. I'm not.
Oh, dude. What the fuck, man?
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Well, yeah, it is. Okay, let's talk about culture and values, like you said, and let's leave race entirely out of this, all right? So North Carolina had to deal with something after the Civil War called carpetbaggers, right? They were
Brutal. Brutal.
in order to
Groypers, yeah, it might be our first defeat, I have to say.
became secondary, even in their own homelands. Why is it that Turning Point USA fails to address this as a political tactic being used on an international scale? We saw Virginia turn blue, we're seeing Florida turn blue, and even with the RAISE Act by Senator Tom Cotton,
Which I do support.
which is good, but
Good. Thank you. We agree on that.
it'll only keep North Carolina from turning blue by 2030 instead of 2028. It only decreases it by 50% in a state where we're getting bitten on the agricultural industry, and here in Research Triangle Park,
Smart Groyper.
high skill or low skill immigrants, both of them are coming in and displacing our culture and outvoting us in the same way that has been used for us as a political tactic for the past 200 years. It's not a question of emotional apathy or whether we hate somebody else. It's something that's been used as a tactic, and when will Turning Point address it as a tactic?
Okay, well, let me say this.
That was a good question. That's a smart Groyper. Now that's a smart Groyper.
Sanctuary cities, making English the official language of the United States, ending visa lottery. Well, of course it should have been, but that's why I support it, so we agree on that. Ending chain migration, and of course building the wall. And we can't forget the wall. The wall's very important. And so and look, the New York Times and the Washington Post have said that mass immigration contributed to flipping Virginia blue. And so the New York Times and the Washington Post have contributed to that. And look, the other point that I will say with this is, I think you are more cynical than I am. I am skeptical, not a cynic. So I will say this, that I do believe that the Republican Party and the conservative movement have done a less than, let's just say, average job, a below average job of reaching out to communities
Of pandering to
that
minorities.
sometimes have not traditionally supported conservative.
We haven't
beliefs
pandered
and
enough to
values,
minorities.
Like the black community, and I want to say I love the Blexit shirts by our friend Candace Owens, the great Candace Owens, right? And I think where you and I can find agreement is that the black community in particular has been ignored for far too long.
Oh, they have not been ignored. They have not been. Are you kidding me? It's the opposite.
Talk about putting America first. Boy, that means focusing more on the black community than
What?
people that are illegally entering and crossing into our country. Thank you so much for being here.
Didn't want to have a conversation with that guy.
I think one of the best ways to sum up why Donald Trump is such a hero to all of us Americans was the speech where he said, from this day forward, it's going to be America first. And he followed up by saying, the American people.
I think I can see where this is going.
People, not ideas, Charlie.
Yes,
So
yes.
What we've seen in response to that rhetoric from Trump was people slurring him and defaming him as a white supremacist, a racist, a xenophobe, anti-Semitic, and even a misogynist, all right? So these are all words that are used to deplatform and deperson people in this current age.
Okay.
Words that you used, you called some of the supporters of America First yesterday at Florida, you called them evil, and you called them white identitarians.
No, I clarified that. Like that guy that voluntarily came to the front of the line, like that's white identitarianism, and that has no place in our country. So let me just be perfectly clear.
Good. I'm glad.
Do you agree with that? Like, do you identify Europa?
Identify Europa.
I don't know why neo-Nazism and a takeover of the United States government.
Why would I take your word for that?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you support a white ethnic state?
No.
Okay, then good. Fine. Continue.
Look at this, such an asshole.
When are you going to stop strawmanning and dodging our questions and actually engage America First ideas? When are you going to actually stand for free speech and debate Nicholas J. Fuentes? So I have a question.
Okay, that was okay.
I have a question for you. The fact I just gave you the question, that Mike, doesn't that show that my commitment to free speech? So
Nobody cheers. Nobody cheers.
So everyone can ask any question that they want here, and thanks for being here tonight. I appreciate it.
Wow! Wow! That was terrible, man. He might snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. What a fucking bonehead. All right, let's end it strong, please.
Charlie, I appreciate you taking my question. I'd like to say that my name is Riley, and I'm from the great state or Commonwealth of Virginia.
Welcome.
Thank you. As you know, Virginia and many other states like Texas and we've seen California already are turning more Democratic, as we know. And there may not be another Republican elected in the next 50 to 100 years in any major election. So my question to you is, why should we, as traditional campus conservatives, vote for someone like you who we think is...
Like
I'm
you?
not running for anything. Can we just be perfectly clear? I'm 26 years old, traveling on college campuses, talking about freedom and organizing.
He's very
on
nasty.
campuses.
He's
So
very
you don't have
nasty.
to vote for me.
Okay, well, it's not really about the voting. It's more about leading people like us in this event, and this organization is leading conservatives to the polls to vote for certain people. So my question is, why should we put our faith in a conservative like you, who we see as leaning more liberal and catching up to more liberal ideas as of now on immigration, and giving money to Israel and taking
Oh, this guy's terrible.
And instead of doing that, why should we not align ourselves with more traditional American first nationalists? Such as Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Let me ask you a question. So, let me ask you a question. What is your problem with Israel? I'm just wondering.
My problem with Israel is the fact that they're not a very reliable ally.
So, can you elaborate on that?
We have cases like they have their Samson option, which they would destroy any attacking force. If they were to be destroyed, they would completely obliterate them with their nuclear arms. And we know that they have. We have the Levant affair. We have the issue of the dancing Israelis. We have the USS Luther incident. And somebody already mentioned they're not a reliable ally.
So, more specifically, though, what do you mean by some of those things? Like, what bothers you about? Is there a deeper problem with Israel that you have?
No, it's
Hello,
not.
bruh.
I'm not against Jewish people. I'm not against people who are.
No, you're just against the country that has half of the world's Jewish.
Hey, bruh. I'd like to file a claim.
Of Israel, not the people of Israel.
So let me just be perfectly clear. You're against the only democracy in the Middle East, is that right? You're against the only. Okay, so you're against democracy.
Hello, bruh.
I agree.
He's against democracy, folks.
Israel's been a good partner because they go kill jihadists overseas in the Middle East.
They fund them.
Israel offers humanitarian aid for America and our allies. Israel
What a
has technology
brutal
transfer
demonstration
agreements with the United States of America.
tonight.
Israel has trade
Horrible
agreements
display.
for medical device sharing, for patent sharing. So I'm just trying to understand. Do you come with the same sort of condemnation to other countries?
Boy, oh boy.
Why is it your focus in particular on Israel? It's his question.
Yes, we do not support, and I don't think we should support a lot of the Arabic countries that we do in the Middle East along with Israel. And
Okay,
there's
well,
so
we
much
agree with that. So.
Yes, I do, and we do. And I think that Israel should be a part of that because, yeah, instead of killing jihadists, or instead of them killing their own people and they're going out and committing terrorist acts in their own country,
You think
they're killing
Israel
Americans.
commits terrorist acts?
Yes, of course.
Israel's the victim of daily terrorist acts against radical Muslim terrorists all across the Middle East that launch rockets. Guess what? So here's the other question I have. What can you name specifically one liberal position you think I have?
Your policy on giving money to Israel.
What's my policy on giving money to Israel? By the way, first of all, that's not a liberal position, okay? Do we stand with Israel in this room, or do we stand with Israel?
Oh, we got some booing in there.
So, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, are you a Trump supporter?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so do you condemn publicly Donald Trump's standing with Israel?
Yes, I do.
So why do you think Donald Trump supports Israel? Why do you think Donald Trump supports Israel? I'm very curious. Why do you think he moved the embassy? Why do you think he recognized the Golan Heights? Why do you think he cut funding to the Palestinian Authority? Why do you think Trump does that?
I don't know. I'm not inside Trump's head.
So you're not. So that's the one thing you disagree with Trump on. You still
disagree with Trump on a multitude of things because he's not been honest with his voters.
I thought you just said you were a Trump supporter.
I am a Trump supporter, and in most of his views, but there are things I disagree with him on. Yes. And
Okay.
I think that.
What do you support that he's done?
Well, actually, I want to answer something you asked just a second ago, which is something that you think that I think you have a liberal standing on, which I guess I didn't answer in full. Because you asked, and I said you support Israel. I want to add one other thing to it. Is the fact that yesterday, when you were talking about, I forgot the name of the specific legislation, where if someone needs to donate who's a foreign citizen, if they were to give and invest money into America, that we would give them residency in America. You said that you condemn that, but you used to support that. Why should we give support to someone like you and not someone like Nicholas J. Fuentes?
So you said you're a Trump supporter. You are a Trump supporter. Let me ask you a question.
That wasn't so bad.
Your support. So has Donald Trump ever changed his position on anything?
Yes.
Okay, so is it okay for human beings to say that I used to believe one thing and now I believe another thing?
It's an issue when you are believing things that are very liberal and not conservative.
So again, you haven't cited one liberal thing. I want to tell you something. I went to Berkeley with armed security because I wore a Build the Wall t-shirt. I went down to the wall
This guy.
Puerto from Border Patrol.
Puerto.
With armed security
Puerto.
and an entire documentary about the child sex trafficking, drugs pouring into our country, the guns coming into our country. I have been an advocate at the March for Life in Chicago and other places for a very long time. I'm a conservative through and through, and if you cherry pick a singular provision in the immigration code that I have now rightfully corrected, which many people in politics won't do, by the way. I say something, I say, you know what? I read up more on it, I got more informed, and now I have a new position. I wish more people were that open-minded in the public space in the public sphere. Thank you very much. I want to hear from you. Yeah, man. My MAGA hat. You gotta give me the MAGA hat guy. Give it up for the MAGA hat guy.
That is a cool hat, though. That is a cool hat.
Oh, wow. Incredible.
Gotta give him the hat.
Huh? No, just take the mic. We'll do it. We'll do a bar. Mike.
What's happening?
Okay, what's your question?
My question, well, first I wanted to say something about the Groypers in here.
Here we go.
Conservatism has two definitions. By definition, you can be religiously conservative or politically conservative. To say a gay person can't be politically conservative makes no logical sense. So, that's all.
Big hat.
What a
That's
dummy,
a big
dude.
hat.
Go home crying.
What a dummy, dude.
And my question to you is about the literal culture war. I think the media is a big part of that. And I started the MAGA challenge, right?
This is the guy that started the MAGA challenge and the president. You equate the president was listening of your MAGA challenge.
Like part of the song?
Yeah.
And they're saying to that MAGA boy, call me what you want because it don't matter, boy. I just speak the truth and something they don't understand. Why these white liberals trying to tell me who I am? Don't put me in groups cause I'm my own man. I said I wasn't Democrat and lost a few friends. The
I gotta admit it, man. This is pretty base.
Don't tell me I'm a victim cause of power in my hand.
Okay.
I am not a victim, I am not oppressed. They can take a shot, so I might just buy a vest. They said I wasn't
Kinda good.
I told them say less. I bought the biggest man ahead I did just to flex. Wear it every day just to make them 1%. I can't be controlled by nobody check. They call me a coon, I'm not impressed. They don't like the truth, so at least they gon' suppress.
That was pretty good. That was pretty
I don't know if
based.
you've seen Jimmy Kimmel cover it.
Kind of a white pill. Kind of a little white pill. Subtle white pill.
The liberal media are way louder than conservatives. So my question is, do you think conservatives need to get a little more louder and stop being in the shadows?
I'll tell you this, we need more people like you, my friend, in the conservative.
I was white pilled by that. That made my night better.
Well, that's it. That's it, y'all.
Terrible. 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 What a bad showing tonight, folks. That I can tell you. Sheesh. Man. Well, you know, it had to happen at some point. It's worth considering. If we can chalk up tonight's event as an L, which I think we must concede, Charlie Kirk, I don't think he did it fairly, and his points were not correct, but, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, so to speak, right?
Hey, Ben. Sorry, go ahead. Actually, this might have to be the last question. I think it's a fitting last question, so go ahead.
Incredible.
I never barred from mentoring an event.
You know, if you zoom in, it doesn't make it louder.
It wasn't even my event. So.
This was you went to debate him, now then you say you don't know him, and now he's not.
I've never called him a Nazi, but you know, it's really interesting because I do want to ask a question for all you guys that support Nick. And so
he's talking about you, Nick.
Do you think he's like a legit Trump supporter?
Yeah. Yeah. I campaigned for Trump.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, and you tweeted that Trump was disgusting and that we should vote for Cruz and Rubio to save America.
A Trump supporter and Wait, let's play the tape. Let's see what Nick actually said about Trump when it mattered. Let's see what Nick actually said.
During the election?
Dude, your tweets! Your own tweets!
Wow, here we go.
You said vote for Cruz.
They've got a clip. Wow, this was their plan. This is incredible. Let's watch and see, though.
Yeah, you only supported him after he won, and there was donors behind you.
Wow. Yeah, eat shit, Charlie.
You didn't support Trump when it was hard, did you?
That's right. Technical difficulties, it looks like.
America!
Yes!
America first! America first! America first! America first! America first! America
Yeah, try and get your television to work, big guy. Yo, Benny, get over here. Let's see what clip they play, but I want to see. Oh, they're having technical difficulties?
The girl's like right in front of me. Isn't he just beautiful in person, y'all?
He knew he was going to get called out.
Look at that face.
Look at him. He's so smug. He's so pleased with himself.
Dude, Boomer Tech over here. Come on.
Charlie Kirk, like your shirt.
He had to go to the bathroom to practice his smile.
He's done. He's killed. Yeah. You're done. You're cooked, bro. You lost. All right, let's see what the clip says. Who's got the clip? Oh, wow! From high school! Yeah, I was literally in high school. They've got to play a clip from when I was 17 years old. In November 2015.
He's an opportunist. He's
said?
Yeah. You called Trump an opportunist.
You're the opportunist. You held down the Trump train.
Ain't nobody want to listen to the truth. It's fine.
Hey, quiet. Be there. Hey, quiet, be there.
God bless America!
Guys, America first!
They say?
They have nothing. They have nothing. They have to pull up an old show from November 2015 when I was in high school, when I said Trump is unserious.
Yeah, that's a good thing. He's saying that's a good thing, bro.
Wait till he tells me to get out of the
It's okay.
Why should we trust something that's out of context?
That's incredible. That is incredible. Wow, incredible. Incredible.
That you said?
How pathetic. How pathetic is this? Do you see the desperation? They thought this was like clever. How desperate. How pathetic is this?
You called him disgusting.
They have a little multimedia ambush from when I was in high school. What a joke.
No one can even hear what he's saying.
I think he said because nobody's quiet.
All right, guys, give us a chance. All right, let's listen.
Dude, it's irrelevant. We already heard it.
What a disaster. You're such a joke, Charlie Kirk. You're such a fucking joke, bro. We're destroying
Hey, let me
these
debate
people.
him.
Look at how desperate. They had to find an old clip from my show. Look at how they had it all prepared. They brought out a TV. See how coordinated that was? Yo, come over here. Get the TV set up. Get the TV. We're going to get a Nick question. You think he's a Trump supporter? Oh, wow. Look at this. What a pathetic weasel. These people are the lowest people in the world. The secret weapon, yeah. The secret weapon. But wait. They're going to come
It's
2
really
hours
quiet.
late.
Do you have a microphone?
They're going to answer a question for 20 minutes, and then they're going to pull this shit. Incredible. I got to tweet about this. This is so good.
Pull up your old tweets, dude.
Time for Donald Trump to move over. Donald Trump's an opportunist. This guy is a
Groyper grifter. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Can we get a theme check? Yeah, get off the campus, Minder. Chant continues. I want to see that one more time. I want to see that. Coward! So good. Coward! Yeah, get out of here. Chant it right out. Decisive victory! We snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They thought they had us. That's the best you have? A hidden television? A clip from November 2015? You think you can beat me? You can't beat me. You can't beat the Groypers. We're not going anywhere, Charlie. So good, so good. What a keynote moment. Get out of here, coward! 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 The fire rises. The smile and optimism. God! You thought that was gonna work? This doesn't end. We'll see you on December 19th in Florida, bitch!
First question.
Hi. So in 2016, you tweeted out a list of 20 people that you called alt-right or alt-right friendly. It included Ron Paul, Pat Buchanan, Ann Coulter, and even Donald Trump. Recently, you gave a speech at Stanford about Nick Fuentes, who you called an alt-right lead influencer. My question is this: it seems like conservatives like you, like Charlie Kirk, like Dan Crenshaw, feel threatened by America First conservatives and America First ideas. Is this why you're smearing them as alt-right, racist, homophobic, and all these other things instead of actually addressing their ideas and debating them?
So first of all, I'm happy to address any ideas. I'm not happy to debate somebody who has joked about murdering me. That's Fuentes. As far as some of the other people who were mentioned, obviously, when I say alt-right or alt-right adjacent, you'd have to date the tweet. So back in 2016, the fact of the matter is that people like Ron Paul, who has a long history of extremism, if you go back and you read the Ron Paul letters, there's a fair bit of anti-Semitism and racism in them. If you look at Donald Trump, who I said overtly in 2016, flirted with the alt-right, because he did in April and May of 2016. That was a dated tweet. If you're going to date the tweet to 2016, you actually have to date the tweet to 2016, not to yesterday, because things change. Donald Trump, thank God, has forcibly expelled many of the people who are alt-right adjacent, like Steve Bannon, from his administration, which is a very, very good thing. As far as the idea that I'm somehow refusing to debate lower levels of immigration, that is obviously untrue. You can go watch an hour-long interview that I did with the aforementioned Ann Coulter back before 2016 about a book she did on immigration. It's all about lowering levels of immigration. If we're talking about tariffs, happy to have that conversation. I had it with Tucker Carlson. If you're talking about a more isolationist foreign policy, I've had that conversation with many, many people. I said this in my speech at Stanford, which people are willfully ignoring. I'm not arguing that people who hold those views are quote-unquote alt-right. The alt-right is a very specific viewpoint that sees the problem in America as a problem of demographics, that suggests that white nationalism is the answer to that problem, that suggests that the problem with immigration is not a problem of culture or assimilation. The problem in America is a problem of what race the people are who are coming into the country. That is not a point of view that is even within the realm of sort of the paleocon viewpoint. That is a point of view that is actively alt-right. So the alt-right does have a definition, and I tried to be as specific about that definition as possible at Stanford University. If you want to ask a follow-up, that's fine.
Well, first of all, Nick Fuentes is not a white nationalist. He's an America First conservative. He literally has a show every night called America First. You've called Pat Buchanan an anti-Semite and racist for 15 years when Pat Buchanan is a legend of conservatism. You need to stop smearing people who want to reduce immigration and criticize Israel as anti-Semitic and racist, and just accept that they disagree with you, and they simply want to put America first.
Oh no, there are plenty of people who disagree with me and who are critical of Israel and are not anti-Semitic. There are plenty of people who disagree with me on all the aforementioned issues. I've mentioned some of their names, and that is perfectly fine. If you want to discuss Nick Fuentes specifically, I suggest again you go back and you look at his videos about why 6 million Jews, or what was it, 1 million Jews could not have been burned in the ovens at Auschwitz or Treblinka. I suggest that you go back and you look at videos of him, actual videos of him doing things like playing Grand Theft Auto, running over an Orthodox Jew, cackling maniacally, and then talking about how he had just killed Ben Shapiro. I refer you to a video last week in which Nick Fuentes pulls out a switchblade and starts randomly jabbing it in the air while talking about me. No, I don't think he's a mainstream conservative, and I think that it is a sin for people to conflate mainstream conservatism with that kind of garbage. Thanks. No, I gave you a couple questions. There are other people in the line.
So.
Well, wait, let me guess your political affiliation.
It might surprise you. So, Ben, first I'd like to thank you for being here and having an open dialogue with everybody tonight. It's greatly appreciated. Free speech is under attack in this country. So, recently, when you spoke at Stanford, you smeared America First patriots like myself with all the same leftist insults Antifa uses, the same ones they're using outside to smear us walking in here today. So my question for you, Ben, is, will you debate a true conservative like Nicholas J. Fuentes, or are you too scared to defend your anti-America First positions?
So, number one, if you didn't notice, I answered this question like 4 questions ago. Number 2, I will repeat the answer again. I see no purpose in debating somebody who has joked about my death. That is not something that I make a habit of. If you want me to debate somebody about immigration policy who is a limited immigration person, or have a discussion with that person, I'm happy to do so. By the way, I see a very strong argument in favor of limiting immigration, both legal and certainly illegal, to the United States. Okay, if you want me to talk about tariff policy and have a discussion with somebody about that, I'm happy to do that. If you want me to have a discussion about Israel or Israeli policy, I'm happy to do that. What I am not happy to do is have a debate with somebody who has joked about my death, called people who work for me Shabbos Goy race traders, praised the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. That I am not going to do.
Is that a female? No reason. I'm not asking for any reason in particular. Oh! Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Man, that makes me laugh and laugh. That's a funny one. What a chance encounter that was. I think I just saw Ben Shapiro.